Hi! Okay, just to double check, make sure. Oh. Yeah, it's good. Oh, Streamlabs wasn't good for some reason, but I just made it good. Haha! Okay. I figured out what the problem is. So, for some gosh darn reason, in OBS, some setting somewhere that they made it so that all audio sources have to be heard on the first track. And OBS can record up to 6 tracks, but for some reason, a change they made makes it so that you can only display on the first one. So, like, anything that, like, OBS has been trying to set to, like, either all tracks or, like, other tracks does not work. It does, but for some reason, just switching everything to be the first track makes it heard. It can only be displayed if it's on the first track. Has always been like that unless you change it to go to other audio thingies. Well, I mean... Okay, VTip Studio, why are you not tracking? Mouth. Give me a second, I got it. I get a weird size. Just recalibrate the tracker for me, since it's clearly being weird. Okay. I just noticed that, where I was like, no. I don't want to be like... Light? I do have the light on in my room right now. But yeah, the reason why that's really odd to me is because having different audio tracks makes editing streams when people send them to me so much easier. Like, I can mute different things they have going on, and I can just be like, haha! That's why I have my own stuff set up like that. Just, OBS apparently wants, like, all of them to be on one track that it streams out of, and theoretically that makes for a different experience from a live stream than a recording, which is odd. So I would hit you. No. I can edit things when they're on a single track. It's not that hard. It's just, I could do so many more things when it's like all the tracks are separated, and I could be like, yeah, a lot of jokes work better. Okay, my model. Okay, for the last 10 seconds, I was just holding my mouth straight open. Like, as wide open as I can, and it was like... Wide open! VTip Studio is being weird. Desktop audio works too. From like a recording perspective, it's just like I would prefer different tracks because it makes it so much fun. Did I update it? Yeah? Hang on. I had to take a look at something. Because something I have with VTube Studio is that I have the weird like Google Media Pipe tracker, which while the face looks horrifying, it does give you a good approximation of what's being fed into the computer. It's registering my mouth well. Which means I need to change my mouth open sensitivity. Okay. Okay, now it's a lot better. Because it's just the mouth open sensitivity was too low. The frick! Ah! I assume that's Kaneko. I'm not looking at chat right now. I'm just like, haha, settings! What? How'd you... Oh. Okay, I just could turn the mouth open sensitivity way up. There we go. I think that's registering everything correctly. No idea why this was being weird, but change some of the settings. It seems to be working now. So anyway, it's time for a game. I'm gonna open the game and then I'm gonna switch to it. We are playing Limbus Company. We're at chapter 3. Chapter 3 is Chapter 3. Okay, what? Hi, Wayward. VTube Studio is being so bizarre. It's like, your mouth is not open. I'm like, what's what? Okay, give me a second. I have to fix this. Okay, let's see. Mouth open sensitivity, max. Ah! Ah! Okay. It seems to work. Hopefully, it does. Anyway, hi! Honk! Honk, 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 honk. Yeah. Okay. I'm back to try to break something. Startled me a couple times earlier. And no, OBS, VTube Studio is not the game. Where is the game, though? Where's the game? There it is. So yeah, this is, this splash screen is just like the most recent chapter. We're not there yet. We are at, I pinned a content warning partially as a joke, partially to get across the point that, things get... What? Oh. They patched it. They patched it when I wasn't looking. I opened this up this morning. Oh. VTube Studio, why? Why are you doing this? Okay, anyway, I gotta look weird this stream because changing my settings so VTube Studio doesn't constantly have me with closed mouth.
저런 것을 원했을까요?
And anyways. Something I have to do. Oh no, that's my Danger Hammers team. This is the team we're currently working with. I'm gonna do something different. I gotta go through and I'm gonna level them up a little bit because this chapter gets hard. I gotta go on a basis of having level 20 here. I regularly collect a lot of EXP tickets that I don't use a lot because I like having my things be difficult. Something important to say is that up to this point in the regular game, you usually have a maximum of level 30 to work with. And by the end of this chapter, they expect you to be at level 30. But because I'm treating this team out the way I am, I'm not doing the extra stuff of going into like the side like dungeons and having the excavation parts and all that stuff, so yeah. Also, yeah, I'm looking at my V2 model. I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna have weirdness with that happening on the side here. I know the VTube Studio update has been messing with a lot of people's stuff. A lot of my stuff should be saved since I don't have like a lot of connections to like, you know. Okay, now the mouth is opening too much. I don't want this to become a scuff stream. I'm trying to like, I want to show a funny, like, not funny. I want to show off game I like. Frick. Okay, give me a second. Okay, VTube Studio. Yeah. Why are you doing the things you're doing? Mouth open sensitivity is going to be, instead of 100, you're going to be at 50. That's more than I had it before. I had it at 22, which was working. Until today, apparently. I'm just going to set some things differently. Mouse smile sensitivity up. Brow sensitivity is fine. What? Wait. Oh. Is that? No, that can't be it. Oh, it is it. VTube Studio, why are you... The different resolution is messing with my settings? Yeah, that's wide open and as wide as I can open it. Okay, that's better. All the scuff. Thanks for the observant imagines. Anyways. I'm gonna try not to let that bother me. On a different note, I do have a lot of other people that I have pulled in my own time. Like, for example, level 1 people, ha 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 ha. But I just don't quite worry about it. We have our core center of people we've set aside for like the shames. And until the point where they can no longer synergize and everything just falls apart, we're gonna stick. A funny thing about this game, which I guess makes perfect sense when you think about it, when it was just out, having the chance to get all identities was easier because there were less of them. And because I've been playing this since it was first released, I have a lot of the identities in question. It's just like, there are a few that I can't pull no matter what I try. Okay, let's just get all the identities level 20 and then we'll be good to go. There we go. Hopefully, that'll carry us through. On to Chapter 3. Oh, right. Humming along. Vergilius informs us of where we will be going next. While everyone seems happy and energetic, one sinner is reacting rather strangely. The sun is almost set, leaving the bus to be shrouded in dusk. So just to explain a bit, this chapter came out with the game, and the game was released in summer. So, I'm playing this particular chapter around Christmas because this, but this, keep in mind, it's summer when this released, so it's all the Christmas stuff and it's like summer. Charon's humming a song while driving. I felt myself singing along in my head to that strangely familiar tune. Oh boy. The most beautiful performances are born from broken and ruined things. Ironic, the way the world works. Vergilius spoke, having noticed that I was looking at the driver's seat. Alas, they have not the privilege to fully appreciate the glee of their own music. Oh, how unjust that is. Charon, you look like you're in a good mood today. Charon nodded. Joy brings out singing. I see. Although, as far as I remember, you would often hum that song when you felt down. Charon has no such memories. Charon sings when she's happy. Vergilius' eyes seem to well with a subdued shade of dark. The kind of hue that would be picked right away if one wanted to express solitude as a color. But it only lasted for a brief moment. So I decided to dismiss it as the vivid sunset playing tricks with the light. I suppose I should reference this. It's not strictly necessary to understand the story. But I do want to say that in the lead up to Limbus Company releasing, there was a semi-comic, semi-manga, light novel series that was periodically released by Project Moon called Leviathan. Vergilius is one of the main cast, shall we say. And it's... Frick. Thank you, Kaneko. Hi, Biddy. How you doing, Biddy? VTube Studio is playing weird with my tracking today, so I'm gonna be looking weird. It's gotta be one of the few times when I am truly, well and honestly, too expressive for VTube Studio to fully track me. I think it has to do with the update that recently went out for it. The clown be clowning. The clown be clowning! Also beware, this chapter is dark. And it has the most Christmas themes out of all of them, so you know. The world Charon hums now is one that lacks sound and color. Dang, yeah, VTube Studio's having a hard time right now. It is well and truly riding the struggle bus. Maybe if I close, I just had the channel point readings open in a browser. If I close that, maybe I'll be better. Hopefully it stops riding the struggle bus soon. She's going through a long tunnel with no exit in sight. I'm sure that, just like the history of my own life that I've forgotten, Charon and Vergilius must have their own threads of cruel reminders. Pardon me. I believe that's enough of personal stories, Dante. Okay, who's using Broke Biddy's account? I want to say hi to whoever's using it right now. Your work is to manage your crew, not befriend this old guide. When I looked at his face again, that momentary hint of sadness had fleeted, replaced with a faint smile. I gave him a few nods, then turned around to check on the sinners. Our bus passengers have had lifted spirits for a while now. By the way, if you... if you distinctly do not have Biddy's permission to use that account, I will snitch on you. Okay, I see. Okay. VTube Studio, what are you doing? Okay, hang on. I don't know what VTube Studio is doing. Wait. What? Oh. 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 Well, give me a second. That means I have to change settings. Never mind, I can't change settings on this screen. Not the settings I want to... Hang on. I think I know what's happening. Huh. It's just... It's not rendering my face correctly. Because, it's getting covered up by the game. Okay, well, face is gonna be weird for a second while I read the rest of this game. Our bus passengers have had lifted spirits for a while now. It helped that they did what they were assembled for and secured a golden bow for the first time. All the sinners were busy talking about their exploits in J Corp's district. I'm just gonna... Hey, I need to change settings here. Because I realize what my computer's doing. I realize why VTube Studio is having trouble. I don't like it, but at the same time... Okay, change settings, graphics. It's time to save everything. I'm in the process. That is not the right settings. There we go. Now you're much smaller. But that gives me the ability to move this window over to a different screen entirely. And now if you notice, suddenly, haha! VTube Studio isn't throwing as much of a fuss. It's still throwing a little bit of a fuss, but it's not as much of a fuss because the window's not covered with the game. I had to make the game a little bit smaller and lower quality so I could fit it on a different screen. A lower quality screen, but at the same time, now it's working. Okay. Trying again. Haha. Wait. Trying again. Yay. It's still being a little weird. But yeah. I guess I'm just gonna call you Clown Mom. It feels a little rude to call you Broke. Unless if you tell me you want to be called Broke, in which case, haha! Okay. Try number 2. There we go. I give him a few nods and turn around to check on the sinners. Let's see. No, not quite there. There we go. Biddy is fine. Well, I'm Clown Mom, Goober Queen, as long as this isn't your IRL name. I do not know your IRL name, so I cannot call you that. I could call you Biddy Bug. I actually kind of like calling you Biddy Bug. If you don't like that, better tell me now or forever hold your peace. You should see me show that card right there. Seriously, that was a real highlight. I'm starting to get sick of hearing the same story for the 7th time in a row. So let me change the subject. Where are we going this time? 9 out of 10 don't respond to your IL name and your work wife will yell Biddy and you respond right away. Biddy Bug is so cute. Okay, Biddy Bug. This time, we're headed to K Corp's nest. So, I would try to think about what I would say for a quick recap on Limbus Company and the world and such, and I'll just say this. The world is a city made up of 26 districts, and each district has a nest run by one particular mega corporation. Usually in letter of the alphabet. So, K-Corp. The heart, the able set together make a heart. I love it. District 11, eh? Jobs taking me to all sorts of places I never thought I'd to visit. Tis home to another great individual, and you are certain to find a souvenir shop there. I've always yearned for a limited edition figurine set. You made one for Pixie so they match. Ah! Oh, that makes me so happy. Also for anyone in chat right now, you know, other than Roke Biddy because she already knows. The new gummy emote is made by Biddybug. So if you're there and you're still listening and you're still active in chat, haha, drop down gummy bears. Oh, did it also have a restaurant chain famous for its Hamburg steak? Thank you, Ryan. Life has gotten much easier these days, hasn't it? Back in my marching days, all I had was a pinch of salt in my mouth. I know, right? The only food I could swallow during my voyage was canned soup that tasted like iron. Can't wait to try the steak, right, Ryoshu? Well, imagination is the variances in blood color by Imagining the variances in blood color by region does make me salivate. Can't discuss anything with you. Hey, kiddo, what do you want to eat? He's not having a good time. Looking for someone to share tales with and have a sensible conversation, Rhodia naturally turned to Sinclair. However... Yeah, I don't need to read that one out loud. What? Gosh golly, what's wrong? You're gonna be lurking? Okay! Do good with your laundry, Biddybug. Get those clean clothes. Yeah! And thank you for just dropping by. He's turned pale. He's also suffering from hyperventilation and tremors. How long has he been like this? So much to do! Do the things! But don't push yourself too hard and please don't burn out. Having things not done is better than being... I was gonna say something. It's better to have things undone than to, like, completely burn yourself out. Ever since Mr. Vergilius mentioned K-Corp. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Because you did not order me to do so. Results stared at me like I was at fault for not doing the obvious. I just got an upset stomach. Sorry. If you couldn't tell, he's the focus of this particular chapter. Really sure you're okay? Now that I think about it, Faust, I'm noticing a trend where one of us has visceral reactions to the destinations that Vergilius reveals. Additionally, when we arrive, it turns out that the place does have a history with the person in question. Does that have something to do with the reason we joined the company? You just referred to the team as we. Huh? It's a part of my mission to detect the slightest of changes. As for your question, while I can't tell you the reasons for recruiting the sinners in detail, there'd be no point in denying that our destinations and the backgrounds of each sinner are indeed related to a degree. Do all epic snobs have some condition that makes them yap on and on about things that can be answered with a plain yes or no? Hysteron proteron isn't always correct. Faust simply adopts the most effective mode of communication for the given situation. Hystero what? It means that you're struggling to understand Faust because you're too uneducated, not that Faust is overeducated. Oh boy. Why, you? I don't need to read that one out. Just as Heathcliff approached Faust with his bat shaking in fury, Sinclair suddenly started throwing up on the floor. The bus finally quieted down after that. Sinclair doesn't have a good time. This is... I would remind people, for this chapter in particular, I have put warnings in the title, and I have pinned a chat message by me that gives more warnings. And to be honest, it's kind of funny. For the reveal trailer of Limbus Company, at the very beginning, they have like a massive wall of text about like, here are all the content warnings that could be given to our world. And it's like, at the very bottom, they're like, we don't agree with these. But we put them in our world. Just one part of it that just sticks out to me is like funny and also like, in the reveal trailer, they put in mention of clowns. And I'm like, haven't seen that yet. But at the same time, that's a weird content warning in my book. Okay, so now we have our newly level 20 entirely across the board team. I expect the struggle. I expect the Limbus is going to become the struggle bus for a little bit here. I'm just looking at it, trying to figure out who do I want to be on my team. I gotta stick with this for now. I'm not gonna switch out constantly to try to level up anymore. I'll just use EXP tickets when it's necessary, because past this point, things get... things. Oh, absolute resonance though, that's good. Lots more damage! Yay! Poke, 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 poke! Also, it should be said that, like, after this chapter, they took a little break just to be like, okay, here's some, like, more funny bits, and here's some more comedic stuff to do. Well, everyone's depressurizing from that.
더 좋은 장비를 달아야겠어요.
Did I do this? I did not do the story. Shortly after the situation with Sinclair was dealt with. By the way, you meant the back streets of District 11 when you said K-Corp's nest, yeah? I missed pointing it out earlier since everyone got a bit excited there. I rarely misspeak, if ever. I know what I said, Gregor. K-Corp's nest is where we're going. Huh. Alright. But if we're entering a nest... Indeed. There's the immigration process. This is oddly pertinent. I suppose I'll bring it up now. I have been debating, actually, trying to do a fundraiser stream or subathon for my own channel because I'm gonna be moving to Canada and I want to make sure that, like, I have friends who have helped raise money for me to be able to afford all the actual moving process. I want to be able to fundraise to make sure I handle, like, you know, my debts that are outstanding, like purchasing a phone plan over there, making sure I can get internet, like all the small details that aren't strictly necessary for moving, but still very important. So, yeah. Would people be willing to contribute to that, to, like, help? I've had friends who are just amazing and wonderful who are helping, and one of my friends who are helping is actually doing a subathon of his own right now. I'm also dropping Discord because I already did ask people on my Discord. So I'm just like, So you wish you could help more, but life being chaos can't help much other than spread the word. That is wonderful, Betty. I just wanted to gauge, like, if people would be okay with, like, me doing a fundraiser and if other people would like to contribute and that kind of stuff, because it's not... I have friends who are helping me save a lot of money for this right now. It's not saving the world. It's not, like, raising money for, like, people who are struggling with food. It's just me. I guess I'm not 100% certain if, like, beyond, like, actually the saving up to move part, anybody cares. Anyways. I don't have a K-Corp visa. You ain't about to tell me everyone else got one, right? I am valid, and I am in a situation that needs get better. Thank you. Sometimes it amazes me how kind people can get. Sometimes it amazes me that people are willing to be kind when it comes to me. I hope I deserve it. What? Why are you looking at me? The solution is simple. C.I. Think you're very clear about what it's for, as you have been. It's totally fine. Okay. Besides which, I have a couple of ideas for what I do. It'd be like, I'd be doing the Switch game stuff, but it'd be like, you can choose to bypass everything. Just to be like, okay, $5 or like 500 bits, switch game immediately. I do not get to refuse. If I don't own the game, then you have to actually donate the money plus $5 for me to get the game, but yeah. The only person who doesn't deserve words! The only person who doesn't deserve kindness is someone who kicks puppies. Yeah, they. If you kick puppies, you don't deserve kindness. Huh. That feels really weird to say. Cause now that I think about it, my dad did on purpose. Frequently when I was a kid. Okay, sadness over. And keep on DER till we've breached the defense. In short, CIDER. Whatever that eccentric abbreviation means for Ryoshu, the sinners have learned to stop questioning it. A company as big as ours might get a free pass. Not to mention, breaking through using the method dear Ryoshu suggested will take ages. How badly must you underestimate a nest actively governed by a wing to say that? Right, yeah. In this city, I will say as like a little bit of extra world building is that you do not want to mess with one of the megacorps. The reason they're megacorps is because they have insane technology. And usually they outfit their employees very well to defend everything about what they control. You do not want to mess with them. Oh, I see. No one's going to take into account how much I'll suffer for that cider, huh? Sadly, none of our sinners bother to respond to me in any capacity. As Ishmael said, we'll pass the immigration without needing a visa. Limbus Company has backing from the shareholders of a wide array of fields. Oh, do you happen to know the shareholder of H Corp then? They once personally visited our home because my younger sibling insisted upon having a red passport as a kid. Freaking rich kid. Couldn't say. I'm merely a humble guide who wouldn't be in the position to know such a thing. Otherwise, the question doesn't seem like one that's really worth answering. How harsh. That leaves the route to the checkpoint as our concern. Thorough inspection means that there are plenty of people looking for an easy way in, including those who take the pass by force. I hear several interlopers surrounding the bus. Well, half bus, will battle. Okay, of course, I forgot to do the pre-battle before the battle. Post-battle time. I'll do the right order next time. Cock-a-hoop, Charon's cock-a-hoop parking. Alright, off the bus. Time to get inspected. And let me add this just in case you're feeling inclined to your usual antics. Don't go around making a scene expecting things to go your way. Because that will not be how it works in this particular place. I thought his words were pretty intimidating, but despite the worries, we welcome all visitors to K-Corp's nest. Words. I just said a bunch of words. Please form an orderly line as you enter and stand where the instructions indicate. The menacing and interrogative atmosphere could subdue the temper of any first-time visitors, and the sinners were no exception. I could occasionally hear Sinclair sniffling, followed by Rhodia and Gregor calming him. Any of my questions why were met with heads shaken sideways. Look here. How nice it is to see you all stay in line and behave, like a brood of chicks on an outing. Wait, why are you out here? What made you follow us outside the bus this time? Noticing my flustered reaction at the unexpected company, Vergilius opened his mouth. Because this is a nest, Dante. If one of you were to get into unexpected trouble here, well, Dante, the responsibility will be a bit too heavy for you to bear alone. When Vergilius puts it like that, it sounded as if he were saying, you're not reliable enough to be sent without supervision. No, he's not. He's not. You don't mess with nests. You don't mess with companies. They're terrifying. But I knew it'd be wise to keep this to myself. Nests are terrifying. Like the megacorps. This is a dystopia for a reason. I love the world building here. The line's moving quickly. It'll be our turn in about 10 minutes at most. Will all 13 of us need to answer immigration questions? They won't be able to understand Manager Dante's, so what should we do? Ishmael seemed to have a habit of speaking quickly and being more inquisitive when she got anxious. I was just about to get to that. Listen up. The K-Corp official will only ask very simple questions to the passengers in this line. And your answer will be similarly concise. When the border official asks about the nature of your visit, say, I'm here for business on the behalf of Limbus Company. Please refer to my work visa. Remember this exact phrase, so that you can recite it word for word. I'll take care of the rest, so you just have to prove that you aren't here to cause trouble. If even memorizing that is too much of a burden for you, I suggest that you keep your mouth shut. You can present your employee card instead. Keep quiet and don't cause trouble. Easiest tasks in the world. I sneakily mumbled a sarcastic remark. I was worried that Faust might rat me out, but thankfully, Vergilius was idly staring off into space, sparing me from his scathing commentary. Now, next up. If you have a question, make sure to first ask yourself if it's actually meaningful. Then quietly raise your hand. Several hands were lifted, including mine. Rodion. Since this trip is for business, we can carry weapons, yeah? Correct. Next. Then, Greg's creepy arm and Dante's Chi-Chi clockhead are getting worse. That should be the case. For your reference, our manager's head counts as a prosthetic rather than a weapon, which means it'd be approved even if what we had were a tourist visa. Powers to revive notwithstanding. Ishmael took the role of the model student and answered in Vergilius' stead. It feels like something changed about Ishmael's attitude since the casino job. She seems to have decided to take matters into her own hands after I betrayed her expectations of my capabilities as a leader. Your chapter isn't for a little bit. It's not much of a surprise based on the splash screen everyone saw at the beginning of the stream. The most recent chapter is hers, and that's a little off. Precisely. Gregor and I put our hands down at the same time. And Ryoshu, put out your cigarette before you speak. I didn't raise my hand. Vergilius was doing his best to ignore Don Quixote's arms stretched skyward. But he finally caved and gave the woman with an adamantly raised hand the chance to speak. Fine. Don Quixote. What is it? For what purpose doth that barrier of glass serve? Following Don Quixote's finger, our attention was drawn to the glass wall stood in the middle of the building. On the other side of that clear dividing wall... scathing social commentary on so many things. Were countless people waiting in line. That line slowed to a crawl. People are sat on the floor waiting for it to move. You don't want to mess with nests. You don't want to mess with the megacorps. But the nests are the safest places to be. In a lot of ways. Looks like they've been there for quite some time. There are many armed guards as well. 3 times as many compared to this side. Most of the glass walls you find inside buildings are there for safety reasons. Well, simply put, that line's for backstreets folks. Each nest handles immigration differently, but whatever it may be, it's super duper hard to get into another nest without a proper visa. Why do you think those bullies jumped on us on the way to the checkpoint? They wanted our visa so they could enter the nest. A problem we are not in our power to resolve. However, that answer didn't satisfy Don Quixote. Whether it was the fault of the gloomy yet oppressive atmosphere of the area beyond the wall, or the disturbances happening in there, I couldn't say. Manager, it's our turn now. Huh, right. Our line moved at such a quick pace, we barely had time to chat before it was our turn to answer the officials' questions. What? Ah! I nearly stumbled several times there. Remember, when you're asked about the purpose of your visit, remind me one more time and I'll show SANGRIA to you and the official or whatever. Despite Ishmael's worries, our inspection was smooth sailing. Please state your affiliation and purpose of visit. I've come from Limbus Company on business. Here's my employee card. All checked out. Next. From Limbus Company, business reasons. Take a look at my card and all that. All checked out. Next. After our first dinner proved who we work for, it was a breeze for the rest of us. The official asked the same question in the same dry tone, took a cursory glance at our faces and employee cards, though based on their speed, it seemed more like a customary gesture rather than an actual look over, then let each dinner pass. Something's amiss over there. The glass wall standing between us and them was thick enough to block out sound. It was hard for us to tell what was going on through the wall. However, I could see what was happening unambiguously. Someone with cuffed hands was being dragged away by security. Commentary on everything. Ugh! Rigging! After the intense commentary of the cars piled up because they were abandoned by owners before heading into a casino, now we're getting immigration. And a small child was crying next to them, clearly scared and confused. We shouldn't bother. I don't know what happened, but I guess someone broke a taboo. Yeah, sure. Those impoverished vandals and their audacity to break the taboo of not stuffing enough cash in the right people's pockets. Am I right? Are you mocking me right now? Huh. What? I thought you didn't care. Guess someone's knickers are in a twist. While I was distracted by Heathcliff loudly celebrating his first celebrate night. Our usual suspects praying forth at our least expected moment yet again. Please state your affiliation and purpose of visit. I am come to liberate the weak and powerless. Dawn. An emotion is expressed for the first time on the checkpoint official's face. Flabbergastation. They looked up at Don Quixote with a face screaming that it was flabbergasted. Release them at once! Can you not see that they are suffering? Don is right. But please state your affiliation and purpose of visit. The official ignored her demand and parroted the same question. All the while, Don Quixote was getting more upset by the minute. And then, in looking through the transparent wall again, I saw the desperate child mouth a scream at the man dragged away in handcuffs. If you are unwilling to take action, then I shall myself. There's something I want to say about this. Don Quixote is right in that this, what's happening, is horrifying. In fact, Limbus Company is showing it as it's a horrifying thing that's happening and something that shouldn't. But it's framing Don's actions here as wrong. And I'm going to say for one very good reason. She just put everyone here in danger. You can't help people if you're going to endanger them further and make everything worse. So, like, how do you think this is gonna help Dawn? Slam a spear and slam a lance into a glass window next to a child's head. Code purple. Code purple. Violation of taboo K185 on site. Requesting thrombocyte units. Repeat, requesting thrombocyte. Faring away from inquiry like a broken record, the official spoke an intimidating immune response to the radio. Attention all personnel! Code purple! Code purple! Circulation hall 2! Inspection booth 14! Thrombocyte! Leukocyte! Blaring sirens accompanied the perplexing announcement, all the while thick metal gates shut around us. Should have smashed her skull in and carried her in a body sack. I doubt that would have made much of a difference. Thrombo, leuko. I believe they refer to platelets and white blood cells, respectively. It must be them. Fitting for K-Corp, I'd say. Looking in the direction Faust indicated, we all saw what she meant. Security forces wearing menacing uniforms were staring at us. You have to be careful about how you help people. Because... I do want to say this. In my opinion, the best kind of reform is one that looks at people and says, we need to make sure people get through this okay. The worst ones are the kind that some people constantly try to scream out about like, yes, we need to change the system right now. And then they're like, screw those who are gonna be trampled under feet of our revolution. Yeah. Dawn saw an injustice. She wanted to correct it. The action she took endangers everyone there. And doesn't actually change anything. Yeah. I've gotten used to this sort of situation, but it looks pretty serious. Indeed, we violated a taboo of the wing after all. It's not like anyone was hurt. Can't we just talk this through? Faust looks straight into my face. For Faust to face someone directly when she usually stares into empty space as she speaks can only indicate one thing. I must have said something incredibly frustrating. No matter the wing, infringement of a taboo means... A loud explosion left Don Quixote dismembered where she stood. That lethal measures can be taken against the violator without warning. It looks like border control isn't willing to forgive us until they dismember the rest of the sinners. Armed security staff was surrounding us on all sides. You never cease to surprise me. Yep. And there's the red case. You managed to wring out the last drop of expectation I had left for you. I'm keeping out. Pin the whole thing on her. Or take responsibility. Or whatever. I thought you accompanied us to handle situations that our manager can't alone. I came with you to take care of inevitable problems, not have a pissing session in the wind. Vergilius casually pushed his way through the line of armed guards and leaned against a wall. He then crossed his arms as if to further drive home that he'll remain a spectator. Yeah, that's not how you help people, Dawn. There are ways to help. There are ways to legitimately help others. And it's worth it to learn them. Learn those ways. And it's worth it to try. Did I talk about this earlier? I might not have, but you can see, like, the game calculates the odds that you're going to win a clash with an enemy, right? And so it goes from neutral, which is roughly 50-50, to favored, which is like, it's in your favor, obviously, to overwhelming, which means you're like 90% higher to win, I think. Yeah, neutral, favored. And then you have struggling, where the chances are against you. Gonna go for neutral here because I don't want to struggle. And the last one is hopeless, where I'm like, I don't know the exact percentage it calculates for hopeless, but you're probably gonna lose if it says hopeless. There's one exception, which I've talked about, where the coins, instead of being plus, are minus. This game doesn't seem to handle the calculations correctly with minus coins, because sometimes you'll get a struggling on like a minus coin clash and you win 70% of the time. It doesn't make sense. Aside from that case, it's actually it's a pretty good metric to judge it off of. Ooh. Oh, struggling on two of them. Ooh. Can still win them. Also, you can tell which clashes are happening based on like this bottom row. It'll light up when it's like happening at that moment. And if it doesn't gray out by the end of the battle, you know that it lost. So we did lose that struggling, which, unfortunate. Let's see, can I do it? Ah, dang it. Absolute Resonance can, like, push odds in your favor a little bit, but here it's not enough to break out of the struggling. This is the chapter where this starts to matter a lot. Like in chapter 1 and chapter 2, it's fine. You could basically just function without like knowing a lot of the stuff. At this point, you're gonna care, cause you kind of have to a little bit. I'm gonna pull defense on you for that one. Just guard it.
갑니다.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
한 잔. 아니, 한 방 먹혔지? 한 잔. 아니, 한 방 먹혔지? 자, 기절은
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
Let's see, we should be good to go straight for from here. Yeah, I'm just gonna go straight.
제압 실시.
The only time you're gonna hear me say that, because I am not straight. I am very gay. Even my hair, IRL, can't be straight.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
The second I started growing it out, it was just like curls. Okay, let's see. No, it's not. It might be worth it for at least some of the resonance there. Absolute resonance does not increase those odds from struggling. So yeah,
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어. 기절했나?
할만하네.
So yeah, there's a very good reason I did spend like the beginning just upgrading everyone to like level 20 across the board, because my gosh, it's important. Also, these enemies heal, so it can get, if you're not careful about clashes, you can get in a lot of trouble very easily.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 귀찮게 끌지 말지. 어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네.
해결한 김에 요정주. 아, 또 헛소리를. 돌아가죠.
Post battle. Really just gonna watch from there?
그렇게 쳐다봐도 소용없어.
You won't sway me with that look, manager.
아무도 귀담아 듣지
I'm nothing more than a guide that none pay heed to. It would be impertinent of me to brandish my weapon. Legit, this guy could like fix this whole situation and go, he's a color fixer, you don't mess with those, but this is the wing. Well, to meddle one final time. K-Corp's singularity takes the form of healing bullets that restore most wounds in the blink of an eye. Yay! Singularities. They're very easy to explain. They're the Megacorp's singularity is basically the technology they have a monopoly on. It's extremely powerful. Like instant healing bullets. I suppose it could be compared to that ability of yours. Hey, wait! Completely ignoring my feeble plea, not that they could hear it, K-Corp security guards closed in on us. Laundry's winning! Laundry's winning?! Oh no! Ah! Save your laundry, Bitty Bug! Save your laundry! Don't let your laundry win. We know it's not good for the laundry. Everyone! Like, I don't know, whoever's still active in chat right now. Cheer Bitty Bug on! She will get her laundry done. Don't have a dryer, so you have to hang dry it, and it is raining. Oh no! Oof! That's not a fun. Oh! All the hugs to you. Raining in raining in Cali. This is like unheard of. That doesn't sound great. It does not. On a slightly related note, I'm thinking that the gummy emo is just gonna be like what I get a call for when I'm like, hugs, hugs, do the hugs, give all the gummies. I don't know, does that make sense? Ooh.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Let's see. Do I want the resonance or do I want... Oh, it's favored. I should be fine. Wait. Protection requests. I want to see what that effect is, because all the identities have a combat passive and a, like... a basically like back row passive. Faust's back row passive right now is at the start of the combat phase, apply 2 defense level up to the ally with the lowest HP. Ah! That's somewhat useful.
갑니다.
You need to redo the gummy, words! Redo Biddy. Biddy gummy. My brain did not quite register that, and I was like, Biddy bummy. Diving back into the laundry. Yay! You can do it. I believe in you. Ah! Struggling. Don't want it. I don't want struggling. Oh, come on. Thank you.
기절했나?
Ah, look at that absolute resonance line. 2 of them! Yeah! We have a lot of wrath in this team.
실시.
The team I have for all my streams is angry. They're angry.
유효타 좋아. 계속 시작.
수에서 쓰러지는 건
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
We should be good.
제압 실시.
There we go. I got the stagger. Yay! Yeah, we should be good.
수에서 쓰러지는 건
And if any chapter is gonna have the first loss on stream, it's going to be this one.
해결한 김에 요정주. 아, 또 헛소리를.
This chapter gets crazy the farther on it goes. Yeah, do you have a... No, you don't. You don't have story. Okay. HP bullets. Just... Oh, it's just a post-battle for you. Ah, thank you for having just a post-battle. Ah, I can just play it.
팔 배터리 교체 했었나?
Also, yeah, energy costs become higher chapter 3 onwards, so I'm gonna be, like,
내가 응원하는 게
refilling them with some accumulated boxes.
갑니다. 효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
적확한 한압이었어.
Okay, we had 1 loss in the clash there. Ah! I'm excited to get to the end of this chapter because at the end I did kind of say a little bit about that in the Discord and like how, like, I'm not gonna be re-uploading the end parts, so yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like all the clashes won. Yay!
이런 상황에서도
Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
Lots of Angie. I'm just singing along with the background music.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
I hope that's alright because it's like there's a slight delay between hearing me and hearing the game, and so it's like I sound a little bit off. Which is really funny when I'm playing a rhythm game. So, one of the things I was thinking about doing for like
사냥이 성공적이었는데
fundraiser or subathon,
이 흐름대로
I've
사냥을 끝내러 가보자.
I've floated some ideas in the past on stream, such as an idea of like, if I were to try to do a 24-hour stream deal, I wouldn't interrupt my regular sleeping hours, and I wouldn't stream me sleeping. What I would do is I would be like, okay, here's a game. Here's like a more limited guided input time. Try to beat the game. And like, if people were able to beat the game by the end of the subathon, it'd be like, you know, you get to do a thing, right?
갑니다.
Hi, Kaneko. Ah! Noises.
위협 대상 제거.
And another thing I was thinking is like, I don't know, one of my favorite YouTube series that someone else does is a Shadow. Well, one of my favorite streams that I've heard of other people doing is like a Shadow the Hedgehog chat decides where to go. Where it's like with each donation is like a vote in one direction of like, go evil, go good, go neutral, that kind of thing. Yeah, I've thought about doing my own take on that. Kaneko, what are you writing about? What's happening?
보람이 있네.
Kaneko, what's happening?
어려울 것도 없었어.
Did you not hear the kaboom?
어제 톱날을 열심히 손본
Kaneko, why? You're just going, and I'm like, why? What is this about?
침착하게만 해나간다면 이 정도 의뢰는 완벽하게 해결해 보일 수 있어.
You heard it. Okay. What is Kaneko about? Ah! Oh, frick, I squawked. Ah! K-Corp Singularity. HP bullets. Any would-be fatal injuries we managed to inflict were healed away with a single shot of those regenerative rounds. It was only a matter of time before the thread by which Heathcliff's patience was hung snapped. I can't take it anymore! This has got to be the most pointless fight in the world! Can't you see?
말했잖아요. 날개와 엮인
I told you. Entering into conflict with the wing is an exercise in futility. It's time to save everything. There's no saving this, Nightbot.
이렇게 실시간으로 허무해지는 전투일 줄은
Just didn't know the futility would hit us right away.
잘라내면 잘라내는 대로
The flush regoes as soon as it's removed.
전투를 제대로 지속하게
It is difficult to continue on with combat. Really,
어떤 예술도 있는 거고.
art can be rubbish like this, huh? Ryoshi made the most pained expression I've seen from her, begrudgingly swinging her sheath around. Cuts and slashes will mend before even a drop of blood can spill from them. There couldn't be a worse battle for Ryoshi to fight. Isn't there anything we can do?
HP. 헬라포이스.
HP, or helipoiesis. Oh, I said that! Is a bioengineered technology that allows for the continuous repair of damaged or lost cells.
한번 투약받아도
One dose already lasts considerably long,
안에서 보급을
so imagine what that means for those in the nest to receive constant supplies.
전투로는 이길
To put it simply,
수도 있겠네요.
you can't reasonably defeat them in combat. Even Faust was shaking your head in despondency, but then... I suppose I should probably say this. The last few battles we fought, it's insinuating they were all the same people. the same like 5 or 6 soldiers over and over again. In the height of chaos, I have arrived at last! A peal of overwhelmingly energetic laughter rang through the air. Yeah. This next start, it's just a story. A man approached from outside with tremendous speed. This exceedingly jovial and uncomfortably energetic fellow is Siegfried. A figure approached us with terrifying force, reminiscent of a frenzied beast. Hey, what the? Was that thing running at us? ETA is 3 seconds. Manager, your judgment? I don't know. I'm not sure what to... Vergilius was the only one who showed no surprise. To be more clear, he was more displeased than unsurprised at this apparently expected arrival. Oh, there you are, K-Corp's superstar. A jovial-looking man appeared amidst the chaos with an obnoxious laugh. I'm gonna be 100% honest. My mood has died. It has died! Hi, Wesley. It has died! The tiny death! It has died many deaths! Plus it closes and reopens itself at will. It has died so many deaths! Ah! Oh, that's probably what the sinners are telling themselves right now. Oh, I just look over, my viewer count dropped. Ah! Wait. No, Rackley just jumped in. Why'd it go down? Weird. Greetings, one and all. You are free to share stories of the heroic feats you are to witness here. But photographs and more will require permission from K-Corp. Hiya. Hi. Hey, Rackley, remember when we were playing Sanabi and I said, like, hey, don't trust superheroes in a dystopic setting? You barely trust a viewer account. Fair. Well, this is a dystopic setting. Here's the superhero. Like, pretty much with this one line saying exactly why you don't trust superheroes in... What? Sure. Yeah. I'm looking over at the viewer account and I'm like... I think Bitty Bug is still, like, lurking, and I think Ryan is still here, and you just dropped in, so that counts as 3. And Twitch is trying to sell me on the number 2. Which doesn't quite make sense. And Kaneko's here, too. That makes 4. Kaneko, what are you writing about? Ah! You don't trust anyone whose bulge you can see on... Oh, right, yeah, yeah. Alas, I must attend a magazine interview in half an hour, so I cannot overlinger. I pray you to understand. Swogie Star, Dante, how's your gotcha rolls, Dante? We're trying not to focus on the gotcha things here because it's like, the story's intense. Does Kaneko even need a reason? Writing, no reason. There we go. Also, hello, welcome to the stream. First time chatter, hi. I try to see if that's an O or an A. Swogie Star. Haha. Alas, I must attend a magazine interview in half an hour, so I cannot overlinger. I pray you to understand. Was wondering when you'd come. I heard you became a wagey serving a wing, Siegfried. ha ha ha! I see your tongue is as sharp as ever, dear fellow! A different way for superheroes to go into dystopic settings is blatantly commercialized. I rushed here at once in response to Code Purple, and methinks your friends were the perpetrators. You like his canto, best girls in it? Siegfried's? You give up the laundry wins. No! Everyone give Broke Biddy hugs, all the gummies, all the fruit gummies to Broke Biddy. Oh. Biddy Bug deserves better. Oh. Not exactly friends. I hope you understand that I have nothing to do with the commotion. In that case... Yep. I'm counting on you to give them a spicy lesson. What are you two muttering about? Don't bode well. Agreed. From under what stone did he come out? Well, it appears that some of you come from faraway lands. Right then, I shall grant you all the privilege of photography for the special occasion. Fraud Killius. He treats us like worshippers on the streets. How dare you? I don't need to read that out. The voice actor did a perfectly good job regardless of language. Don Quixote, what's wrong? The man, him, the man himself! We're in a hurry. So get this done within 1 minute if possible. And keep that clockhead out of this. A prosthetic, is it? Right then, make it 50 seconds. Both a skilled fighter and talented performer, I could only watch in awe as he proved himself to be nothing short of a hero. Now, look here once more. I'm sure our fans will love it. The dude is taking pictures of this battle, probably for whatever version of Instagram he has. I wouldn't be surprising if this was the live stream. This fighter is too damn strong. What did you do just now? Ha 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 ha! Well, isn't that cute? One after another, he made short work of the sinners. Vergilius watched the carnage with a pleased expression, as everyone in the background is running away. About time they learned what happens if they kick up a ruckus in a nest, thinking they can get away with it. Dante, you may not remember it at the moment, but at one point he used to be something of a bigwig, so to speak. I was? I just couldn't picture it. Right now, I'm just a powerless leader who fumbles in any emergency, constantly being chewed up, spat out, and ignored in the trash by my sinners. Nah, not live. It might need to be edited before release. True! True, you're right. They need to protect the public image of the mega corporation sponsored superhero. They've even started treating me as the team's field medic, to think that this miserable manager used to be the respected leader of many sometimes in the past. I felt a genuine desire to ask Faust for another way to recover my memories. However, your memory loss does not wholly excuse all the faults in your performance as the manager. I'm certain you understand what I mean. They need to change blood into rainbow candies. Yes, indeed. Gotta protect the image of, like, yeah. For the kitties. For the kitties! Still can't hear Don Quixote without getting disoriented with the fact you didn't actually Donkey Kong. What? I didn't actually Donkey Kong as your brain anticipated. Okay. I'm not wholly sure what that means. Sorry. Say Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong! Word went missing. Donkey Kong! Mobile sucks. Donkey Kong! Donkey Kong! Hang on. As Donkey Kong. Oh, Donkey. Ah! Okay, I understand what you mean. I understand what you mean. I tried to say Don Quixote, and then my brain was a Kong. And I'm like, no, no. What have you done to me, Walkerly? No. I thought of the staff at the K-Corp checkpoint. They showed no pity for the family they were about to tear apart, treating it all as nothing more than part of the due procedure. Yeah, Swoggy Star. I have put content warnings in the title and more content warnings in a pinned message in chat. I hope everyone can see that pinned message in chat because I did get a little carried away, but yeah, it's heavy. I want to impart that this is a very heavy chapter in a slightly silly fashion, but still it's heavy. Although Don Quixote got us into trouble when she sprang forth to rectify injustice, what redeem makes you say Donkey Kong instead of Don Quixote? I wait for a subathon suggested as a goal, I guess. Like, I think I'm gonna end up doing subathon or at least fundraiser with like some ideas I have. And hopefully be able to earn money so that I can move to Canada successfully and not lose access to internet with phone or like go there with a credit card debt trying to hold me back in America. My friends have helped me save up the money to be able to, like, you know, actually get to Canada and move all my stuff. Now I'm trying to build up the stuff for all this stuff. Anybody who says Don Quixote but say Donkey Kong instead? Oh no, you used the Kobo. Okay, this is gonna get funny. We still need to save the dude in Aegis Defenders. I just know it would have haunted my sleep for days if we turned a blind eye. Dante agrees. Like, what was happening here was horrifying. Donkey Kong did the wrong thing, but she had the right idea that something needed to be done. Just she endangered everybody with her chosen action. And seeing Heathcliff tighten the grip on his weapon to veins as he witnessed the disturbance, if not Don Quixote, I feel at least one of us would have intervened. Truth be told, I didn't do everything in my power to keep... My apologies. Truth be told, I didn't do everything in my power to keep Donkey Kong down! That's not, Kobo. Kobo! I am Kobo! No, Regalius isn't necessarily wrong when he says he blames Francis for me for causing this! Paying off in spades. Oh. Taking back my head might not be for the best after all, Regalius. Oh dear. I've got to tell them to put a microphone next time. I'll take it that you've gotten my point. Hurrah! 46.5 seconds. Another day, another heroic tale of justice written. Ah, looks like the curtains have closed. Time to rewind, Dante. Paying off in spades, paying off in spades. I'll do, let's say, 3 more voice lines where someone says Don Quixote. And then, yeah. After a chaotic encounter with Siegfried, we meet with a couple of familiar faces at the exit. I like the before team. They're nice. After 12 worlds of agony, the sinners were all back in one piece. The massacre must have been humbling because it feels rather strange seeing them this quiet. How's life been, Red Gaze? We've rarely had a chance to meet in recent times. Haven't shown up to the League of Excellent Nest-Dwelling Fixers lately, either. I don't remember if this guy is a color fixer or just a first rank. Were you unable to read the dozens of invitations I sent you? Change the dresses, and I don't have the time to lick top brass boots like you're doing. Vergilius doesn't like the mega corporations, which 100% fair. I don't know what happened between these two, but Vergilius is a bit hostile here, right? The difference in disposition between them is rather clear, isn't it, Dante? In what ways? Simply put, Mr. Siegfried can be described as a pro-wing fixer based on the views he's expressed. On the other hand, our guide Vergilius sought independence as a fixer. So, it's the difference between a corporate VTuber and an indie VTuber. And in addition to that, it's probably also the case that like a lot of independent fixers want to become like nest fixers, with some who don't. He believed that a fixer loses sight of their core principles the moment they become subordinate to an influential entity. This can also be said about like so many different so many different occupations. It's commentary within commentary within commentary. Like, oh my gosh. Someone analyzed this for like literature studies or something. It's good. He is someone who is strict towards those with power, after all. While speaking with Faust, I saw... While speaking with Faust, Kobo saw Donkey Kong quake and approach Siegfried with shaky hands. She must have been honored to see him, even after being mincemeat by his hands mere moments ago. A fan? Kobo has collected figurines sculpted after you, though Kobo has yet to get Kobo's hands on limited editions. Kobo set heart on becoming a magnificent fixer such as you. Corporal surgeons versus indie surgeons. You wouldn't feel safe with either. Yeah, that's true. But, for example, I am a freelance video editor. That technically makes me an independent video editor, and there are many corporate video editors. An aspiring fixer. I have little time to spare, but more than enough for an autograph. Is that true? Then would you sign an autograph here? Okay, and that's it for the Kobo voice. Slow breaths. Okay, fine, one more. Slow press, Donkey Kong!
안내합니다.
And now we're done.
상황 종료. 코드 퍼플.
Attention.
종료.
Code purple, dismissed. Code purple, dismissed. All codes cleared.
이런 성공적으로
Huzzah! That's a job done well.
그럼 또 어디서
Now then,
보도록
until we meet. Leaping with tremendous force, Siegfried vanished into the air. Siegfried might be a color fixer. Although there was a small delay, we did get the travel permit in the end. Dang it, Spooky Star, since you're here and you appear to know this game, is Siegfried a first rank fixer or a color fixer? Getting your money's worth of all. Vergilius returned to the bus in the meantime, or perhaps he only got off knowing that we'd run into that Siegfried. He looked rather upset as he walked away, but no one seemed to care that much. I don't need to read that out. The voice actors in this game are amazing. Clueless to the surrounding frigidness, Don Quixote was happy as a clam, caressing the sheet of paper autographed by Siegfried. Also, that's the other thing! That's the other thing! My gosh. Like, she is all service level. There was nothing in Dawn that would have actually made any change. She saw what she perceived as an injustice. She took inappropriate action to right it, instead endangering everyone around. And then right after getting beat up about it, she's just like, haha, I got to meet my superhero. And it's like, ah. This is why you go with indie VTuber, kids. A corpo would have stopped that too and quoted terms and conditions. I've actually heard that a lot of corporate VTubers are given free reign. But, I know I don't update it. Like, I'm still working on it, and I'm going to record all of it before I head off to Canada, but I still make Broken Realities, and I very much doubt I would get as much creative freedom on Broken Realities as I have enjoyed if I were corporate. I like not having to get approval for it.
꿈을 꾸고 있는 것은 아닌지 모르겠어.
I must be caught in a dream. Manager Esquire, will you pinch my cheek just once? No. Just as I was about to give the blissful Don Quixote a word while we walked out of the border checkpoints, an armored vehicle stopped before us.
새로운 적인가?
A newfound foe,
둥지 검문소
bold of them to challenge us right in front of a next checkpoint.
이 차는 LC
This vehicle is from
청소부
LCC, the clearance department. Right. Okay. Sorry, I was just trying to rack my head about like why is it LCCB and LCCA? What's the extra C for? Limbus Company Clearance before team, and then Limbus Company Clearance after team. We haven't met the after team, but indie VTuber pretending to be heavily corporate could be an interesting gimmick. That could be funny. Like an indie VTuber who's just like, oh, hang on, let me look at the terms and conditions. Oh, I can't say that. I can't say that. Oh, this joke is off limits right now. Oh, yeah, I have to make sure to give the slogan. Oh, a sponsorship. Make sure to buy Big Freddy's. Okay, sponsorship done. Like, that'd be actually really funny. Sure, it depends on the actual corporation, and hopefully the more controlling corps are the minority. Yes. But at the same time, corpo for a fake company. Let's go. Let's go. Oh my gosh. If anybody ever makes that like a VTuber personality, that'd be so funny. Someone who's just like aggressively corporate VTuber is indie. The entire thing would fall apart if they actually became a corporate VTuber, but The joke would be so hilarious. Following Faust's plain reply, the vehicle's doors opened.
왜 이렇게 오래 걸린 거야?
Ah, jeez. What took you so long? We had to cycle 3 laps waiting for it to be over. A couple familiar faces appeared out of the car. It's Effie and Sad! Yay! They're the Perform team we met in Chapter 2. Oh, give me a second. I need to close the door. I was keeping it open just in case like dogs needed to come in and actually go outside. But I don't see dog threats, so give me a second. You do that as an April Fool's bit. Yes, do it wackily. Okay, sorry, I just need to close the door because I was keeping it open just in case like dogs needed to go outside because I'm blocking the back door with where I'm recording and editing and such and, you know, streaming. But it's been a couple hours and they haven't needed to. Effie and Sod. Even though their outfits had changed, their faces were greased with just as much confidence and poise.
비포팀에서 온 건가?
Oh, people from the Before team, eh? Something about you looks different, I've got to say.
그건 카지노 잠입을 위한 위장복.
That was a disguise we had in order to infiltrate the casino. It was ultimately useless, though. Yeah.
그 심부를 찌르는
Still got that sharp tongue, too, huh? My chest ached a little at the thought of the harmonious cacophony that was our last operation. Sod, you said that hand on the clock trembling. You'll make them cry.
장난이랍니다.
I was just being playful. While you had much room for improvement in regard to skill, I made up my mind to admit that the LCB department has its own character. Limbus Company Bus Team. We are the bus team. In spite of the rough path we took, sounds like we did leave a positive impression on the two. Something else I want to talk about. Because we know there's a Limbus Company clearance after team. And we know there's a Limbus Company clearance before team. And for all intents and purposes, from what we see, this is a highly complicated operation focused around helping the bus team. So many people. Are you kidding me? I just checked if the dogs were wanting to go outside and then I hear scratching my door. Ah! Okay, but I'll let dogs out. I'll leave on this. People are like, surely the entire company can't be entirely focused on like helping one team that's barely scrapped together. What's happening here? Kick. Doggo. Hi. Yeah, you wanna go outside? There you go. Ah. Okay. Dog has funny timing. In spite of the rough path we took, it sounds like we did leave a positive impression on the two.
비포팀들은 먼저 작전 현장에
The clown is unimpressed that her voice just left. Ah. Well, according to lore, I made this form and I occupy it. It is my body. According to lore. Also, according to lore, I did, like, make this form out of the imagination of viewers and also what remained of my previous body. So, the before team was supposed to be on site at this hour, wasn't it?
다른 대원들은 이미 도착해 있을 거야.
The others should be there already. We decided to wait for you because we had useful intel to share.
기다려주기로 했지.
My model had a hilarious expression during the time I was out of my chair. You know, eventually I'm gonna be like, hey, could somebody make an emo for me? And they're just gonna take like one of the random model expressions and be like, this! I'm kind of sad that I don't have a crying emote yet. But then again, Twitch did just dump like a ton of animated emotes on everybody, and now I have like 6 animated emote slots and none of them are filled, and I'm just like, I should be asking around and seeing like if I can commission people after I make it to Canada and handle everything else that's happening.
어떻든 거네.
In any case,
신경이 쓰였다는 거네.
you cared about us, right?
너 우리의 매력에
Do we have a couple of new fans knee deep in our charm? Something else I was thinking of like, for like potential subathon / fundraiser is that if like enough money is raised, I would use like part of the money to commission someone, but it'd have to be like an amount that's high enough that like the commission amount wouldn't put a dent in it. You notice that too, so I was figuring out what to do with your slots. I'm thinking I could ask someone for like, you know, crying, that kind of thing. Hugs. I don't know. I don't know what else. That's all I can think of off the top of my head. I usually, when I ask friends to do stuff, I just tell them, whatever you think I need.
왜 그런 거 있잖아.
You know, something like the sort of food that's cooked from ghastly ingredients, but the end result a pleasant surprise.
맞아.
Yep.
그런 게 많았지.
Had a lot of that on the battlefield. Miserable to swallow, but somehow memorable.
기억에 남는
두 분 다 어떤 음식을
What kind of food have you two been eating?
저 그런데 전달받을
By the way, what's the intel you're going to share with us?
목표 지점 말이야.
It's about our target location. It seems another faction has occupied the place already.
그래서 우리 쪽에서도 평소보다 많은 인원을 투입하고 있지.
We're putting in more manpower than usual as a result. Upset, confused, and enraged emote. Got it. Wait, what do you have that emote label? Because it's like the WTAF. Okay, I gotta take a closer look. Hang on, I monitor. My model's gonna go weird for a second. What? Okay. I bet they are yet another swarm of gadflies attacked by opportunity. As Aldous pointed out, we weren't new to encounters against groups of foes drawn near the Golden Bows. For our first mission, straggling soldiers left from G Corp took shelter in the abandoned facility. And on our second, a variety of gangs inhabited the casino. Unfortunately, our opponents this time won't be some crummy no-names like before. Oh, I forgot to mention because Rockly's here. This takes place long after the events of Lobotomy Corporation. So a lot of the facilities are just kind of like there. Like long after the events. It's like, yeah. We took a peek at the immigration inspection records and found out that N Corp dispatched a legion of employees a few weeks ago. Same destination as ours too.
인사에서요?
From N Corp? Though this wasn't an officially disclosed activity, seeing that K Corp has let them pass means they might have made a deal under the table.
즉
Which, if it's true that N-Corp has sent staff in advance, then the journey won't be a smooth one.
이거 자칫하다
I see.
여러 날개를
I'm worried we might make enemies of several wings as we go on.
장기적으로 봤을 때
In the long term, conflicts with wings will be an unavoidable step in the process.
하지만 N사에서 공식적인 파견을 공표한 게 아닌 걸 봐서는
Judging for the fact that N-Corp hasn't made this motion officially known, it could end as a simple conflict of interest.
어쩌면
Furthermore, we can't discount the possibility that it's not the Golden Bow they're after.
배제할 순 없어요.
어찌 됐든 여기
Doesn't change that we're convenient pawns for our higher-ups to throw around either way.
아, 맞아.
Oh, right. I heard some morons cause the scene at the K-Corp checkpoint. Did you guys see who they were? DM'd me a close-up. A close-up? Oh, the face. Hang on. Oh, that's it. That's your emote. Okay. Yeah, that's the general vibe. Okay.
소문이라는 건 참 빠르게 퍼지는
Rumor travels with such haste. 'Twas as though astride Rocinante. Don Quixote hung her head, possibly in embarrassment. Perhaps she's finally starting to learn that her reckless actions have repercussions. That, or I'm mistaken, and she's glad that more people know of what she's done.
아깝지 뭐예요.
A shame I missed it. That's not the kind of spectacle you see every day.
목숨이 여러 개 있는 게 아니에요.
Really, who in their right mind would mess with the wing at a border checkpoint unless they had lives to spare? People with lives to spare would do that.
설마.
Please, don't tell me.
자, 시간도 얼마 없고 하니.
Come on, we don't have much time, so we should get going. Oh dear. Mr. Vergilius is nowhere to be seen again.
그 양반
Oh, him?
버스로 돌아갔어?
He went back to the bus first.
아쉽네요. 이번
What a
사연은
pity.
얼굴
I didn't want to miss my chance to say hello.
다음에는 꼭 인사를 하고 말겠어.
We'll leave an impression on him next time. Mark my words. I'm planning to ask him if we can join the team in your stead. What? That's the reason you wanted to meet him?
그냥 농담은 아니랍니다.
That wasn't entirely a joke.
세상에서 다시 봐요.
See you at the site then.
너희가 무사히 도착할 수.
If you can get there in one piece, anyway. Okay, let's see. Was that a battle? Nope, that was just a story. I'm gonna go with one more story and then I'm gonna take a quick break because soon things you could tell things go red. It's not pleasant. Plus that could give me time for energy to recharge. Just I need to use the bathroom. A pouty Charon and the cold stare of Vergilius waited us on the bus. The air was heavy with a sense of oppression, leaving little room for light-hearted jokes. You're late. Charon counted to 100 and he still didn't come. Charon? She seemed to have a few more words ready to be flung in the icy tone, but Vergilius put her hand on her shoulder and gave her a glance. Yeah, she's upset with us too. Ferg, Charon will remember this. Sorry about that. I'll buy you something sweet later. Charon sat in the driver's seat without further complaint, and Vergilius slowly turned to us. If there was one thing the sinners and I were all good at, it'd be sensing imminent danger and making way. Dispersing from the group, we scuttled away into our seats, leaving only Don Quixote anxiously standing in the aisle of the bus. Oh boy. Let's hear your excuse, Don Quixote. I could not turn a blind eye to the weak being persecuted. No.
틀렸지.
Wrong. My vision couldn't follow what happened in that instant. I have nothing to blink, so it shouldn't have been possible for me to miss the moment, and yet... When I caught up with the situation, the first thing that came into my sight was Don Quixote brought to the ground, shoulder trampled under Vigilius' shoe. So, let me tell you something a little funny about this game. I've said a couple times now that there's not really a lot of like thirst traps in this game. They don't really focus on that. People focus on Vigilius as being the token thirst trap.
나는 변명을 하라고 했지.
I asked for an excuse,
하지 않았다.
not a justification of your views.
처음이 아니지, 돈 키호테.
This isn't the first time,
세 번이나
either,
비슷한
Don
일이
Quixote.
있었다.
You're responsible for 3 separate incidents already.
네 정신 나간 짓 때문에 세 번이나
Hi, Kaneko.
일이 어그러질
That's 3 separate times you've jeopardized their work with your deranged behavior.
어떻게 생각하지?
What do you think?
말해봐라.
Speak.
본인을 위해
While my own actions did inconvenience my colleagues. This is not pleasant. Don Quixote's pained groan grew louder, but no one stepped in. Of course, she was being punished for her own actions, but more than anything, it was evident that disrupting this wasn't going to make the situation better.
생각을 물었다고.
I was asking for your thoughts. Why do you not understand this? I was speaking only to be interrupted.
난 여기서
What you should have said to me at the get-go was an apology, Don Quixote.
붙일 거라면
Anything you'd add should be an elaboration on how you plan to improve your conduct. But unjust for demanding a specific answer out of me.
모르나.
Don't you know?
대부분
A company already has the correct answers for its employees. The questions are only asked to see if you can get it right. Ah! You can't go like 5 steps in this game without stumbling on more complete overall social commentary on everything. Project Moon shares like a philosophy I share a lot of, which is that capitalism sucks. And they directly like call out so many aspects of it that are just like, yeah, it sucks so much.
회사가 너 따위에
You're sorely mistaken if you believe the company is sincerely curious about your input.
회사가
If
그러면
If the company insists so, then I'm sick of this.
지치는군.
Also, his figure has been darkening so slightly so that you could only see the red gaze. Like, there's a reason this guy is a color fixer known as the Red Gaze. And it's terrifying. Vigilius kicked Don Quixote, tossing her to the floor. Yeah. Then, gripping her full by the collar,
잎사할 때를 기억하고 있겠지.
I'm sure you remember what went down when you joined.
그날의 거래를
I hope you haven't forgotten the deal we struck that day, Miss Don Quixote. Vigilius' eyes glistened with a much brighter hue of red than usual. Staring directly into them, Don Quixote soon gave back a nod without another word.
여기까지
That's all.
원래 위치로
Back to your seat. Watching someone who usually exuded pride and confidence quickly shift to such a discouraged, crestfallen state didn't exactly make for a pleasant sight. Though, a deal that got Don Quixote to go quiet simply by bringing it up, it makes me wonder what it was about.
다른 놈들도 마찬가지다.
The same goes for the rest of you.
회사는 자아 실현의
A company isn't a platform for fulfilling egocentric dreams or preaching big ideas.
취업 규칙을 위반하면서
If you would still go against the terms of your employment contract to act unprompted, consider the consequences before you do.
죽는 게 낫다고
You'll
생각하게
spend a
되지만
grueling period of being unable to escape,
프리랜서가
not
되고
through death,
싶었지만
nor through struggles at severance.
보내게 될 테니까 말이야.
아무래도 저 양반.
I guess getting help from that guy, who is that again? Mr.
씨한테 도움을 받은 게
Zach Reacher or something? Must have ruffled his feathers.
그 프리트님이요.
It's Lord Siegfried.
본격적으로 작전 시작도 안 했는데
Sheesh. The mission hasn't even started, and we already got a scolding.
했어야지.
Have some tact before you act, okay?
언젠가 이럴 날이 올 줄 알았어.
I knew this day would come sooner or later.
주의하죠.
We should all be careful from now on.
둘 다 왜 나를 야리냐?
Why are you two birds gawking at me? Looking to get stoned? Fine.
써, 알았다고.
I got it. I'm gonna go on break real quick. I think I'm gonna have happy, cheerful music because, we kind of need it. It also gives me some time for energy to recharge a little bit before continuing on because we are going to run out before the, chapter is over, and I am going to use some of my Enkephalin boxes to refill the energy. So I'm going to go on break. Everyone, quick! Make sure you use the bathroom, make sure you hydrate, make sure you eat, make sure you stretch, make sure you do all the things. The show will begin momentarily. See you in a little bit. Hi, Dust Shadow. Sorry, you have to endure my break. Oh. Nearly south of your... Oh my gosh, are you okay, Dust Shadow? Tripped over a random t-shirt that was there. Oof. Ah. Well, I hope you're okay. Doing good, but that hurt. Okay. Oh, also, Dash Shadow. Since you did join watching my streams on the Friday Night Funkin' streams, I think I might like hearing about this. I added a new redeem that uses the public imagination to make me play a quick Friday Night Funkin' song. I will choose a hard one to play through, and if I lose, you get to make fun of me. Whoever left that nearest staircase needs a beating. Yeah. Some people get lazy, and I don't blame them. It's just, you gotta be careful. You get to make fun of me if I lose. Although the last time I tried it, which was the first... Okay. There we go. Let's see, in which case... I'm gonna bring up a Friday Night Funkin' thing right now. It uses a public imagination pool, so the way you recharge that is either by observing and imagining, or by subscribing. Let's see, what's a good hard one I like? Hotline 24, that one has good ones. Wackily redeemed it. Okay. Let's see, just make sure it's grabbing the right audio. It's grabbing the right video. Okay. Just gonna grab a hard one. Lazy is no excuse to grab a... Yeah, true. Let's do it. This is mostly just making fun of me if I, like, miss a lot of notes. Okay. Can you hear it alright? Oh, please tell me if you can't, because if you can't, Wait. I can check right now. Make triple sure. You can hear it. Okay, good. Let's see if I can do this. Sound is fine. Yay! I've random input time. Oh gosh. I missed so many from those. Those are so hard to get. Dang, 27 misses. Those parts always get me. I miss so many of them. A. I missed the note though because oh my gosh, actually he missed the note because of that. I beat it, but I got 32 misses. Okay. Okay, like I said, it's a quick F and F song, but I like it a lot. And since you're in the Discord, if you have any suggestions for like what hard songs you'd want me to play before you like do like the thing, just put it in the suggestion box. I like playing the hard stuff. Although I tried to do the freaking Nightmare Sands and Indie Cross for the first redeem of it, and I lost, and I felt so bad. Anyways, here's Reddit for Trauma. A whole 2 to the power of 5 misses for shame. Nightmare Sands easy. Yeah, I can do it on my own. It's just on stream I struggle. Anyways, time for trauma. People watching. Yeah, people watching. Stress coming, stress coming! With conflict sorted out, the bus finally departed. Looking out the windows evoked a strange feeling in the passengers. Check out those people. They look like they haven't a care in the world. This is way different from the roads we've been through. No. I guess this is our manager Bud's first time traveling in the middle of a nest. There's a world of difference between the nests and the back streets. Each nest has its own cultural heritage. Attention, all. Our destination is the town of Kol, situated in Nest K. Brother! Hi, Rolling Thunder. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a bit. Have you been okay? Anyway, our destination is the town of Kol, situated in Nest K. Wait. Oh my gosh, Thunder? You are going to love this chapter. Oh, the full heretic style. Oh my gosh. Okay. You are in a murderous blind rage. You are going to love this chapter. Our destination. Investigation revealed a passage connected to a Lobotomy Corp branch exists somewhere in that village. Twitch, stop messing with Thunder, okay? He good dude. Meant to be insane, but you like to lie about it. Yeah. As soon as the name Cole was mentioned, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Sinclair lapsed into fear once again and started trembling, as if something were coming after him. Bezos! Bezos! Screw you, Bezos! But as you have told me.
제3의 세력들이
A third party has occupied the areas surrounding that branch facility.
그래서
That's why I requested an additional recon operation from clearance.
비포팀의 사전 관측 3과가 투입되었죠.
Preliminary Observation Unit 3 from the before team has been dispatched. Mr. Effie and Miss Sod should be with them by now.
상황이 어떤지 파악이 되면
We'll receive a report from them once they get a good grasp of the situation. Also, Nightbot should be dropping a link to Discord like soon-ish, so if you want to join, it'll be there. Shortly afterward, the bus entered a quiet woodland path leading to the village. Lush green trees, rarely found in the back streets, began to decorate the scene, providing a comforting sight. Or Wackley can drop it. Thank you, Wackley! But that was soon disturbed by something odd. I could see an ominous billow of smoke rise in the distance. You need to get some food for your mom. She has COVID. Gotta do some stuff. Oh! Then you take care, Thunder, okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. That is important. Very important. Why is smoke coming from
클레어?
가론 꺾어
Charon? Turn.
피기도 달컹달컹.
Evasive maneuver. Rumble tumble. The bus made a sharp turn to the left shortly before a giant nail flew in and noisily embedded itself in the back window. What? Who the hell was that? I almost kicked it!
이 정도의 가속도로 실험해
Though I hadn't run a test with a projectile at such velocity,
창을
this does suggest that the windows need to be reinforced a little. That was aimed directly at us. They must be the faction the before team warned us about. The employees of Angcorp.
내 피가 다
Ferg, my feet got hurt. Karen's sad.
멈추지 않으면 더할 기세고
Doesn't look like they'll stop anytime soon.
전원 한차
Off the bus, all. As we got off the bus, a group stood in the way, clad from head to toe in rusty armor with faded coats of white. Halt. You may not use this road.
아 이렇게 말로
You should have said so in the first place, cause what about our windshield? Oh, bugger. You're rather rude for someone who attacked without warning. Isn't it at least common courtesy to state your affiliations? We are Inquisitors. We are the nail that fixes the blasphemous, and the hammer that strikes down the sinful.
인사.
So,
나겔
Angcorp.
하모의 직원이라는
That's one convoluted way to tell someone that you're an employee of Noglund Hammer,
못과 망치라고도 불리죠.
also known as Nail and Hammer. You shall not proceed as we are in the midst of cleansing heretical dissidents. Heretics? Hey now, we just want to pass through. Not looking for any trouble. We're on the, a tour. That's right, and this is the tour bus. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. That's a really funny joke, but in this context, it's kind of horrifying. Because, Limbus to us all of a sudden, the sinners exchanged looks in silence. To prevent another disastrous first impression, Gregor was doing what he could, even though his efforts fell flat for the most part, to gently appease the armored crowd, accompanied by an attempt at the kind, harmless smile a tourist would wear.
저번
Craig,
관광부터 느꼈던 건
I've been thunking this since the job at the mine, but
욕심 있는 거 아니야?
are you into these kinds of bits? That's not exactly it. The quivering corners of his mouth roused pity in my heart. In that case, you shall prove yourselves to be untainted.
아 좋아.
Fine.
방법을
Tell us how we can get on with it. The Inquisitor suddenly pointed in my direction. Behead that blasphemous traveler. Me? And kneel before a hammer as you consecrate their head to us. Such will prove that you are untainted ones, and your journey shall continue without hindrance. You will, of course, have to part with the defiled vehicle as well.
보자보자니까 무슨 헛소리야.
Love to spew on, don't you blokes? Oh, I don't know who you think we are, but do we look daft enough to do as you say? Heathcliff has the same idea of like, get on with it, get on with it! Furious, Heathcliff was the first to quit playing as a harmless tourist. Heathcliff, you didn't have to...
지도하는 것들이
Proper trifling twits.
부르는 거야?
Who are you telling me to kneel? For a second, we thought they cared. The Inquisitor, as was declared to us, nodded in response. Understood. Then I declare all of you to be heretics. With that, the group of Inquisitors moved into position at once, ready to attack. Welcome to N-Corp! All the content warnings are basically because of them.
좋은 경험이 되기를.
Also this. And...
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Also, neutral, favored, and then nothing. And I'm just like, oh, what's this? What's Mersault's bonus giving? One ally with the highest speed lowers the clash power of opponents with Tremor. Yeah, Ishmael deals Tremor damage, but nobody has Tremor yet. I'm gonna care more about that as, like, chapters go on, because it does matter.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Also, yeah, Rupture. You might have noticed that Rupture went away the second the guy was hit. Rupture has a... Oh, I lost that one. Oh, no. And I bleed. Okay. Rupture as a stat is... Well, Rupture as a debuff is like the next hit they take, they will take that much extra damage. That's what Rupture is. Tremor? Let's see. When hit by attacks that trigger Tremor Burst, raises Stagger threshold by 1, it lasts 3 turns. Basically, Tremor makes you easier to be staggered, and Bleed. The next 1 time the unit tosses an attack skill coin, take 2 bleed damage. Bleed means that for the next amount of count, you will take this much damage each time you flip a coin. So it's like each time you move, you'll take that much damage. Which also means if, like, as you can see in the top here, this attack would have 3. If there were 5 on that bleed, then we'd be looking at 10 damage just for using that move.
갑니다.
And N-Corp loves their minus coins. Oh, and Poise just deals extra damage. Charge is basically a resource that some moves use. That's...
그림대로 사냥을 끝내.
They're not too important right now.
시동 걸어볼까?
You just have extra speed going on you. Things get hard later on in this game.
수에서 쓰러지는군.
어려울 것도 없었어.
Speaking of Tremor, Yi Sang's identity here uses Tremor as a resource.
위협 대상 제거.
So that's fun.
침착하게만 해나간다면 이 정도 의뢰는 완벽하게 해결해 보일 수 있어.
Wait, that was just a pre-battle, right? There was no post-battle? No post-battle. As we go deeper in this chapter, the imagery is going to become more horrifying. I'm telling everyone and warning you now. Getting back on the bus, Vergilius greets us by casually lifting a hand.
이번엔 상대하기 조금 까다롭긴
Weren't they a little trickier to deal with than your usual foes?
누누이 말하는 거지만.
I keep saying we could be done with them a lot faster if you lent a hand.
나도 너누이 말하는 거지만
And as I always answer,
내가
there won't be any point to this if I help you.
저자들
Those people,
이단 신봉자라고 했어.
they labeled us as heretics.
뭘 보고 그러는 거죠?
Just what is their judgment based on? I think they were targeting me. Nagel and Hammer, the wing that values experience above all else. Result muttered vaguely. Experience? Humans are made to have experiences and actions appropriate for their worth. That is what they say of it.
그것들
They told us to offer up the severed head of our manager.
그렇다는 건
That means
그들이 또 온 거예요.
they're back.
알았던 거죠.
They didn't forget. Coming back like that. Sinclair was almost having a fit at this point. Rhodia looked at him with pitying eyes, but there was little she could do about it.
베르베르. 소리 나는
Fergberg,
시끄러워.
the sound box is being noisy.
선발대에서 연락이 온 모양.
Looks like the advance team has word for us. This is... Sod is...
아, 이리 줘.
Give me that.
오케이. 여기는 버스다. 거기 상황
Effie, this is a bus. How are things over there? You shall bear your every sin and be purified. Effie?
방금 에피
What's that?
목소리가
Effie's voice? Or something else?
아니 그보다
No, actually.
목소리이긴 했나요?
Was that even a human voice at all?
바람.
싱클레어.
Whistles.
무슨 소리를 하는 거야?
Sinclair, what are you talking about?
소리가 들렸잖아요.
You heard the whistles! Funny hand! Faintly.
그런 게 들렸어.
Was there... No?
그 자식이 온 거예요.
It's her! That wretch is there! After all this time! To destroy the rest of the town! Oh boy. Calm down, Sinclair. What do you mean by whistles? And who is this wretched woman?
나를 기다리고 있는 거예요.
She's waiting for me! That was a message calling for me! Sinclair does not have a good time. Resentful tears were streaming from Sinclair's face. As if that's fun! Hi! Hello, welcome. Hey, thank you for the raid. For those who are here, we are currently playing Limbus Company. Going through a really heavy chapter, so I'd tell you to look at the pinned message and the title of the stream. Also, yeah, welcome to the stream. You just got finished raiding, so please remember to eat, drink, rest, and be merry. And for everyone who just arrives here for the first time, welcome to the show. Usually we have a Switch game redeem up, or at least for Fridays, like a pick a fan game or whatever, but today we're doing a focus stream on Limbus Company. Also, there's a Discord. Thank you for dropping that, Rockety. Anyways, finish Mirror Dungeon hard mode, very yeah, that's a lot of painful. I recently went through that with 2 separate teams. Trying not to say a lot because I know that I'm like going through like the story that one of my team comps is focused around. So trying to get through this chapter before I tell my chat about that particular team comp. But welcome. So once again, make sure to eat, drink, rest, and be merry. Did it with only 1 starter buff active, not as hard as Mirror Dungeon too hard. Oh! Interesting. Yeah. I usually like going into the mirror dungeons under leveled because that gives me some difficulty there. But, only one star above active, yeah. You have to go now. Take care, everyone. Hope stream goes well. You too. Take care. For anyone who wants to, make sure to join the Poise is really OP. Yes it is. But you kind of have to have identities that use a lot of it, and it can be really good.
잠깐만요.
Hang on.
앞에 아까랑
There are people like the ones we met on the road up ahead.
돌아가요.
We should go back. What?
저희
Can't we
돌아가면
just head back? I don't want to go. Let's just turn around. Just get the steering wheel and...
꼬맹이. 대체
Kiddo,
그러는 거야.
what's wrong?
뭐가 있는데?
What are you so worried you'll walk into?
가면 안 돼.
We shouldn't go. We'll all die.
돌아가요.
We need to go back.
밀 싱클레어.
Emil Sinclair. Don't be absurd. Aldous was calmly flicking her wrist.
잠깐 기절할 정도로
I delivered a light blow to the stomach to knock him unconscious for a short while. Nothing more.
이번엔 박자가 맞았군.
We're in agreement for once, it seems.
나설 뻔했어.
I was this close to stepping in. Oh, also, I'm not using my more powerful identities as I go through the story so that it's not, you know, a cakewalk.
겁쟁이들은 전장이 필요 없으니까.
I don't need cowards on my battlefield.
이대로 버스밖에
Can't I throw him out of the bus? That might be a bit too far.
관리자님께서 그렇게 말씀.
If you say so, manager. Aldous looked down at Sinclair with a displeased face. Even though he was the timid sort, he's never opposed something so strongly until now. This unprecedented behavior of his bothered me. But I couldn't bring myself to ask him why, as he didn't seem to be in any state to tell me. Soon enough, Sinclair came back to his senses. He stared out the window with vacant eyes. He is not okay. The others are all out fighting.
죄송해요.
I'm sorry.
저도 갈게요.
I'll go join them.
짐덩이가 될 수
I
없으니까.
can't keep dragging others down. I feel so bad for Sinclair. When is Sinclair okay, really? That is a good point. You can argue that Sinclair gets a little better after this point. I need to, hang on. Let me just see. What specific you deal a lot with Rupture and Talisman. Talisman it goes with Rupture. Yeah, it's a lot of Rupture. And what's your combat passive? If the target had Rupture, gain Talisman. Okay. I think we might end up focusing on Rupture a bit. Let's see. You focus on Rupture, Tremor, and Charge. You're a bit of a mess as far as focus. I like having Bleed. Bleed is really good to have. I should keep Poise, because Poise is good. Put on 7 Heathcliff for Rupture, too. Do I have...
아우 처리로구만.
Wait. I can't edit my team? I don't know if 7 Heathcliff of mine is underleveled or overleveled right now. I gotta switch out Yi-Sang. Oh, yeah, right there. 7. Oh. Oh, wait, yeah, that's just the identity I have right there. You're right, you're right. Okay. Let's just do that. I already have it equipped. Yeah, I just didn't notice. I want to keep bleed, poise, and rupture. So I guess that means there we go. Just to have this particular Sinclair identity in there.
임무 시작.
I'm missing the chapters where it's like 6 participants per level because those are, yeah. Okay, mostly kind of still at the point in the game where you go for clash wins, but beginning to move away from that a little bit. Clash wins become less of a guarantee later on,
그를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
no matter who you bring in. There we go. I just get like the warm fuzzy feelings from having absolute resonance. I love it.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Also, I have a personal love of Rupture. Just the like fixed damage the next time they get hit is just oof. Oh, that was a neutral zone. Yeah.
탱고다.
Okay.
옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
Do I want the absolute resonance or nah? I'm not taking it.
제압 실시.
Also, I'm gonna talk about this now since someone else is also here. Let's see. Bleed is like Rupture, except you have to clash for it to work. So enemies with lots of coins are perfect for it. Yeah.
기절했나?
Well, personally, I think like bleed is a lot more for like bleed is a lot better for enemies with a lot of coins since they're constantly flipping and constantly dealing that damage to themselves.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이
Ah, look at that resonance chain. Oh, I love it. It makes me satisfied. Everyone's so angry.
톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네. 어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네.
Dun, 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 dun.
완벽한 임무였어. 다음에도 저희
There's a lot of strategy that goes in, and chapter 3 is where you have to start like putting it in play. Is there a post? There wasn't a post battle. Okay, you have to start putting into play chapter 3. Not too much, but I'm gonna see how much we can get this like just team of identities that I'm trying to level up through on stream before I have to switch because they don't synergize too well. Thought I heard a noise.
기절했나?
Only problem with bleed is there aren't much IDs that give bleed count without something having
가서 끝장
to
내자.
do something for it. True. That is true. Oh, come on. Dang it. Dak nabbit. Sanity's not high enough. Sinclair's not happy enough. Oh boy, I wonder why Sinclair would not be happy right now.
시동 걸어볼까?
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
I'm definitely hearing noises. What is happening?
탱고다. 아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
Ancorp is coming for me. I am a heretic. Oh no. I am transgender, so they would not be happy with me.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
very much there. You shouldn't modify yourself would not be kosher. Yeah.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
So, let me see, I don't exactly remember. Boost critical hit chance. Ah! Okay, so it's critical hit chance. It's not critical hit damage. I was confused about whether it was damage or chance.
제압 실시.
Just realized what the N of N Corp may stand for. Nell?
기절했나?
Like, if you're gonna say it's a slur, it's
어떻게 끝이 보이네요.
probably not.
조금만 더 해보죠.
제압 실시.
Not a slur. Okay, cool.
얘는 처리했고.
World War II. Oh! That doesn't quite fit.
잘 뻗고 눕네요. 계속 이대로 돈 모아서 더 좋은 장비를
Nail Corp, like N Corp hits me less as like World War II shenanigans and more of like religious crusades. Speaking of religion, time for the chapter of Silent Night. Neurotic Corp, got it. The smoke that was faintly visible through the bus windows covered the whole town. Remember, this was in summer, so there was a tiny bit of hilarity for N Corp trying to pull Christmas stuff. But we're not doing this in summer. We're doing this right before Christmas. N Corp does brainwash people. True. What a mess this is, huh?
그런데 어디서
By the way, don't you hear a familiar song from somewhere?
것 같지 않아요?
나 이 노래 알아.
Oh, yeah. I know this one. Used to hear this tune an awful lot on snowy days.
전쟁 때 병사들 사기 올린다고.
They played it a bunch during wartime to raise our spirits. Did the exact opposite for me. The song evoked various memories in the group. For me, I'm not sure. It's definitely familiar, but it doesn't bring up any clear images in my head. However, I can still feel a faint splash of feeling from deep in my heart. Maybe I knew this song before I lost my memory. You most certainly did. This mist of emotion roused inside me, though it doesn't feel precious or warm. An ache. An inexplicable sting is what I felt.
맞아요.
Right.
그날도
That day,
이렇게 눈이 쌓여 있고
it was snowy like this,
들리던
and that song was playing. The trees before us were decorated with grim ornaments. Once again, take a look at the content warnings, please. All sorts of internal organs and mechanical parts were hung from the branches, as if someone put people's innards on full display. Well,
지독한 거 아니야?
is he just going too far?
플래시.
A classic,
기치하고.
but more kitschy than anything.
근방에 생존자는 없다.
There are no survivors nearby. Then everything fell into place. It's just like...
마이크 테스트, 마이크 테스트.
I don't need to read that one out. A piercing sound caused the group to cover their ears.
모두 즐거운 성탄절 보내고 있나?
Enjoying your Noel, everyone!
고요하지는 않지만 거룩.
The night isn't really silent, but it sure is holy. Isn't Christmas still a fair way off? Not right now, it isn't.
네, 한참이죠.
You're right. It's not anytime soon.
내 이름은 크로머.
My name is Cromer. I'm a humanitarian who loves purity and the one who grips the hammer.
이곳을 어떻게 넘어왔는지
I don't know how you managed to get here, but you're trespassing on private property.
왜냐하면 여긴
As you can see, this hallowed ground is undergoing our nailing judgment. I hope you like the decorations I set up.
모르겠네. 뭐
Well, let's just say that you got lost. Turn back now and a fine will be all you have to pay. Nothing good happens on Christmas in this city. Nothing good.
왜냐하면
I'm feeling generous. Today's a nativity after all.
그 전에
Oh, before that, is Guido there?
이곳에 있나니.
Here I stand. Vergilius orphanage. Kind of does. Just a bit of Leviathan lore there. Good. Just in case, do you see any heretics over there? The massive man named Guido, who responded to her, turns to us. He intently stares into each of us until his eyes fall upon me. Deck the halls with guts of sinners. Oh, no! He gazes at me for a very long time. Although he was wearing a mask, those eyes of his, they froze us completely still, as if his glare nailed us to the ground.
순수하지 아니한 자와 그들의
I see an impure one and their followers,
그리고
and with them,
그 아이
the child you spoke of. Really? My Sinclair is back?
날 보러 왔을
Come see me, Sinclair. I'll be waiting at the familiar spot.
크로머.
I don't need to read that one out. I can hear Sinclair grinding and gnashing his teeth. He made a dreadful noise. I couldn't be sure if it was from hatred or fear.
나머지는 처리해
Take out the rest, Guido. Or should I myself? I wouldn't mind. Can't wait for Roald Dahl to appear in Heathcliff Cole for the Christmas interlude. For those who don't know what Doug on the internet is saying, in Lobotomy Corporation, one of the abnormalities you can get is Rudolta of the Snow, who's a parody of Christmas. And Project Blue just announced their Christmas event for Limbus Company, which is focused around Rudolta of the Snow. It's the X! Oh no! It's a little worse than that, but you get the idea.
쥐는 자께서는
I urge you to focus on hammering the impure, O one who grips. Good, good. Let's keep up the purification. Now then, everyone, Merry Christmas! A number of inquisitors gathered around Guido. He stands firm behind them. He's not making any movement, but his presence alone is threatening enough. An intense aura of hostility was radiating straight from him. Who's ready for struggle busing? The Limbus bus is the struggle bus.
임무 시작.
최선을 다해보자.
Karen, please, it's July. This is why I left.
한다는 사람 누구야?
It really was when they released this chapter. And I could have played this earlier just so those jokes land, but I think the terror of this kind of lands better. Oh. Only 2 of our skills got in. I might need to level up my people a little bit after this. Oh, more struggling. Yep, it's time for struggle bus. Oh, this is not looking good. Ah. Oh dear. Oh, come on. Well, Sinclair is winning, and that's all I want. Sinclair, my boy, you have to feel better. We're not doing good. As long as we survive, we're there. Oh, I forgot. This is a 3 waiver. Oh dear. Let's see. Gonna try to dodge this time. Let's see. Gain charge, inflict rupture. I'm gonna just try to gain charge, inflict rupture. That's also 2 coins, so it's gonna overall do more damage. You're just gonna need to hit. The only hit point that matters is the last one. These one. You're not gonna clash, so I don't want that clash win yet. I just want inflict rupture. Dang it! Come on! You gotta win your clashes so you can get their sanity. Frick, sorry Sinclair. Yeah! Woo! Go Hong Lu for dodging all of it. Now we have a few staggers actually. There we go. Looks like we're gonna get past this part at least. Oh, that was so close to just... Okay. Ah! I forgot minus coins are... the game doesn't accurately judge minus coins. Ah. Dagnabbit! Sorry, Rodion. At least we staggered you, so we're all good.
상황인데도 어떻게 보이네요.
Oh dear.
조금만 더 해보죠.
Chapter 1, no struggle. Chapter 2, no struggle. Chapter 3, you actually have to try. You're gonna die.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로
Also, I'm not trying for like the 10 turn special mission because, my gosh. Look at that resonance chain. Such a thing of beauty.
일반적인 상황에선 선택하지 않을 방식이겠지.
As long as most of them hit, that's gonna be a lot of damage. Ow. Okay, Rodion's not looking good. Gregor is not looking too good. I have only half the available moves to be. Ah. Get some resonance in there. Try to have extra damage. Skipping past 5 freaking slots of attacks. Ah. Oh, one of our people died. Whoops. That doesn't usually happen. Yep, dead. Oh dear. Which one was it? Oh, that would be Rodion. Sorry, Rodion. You're a good character, I promise. Onwards.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
And now we have Guido. The Persistent. A personal rule I'm just holding myself to is that if I need to level up the rest of the identities, I will not go beyond level 30 because level 30 was the max you could do. Like, when this chapter first came out, level 30 was max. No! Frick. Ah. Yeah, we're struggle busing hard.
이리로 와. 귀찮게 끌지 말지. 귀찮게 빨리 해치우고 그래.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
I suppose the only hit point that matters doesn't quite work here. It's the only sinner that matters is the last one standing. And it's only Guido left. And this is like, I think this is the halfway point of the chapter. Guido really do be the guy she tells you not to worry about. Okay.
재미없었네요. 그다지 강한 놈들도 아니고.
Let's see the post-battle before we move on to Holy Knights.
힘든 상대였어요.
That was a tough opponent.
저자가 완전히
We should move before they come back to their senses. Was that the first battle other than the tutorial battle that I've had people die on stream?
수치스러운 소리를 잘도 짓거리는
What a shameful thing to say.
기를 잡은 군.
A soldier does not retreat before the enemy when victory is in sight.
지금 군인 정신이
Can't you
중요해요?
save the military drill for a better time? Ishmael is right. That's not someone we can beat easily.
철수하겠습니다.
We will fall back. Aldous reluctantly backed down. Sinclair, do you know what that Cromer meant by that familiar spot? That's... well... Sinclair shook. He was seemingly overwhelmed with dread. But I could also see a teeth grinding anger in him that surpassed his fear. Sinclair's main sin is wrath. Looking at him, a thought blossomed in my mind. Which is kind of funny because Sinclair has been like the backing down all the time, but yeah. You need to talk, Sinclair. Tell us what you know, and you'll prevent half the deaths we might suffer.
작전의 성공률도 올라간다.
It also raised the likelihood of our success. I'm looking forward to hearing something useful. Aldous, you're not helping. Despite the fact that everyone likes you, and I do too. I hope I'm doing the right thing as the manager. Sinclair shook his head upon hearing my words, breathed in, and finally opened his mouth after some struggle.
우리 집이야. 크로마는 분명
My house.
이곳에 있을 거예요.
That's where Cromer must be.
너 그
So-
자식이랑 아는 사이였냐?
You know that bird?
젠장.
Bollocks, my head is still pounding thanks to our shrill laugh. Sinclair isn't angered easily, but when he is, he's really scary. Yes, exactly.
학교에서 만났어요.
I met her at school.
저런 혹시 친구였어?
Oh boy, she's a friend of yours? Whatever's going on, sure hope you can talk it out.
친구 아니에요.
She's not my friend. Cromer killed my family.
가족들을 죽였어요.
Yeah. Oh dear.
미안해.
iPad. A prosthetic head hanging from a tree slowly turned to face us. Lights and sparks occasionally flickered within. Why did you return?
싱클레어? 이웃들이야?
Sinclair, are those your neighbors? Rhodia asked while looking at the dismembered prosthesis.
그런 것 같아요.
It looks like they were.
좋겠지만요.
I really hope that isn't the case, though. Sinclair replied, watching with a grim look on his face as their bare wires sparked and short-circuited. The robotic head soon stopped moving, only emitting discordant things. Then, a song begins to fill the air. All the heads hung from the trees are singing the same song. The carol leaking through the vocal units of so many lifeless heads lands on the flames below.
이들에게 이단이란 건 역시
It's clearer than ever now.
보유자를 말하는 것이군.
Prosthetic body parts are heresy to them.
도시의 의체 보유자들이 보이게 된 지 꽤 오랜 시간이 흘렀지만
I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. Oh dear. Though it has been quite a while since prostheses were first introduced to the city,
여전히 그들의 모습을 보고
many people still find them foreign and alienating.
저희 마을은요.
Our town,
저희 마을은
Our town was called
성지라고 불릴 정도로
the holy site of Neskei's prosthetic industry.
종사하고 있었어요.
Most of the residents worked in manufacturing high-end prosthesis components.
크로마는 오래전부터 계속
Cromer has been keeping an eye on our town for a long time.
네 가족도
So, was your family?
네,
Yeah.
저희 아버지는
My father was the owner of a fledgling prosthetics company too.
그래서
Is that why?
아니,
No.
내가 보기엔
The way I see it, attributing it to a high-flown cause of any kind is giving them too much credit.
그냥
They're
광기와 폭력의 매력을
Just
느끼-
lunatics, consumed by madness and violence. This. Ishmael is right. Because, look at this. You saw, like, this is, how do I even talk about this? This is talking about fanaticism. This is talking about extremism. This is talking about, like, religious ideology that goes way beyond what is important. This is applicable to almost every religion of the world that has, like, anybody. You have to be careful because at some point, they won't care what the ideology is. It's a justification to do horrible things and feel good about themselves about it. Ishmael asserted to him. After a while of staring at the Christmas trees decorated with his neighbors, Sinclair turned to me.
관리자님,
Manager,
예전부터
I have a question if it's alright with you.
게 있어요.
That could apply to non-religious organizations as well. That can! 100%! Because there isn't a high-flown idea. There's nothing there. It's just justification.
그
Well,
기분이 어떠세요?
how does it feel? Feel?
네,
Yeah.
대신 의체를 달고 있는
I mean,
기분이 어떠냐고요?
How does it feel to have a prosthetic replacement for your head? And the music cuts out. Because if you're looking at this and hearing everything, maybe if you're like familiar with the book material of Damien, but even if you're not, Sinclair asking that question now says so much about his story. Even without hearing it, which we will hear it later. It's... I was a little taken aback since I've never had anyone ask that kind of question before. The issue is that there's no way to know how I might have felt before I got a clock for a head. That's... Oh, it's, I'm not trying to argue with you or anything. And the music comes back. That's so unsettling. That was probably rude of me. I apologize. No need. It's alright. The other sinners were a billion times ruder than me with their daily interactions anyway. I'm afraid I can't answer that. I don't remember a single thing about my life before this clock. I see. I've always wondered what it feels like when there's something sitting where your head should be. My family said it's no different from wearing a hat or a watch. But I just couldn't picture it well, no matter how I approach it. And now, I'm the only survivor thanks to that. I'm sure the procedure seemed terrifying at such a young age. You don't have to feel guilty about that. Duck. There are people in chat who have not gone through the story yet. And this is their first time seeing it. That's not much of a spoiler, but I still count it as a spoiler. We will be reviewing that story after the dungeon, though. That's not it. Please understand, Duck. It's nothing like that. I'm afraid I'm not as innocent as you might think, Dante. Sinclair quietly hung his head. I racked my brains for an appropriate reply, but no suitable words of comfort came up. Only the unpleasant sounds of sparks and flames filled the street. It is time to save everything, Nightbot. There's no saving this, Nightbot. There's no saving this. Insufficient and Keflin. Oh no, I have to do the... I have boxes, so it's fine. I was saving the boxes I earned from the most recent season pass specifically for these.
이만하면 순항이죠. 바람도 딱 좋네.
Oh, that's not smooth selling. That's immediately bad off the bat. Oh, oh, this is struggle. Oh. Thank you for getting something at Sinclair. Oof. Okay, I'm gonna try to go for a bit of resonance, and we have more struggles, so you're gonna defend. Oh, we have hopeless. Hopeless. More defense, Rodion. Stick it out for the team. I might try to switch up for a different identity to see how long I can go without forcibly leveling up people. But we might just be screwed.
이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같은데요.
Neutral, struggle, struggle, struggle. Okay, fine. I'm gonna have to try to win with the struggling. Like, at this point, we are technically under-leveled, so, kinda makes sense. I don't remember if level directly affects, the coin power, though. I don't think it does. Yeah, we're not. Oh my gosh. Ah! Also, unique to N-Corp is the status debuff N-Corp's Nils. Turn start, gain 1 bleed and increase the bleed count by 2, reduce it by 1. Every turn that it has on you is gonna add to your bleed. Which gets bad. Fast. Level affects offense level and defense level. Ah, okay. Frick. I struggle busing it. Okay, we have a couple of wins, it looks like. Which is good. And we have a stagger. Thank goodness.
이런 상황인데 어떻게
Okay.
조금만 더 해보자.
Hopeless. Do you have any on-use effects? At 15 plus shield, coin power plus 1. Frick. That's only good if it's your second slot, not your first. You just defend. Okay, Rodion. Try to survive this. Please stagger. Oh, did it stagger? Ah! Frick. I got staggered. Are we gonna see a death? Possibly see a death. Paralysis only affects first coin, so you may be fine. Unless there are multiple stacks of paralysis. Paralysis goes down by 1 for each coin that is flipped. So if you have like multiple stacks of it, yeah, it doesn't go well,
조금만 더
but
해보죠.
paralysis teams are fun.
너냐?
Completely and utterly useless if you're going against minus coins, but hey.
나를 열심히 손본 보람이
탱고다. 아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
My first time going through here, I actually had a paralysis build going into this area. No. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work with N-Corp. Oh, come on. Oh, thank goodness. Huh. Some of these clashes get high tension with how many times they go like, oh, same, oh, same, oh, same.
잘해줘.
Uh-oh. You can sound a little bit more enthused, Gregor, please. Not just like, oh boy, somebody died.
둔해졌군요.
Paralysis is fun when it's not being used on you. Paralysis is fun when the enemy doesn't have minus coins. Because otherwise you're just making them more powerful.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만
For anyone who doesn't know what paralysis means, it just means that the plus value is set to 0. If it's a minus value, it also gets set to 0. So giving a minus coin paralysis means it can't go down. It can only stay powerful.
치고 그냥 가죠. 그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Oh, also duck. There are a couple. Sinking is also fun if it's not big use on you. Fair enough. I do want to say this. There are a couple people in chat who are still playing Lobotomy Corporation. So I'm just saying that like this takes place long after the events of Lobotomy Corporation. We're going to like old facilities, right? Because that's what is happening. I'm not talking about like anything in the facilities as it relates to Lobotomy Corporation. Which is actually really easy with Limbus Company. I don't like it when people go through and say, you can't play Limbus Company or Library of Ruina until you play Lobotomy Corporation. Because Lobotomy Corporation is a great game. Library of Ruina is a masterpiece, and Limbus Company is fantastic. The biggest problem with the series is that people feel like they have to play a merely great game to get the masterpieces and, like, brilliance. And I can perfectly see why some people don't want to go through Lobotomy Corporation, because it does take a while. Prosthetic bodies pile up like a landfill in a corner of the town. Then why? Then why what? Did you start me? Haha! Because actually, you have your SCP database reading. Library of Ruina and Limbus Company do not have anything that relate to that at all. With the only great game. Because the entries, the logs, the data. You know, you're just big. Okay. Keep in mind, I do love Lobotomy Corporation. It's a lot of fun. My friend actually set me on playing it, and oh, he also guided me towards the one boss fight, optional boss fight that's that I'd recommend everyone at least try once, and steered me away from the one optional boss fight that if you come across, you're screwed. Yeah. Play them in any order, you just won't get the familiarity seeing certain things. Yeah, true enough. But then again, you could argue if you play Library of Ruina first, you'll get some familiarity and deeper meaning out of playing Lobotomy Corporation. And vice versa. It's fun playing the series. And I don't want to see people, like, not play fantastic games because they feel obligated to play games that they don't like first. That's what I had to say about it. I could see that some of them were still conscious, letting out pained moans. And there's Nightbot with the Discord. The Inquisitors paid no heed. They strenuously jammed nails through each of their victims' chests, over and over, executing their pure intent. I've surely pierced the heart, yet still a pulse remains in their body. It must be patched with steel. Even the core of their humanity has been tainted by heresy. How filthy. A disgrace to flesh and bone. The Inquisitor began carefully pouring a bottle of liquid over their prosthetic person in what looked like a solemn ritual. Judging from the pungent smell, it was most certainly oil. Imbibe the oil of humanity, ye heretical soma. Those who cannot return to the earth find solace in scattering to smoke. A lit match was then thrown on the pile, letting rise a huge flame. With the sound of sparks flying about, the air is soon filled with an acrid smell. It's not quite like the smell of burning flesh. The spreading fire finally brings the crackling glimmer in those prosthetic bodies to permanent darkness. If this hellscape is their idea of purification, I'd rather stay unclean. 100%, yes! Nagel and Hammer has always been devoted to scrutinizing the idea of humanity. Some criticized prosthetic use, as they believe that pain is a necessary component of the human experience. However, it never escalated to the extent of direct action that we are witnessing now. This seems simple on the surface to read, until you realize that he's speaking from a place of knowing. And then you get a slow ping of terror. Some criticize prosthetic use as they believe that pain is a necessary component of the human experience. However, it never escalated to the extent of direct action that we are witnessing now. Who are they?
아까부터 들었던 생각인데.
I've been meaning to ask.
왜 그렇게 엔사에 대해 빠삭한 거야?
How do you know so much about Ancorp?
내가 엔사 직원이었으니까.
I was once employed by Ancorp. Mersault's chapter is not out yet, but it's gonna be fun once it is out. Also, on a quick aside, there's a dramatic shift in tone from like Gregor's and Rodion's chapter to Sinclair, and the shifted tone stays for like a lot of people, and I'm thinking based on that, Gregor and Rodion might get another chapter in the future. That's my personal opinion. What? Used to work with those people? Especially since both of them have unresolved parts of their character arcs. I have never worked with those specific individuals, but in terms of affiliation, you can say that I did. People with prosthetics experience zero pain in the relevant areas. It's all messed up. It is so messed up. This is like... They are an extremely ableist organization that takes everything to such a radicalized extreme. And while we have seen in the game that people do go through and modify their bodies to an extreme extent, to the point where we saw someone who's just a box, basically. I also talked about how in this world, some people do it out of necessity because they literally can't afford to eat. And that's a commentary on the capitalistic dystopia that this is. This organization sees that and says that it's the person's problem. Not the society, not their circumstances, and it doesn't matter whether or not they wanted it. And there's nothing wrong inherently with any of it. Like, it's kind of weird to say, but there's nothing wrong inherently with modifying your body. It's just, you have to make sure you're mentally healthy, but that's like, that doesn't deserve this at all. Come to think of it, this might be the first time I've heard Mersault actively talk about himself. He would rarely recount anything related to him. Perhaps he felt it wasn't necessary to speak at all. Why didn't you tell us that earlier? You carry one of those freaky weapons then? You hope not. You have 3 tattoos. Haha! You're gonna have to share with me what those tattoos are, because I'm curious. But yeah, there's nothing wrong. I mean, granted, I know that I'm a little bit biased because I am transgender, so it's like, it hits hard to me because a lot of trying to treat gender dysphoria is actively modifying what hormones are in your body. A lot of like surgeries happen. this also hits hard with like people who are disabled in some way and they actually get a lot of use out of prosthetics. And this hits hard. I'm gonna drink water now. This hits hard in this setting, and also in real life in several unfortunate cases where people get prosthetics not because they strictly need to, and definitely not because they want to, but because they have to based on circumstances around them. I.e. the example earlier of full body replacement so that you don't have to eat, or so you don't sleep and you can work longer to actually earn enough to live.
굳이 이야기할 필요가 있나?
Am I obligated to elaborate?
야,
The hell?
그럼 내가 너랑
Why don't you explain what makes you different from those nutters then?
난 말이야.
Listen, mate. As much as I like to call our daft manager clockface, I don't think they deserve
머리를 잘
by any means to be on the steak or chopping block. You'll send me pics later. Yay!
말만 번지르르
Those buggers talk big about purifying and all that, but all I see are a bunch of loonies who just need an excuse to kill, eh? 100%.
말해봐.
Speak up, then.
이들이 이런
Are you like those screw loose bucket heads? I gotta show something funny. Just keep that in mind, screw loose bucket heads.
그런 것에 대해 생각.
There was a time when I thought about such things.
같은지 다른지
Though I did not come to a conclusion. This is not Mersault's chapter. But he is horrifying. He is horrifying that he could still say this. He does not come to a conclusion. When he is surrounded by this death and destruction and looking at a bunch of people who are like aiming to kill someone who has willingly saved his life several times over now at the cost of pain to themselves. This is just... He's horrifying.
그럼 지금이라도 답을 내놔 보란 말이야.
I want that damn conclusion now. Are you gonna up and butcher all the townsfolk if your manager just says so?
꼭 답을 내놓아야만 하나.
Must I give an answer?
그 일이 업무를
That does not
실행하는
aid us in handling our
주진
work.
않는다.
This dude is just...
사원은 명령에 따라 움직이는
An
것이
employee must follow their employer's orders.
베르리우스.
The terms Vigilius presented state as such
적혀 있을
much.
텐데.
This freaking dude! He's horrific.
관리자가 행하라고 하면
If the manager orders me to do such a thing, I will do
내
it.
생각이 필요하다고 말하면
I may
좋아.
provide my input if I am told that it
그럴
is
필요도
necessary,
없는 상황에서
but I do not have a habit of rambling my thoughts unprompted. This is the thing. You have everyone here. We see Encore, all the crazies going through, all the people who are just murdering, who want an excuse to kill. But there are also people like Mersault in there who are just doing it. They don't care at all. They just do it. I legitimately get a little upset that people like this exist. That they wouldn't bat an eye at being told to do the worst things in existence. They would just do it. The banality of evil. Exactly, Ryan. Okay.
뭐?
Pardon?
너 돌았냐?
Are you around the twist?
그야말로 머리를 깡-
Do you got a chunk of metal for your brains like the folks here?
단백질이 16%,
I am 16% protein, 60% water, 70%, 7% minerals, and so forth. I'm clearly different. He just gets creepier. He just gets creepier. He begins. Ugh. Boy will be an empty space in Earthbound. No problem here.
불필요한
Moreover,
신경
unnecessary heavy metals do not comprise any portion.
그 또한 차이다.
That is an. Dude, just the kind of people that can look at this kind of destruction and go like, just. Heathcliff's face contorted with frustration. I agree with Heathcliff here. Result was already an enigma, and he only felt ever more distant after this conversation.
하지만 전 예전부터 쭉
Now that you mention it, there's something I've been wondering.
단테님을 정말
I've been thinking on whether Manager Dante should be seen as a human. Don't you start, Honglu.
소리지?
What do you mean?
그러니까 단테 씨가
What if,
말하는 건
when dear Dante is
단테
speaking,
씨가 아니라
it's actually the clock and not the person we know as Dante behind those... This is why I put a lot of warnings here. This is... I hope the message gets across to everyone who plays this game, to everyone who's watching right now. The pure, like, everything. The fact that they're having this conversation, the kind of conversation that many people frame as just like, oh, it's just asking questions, you know, that kind of thing. When right behind them is death and destruction and horrors committed by people who act on these kinds of thoughts and feelings. How they're clearly showing that, like, hey, these aren't harmless things. These aren't harmless questions.
우리가
Eh?
진짜 시계 따위한테
You're trying to tell me we are being led by an actual clock? Good grief.
멍청한 발언들이네.
You're reaching uncharted depths of idiocy with your theories. I can't even be bothered to refute them.
그래도 전 지금
Don't
시계를
misunderstand. I do like our Dante with their clock-headedness. We do not have good people in the Limbus company. Honestly, same. Why don't you just give up finding your old head and stick with that one? I know it's probably not going to be the case, but what if Dante's real head turned out to be super evil or something?
뭐 우리 중에 관리자 양반의 과거에 대해 알
Well,
법한 자는
there's only one of us who'd know about our manager Bud's past. Gregor's eyes naturally fell on Faust.
과외선, 기밀 사항이에요.
That's confidential information. Its access is restricted to the highest security level. And I get the feeling I won't be able to read it for myself. It's only natural. I have no idea who or what I originally was, so I have nothing at my disposal to refute Hong Lu's light-hearted accusation. Maybe he's right, and I really am just a clock. Even if I ask Faust, there's no telling if she'll give me a real answer, and I wouldn't be able to discern the truth in such a thing either. There's even a slim chance that the real Dante is hidden away somewhere, and that I'm some advanced imitation trained to believe I have free will. In any case, sitting here ruminating won't get me anywhere. Who knows? Maybe I'll mount this thing on the wall when I find my real head. Ishmael sent me a chastising glare for even suggesting something like that, but she had no choice other than to shrug. Well, it is true. Maybe I'm just a clock. I only seem to be right twice a day. Ha! Just... It's so heavy. It is so heavy.
최선을 다해보지. 방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
And I am a little bit sorry that I keep on pausing to talk about the implications because I like analyzing it. It's just, holy cow. It's so much.
금방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Absolute resonance is not worth that struggling.
멈춰라.
No, come on, please. No, come on, please. Ah, got it.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
적확한 하나비였어.
어제 톱날을 열심히 써본 보람이 있네.
다소 유리하구려.
Okay. My brain. It just goes like, there's so much here. The world is so fleshed out. It's like, you could make an argument for this being edgy, but it doesn't feel like it.
어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 있네.
Because edgy stuff doesn't usually have a lot to say. It's just blood and guts and stuff. But
귀찮게 끌지 마세요.
I don't know, that's a whole other topic about like genres and such.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 저주 속에 가라앉는.
This is so freaking heavy. I legit get like, oh my gosh.
모두를 멈춰 세웠군요.
If I have to make the stream go on a little bit longer to finish this out, I will. If I have to make the stream go on a little bit longer to finish this out, and then have like something relaxing and happy, I will. Cause it's so freaking much.
자, 이제 어떡할까요?
Okay,
지금 저희가
what should we
조용히
do now?
대기만 하면
If we move quietly, we might be able to pass by the other Inquisitors unnoticed. Also, that's a big reason why I didn't just turn off the quick F and F song for this focus stream, because my gosh. If it gets a lot, a quick song to like take the pressure off is great.
단테 씨,
Dante,
저
I'd like to apologize in advance. Ooh.
아시다시피
As you know,
저는 다른 분들처럼 전투에 많은
I'm not as experienced with fighting like the others.
그래서 저놈들에게
Our foes might jab me in the heart over and over for that. This I find interesting. Because what Sinclair is doing here is recognition of troubles. Which is a little bit of development past the kind of mentality that makes you a fanatic. It's recognizing the kind of trouble that you can have on someone else. It's recognizing like the troubles they can go through. It's humanizing them.
They broke my snuggle.
These are also the kind of people who would break your snow globe.
그래도
Will you
버텨주실 수 있나요?
bear that for me? Sinclair was trembling so badly that it'd be pitiful for anyone to witness. Mood defibrillator reported for DOD. Yay! Thank you, Ackley. I could tell he was desperately trying to suppress his fear. It wouldn't be the first time Sinclair has died. Whenever he bit the dust, I made sure to bring him back. But today, he's newly asking for my understanding. He looked determined to confront them directly, even if it means he'll die again and again. A feeling quite unlike the fright a usual battle evokes. He's also angry. He's angry at these people for all the stuff they do. Maybe he's holding the kind of fear that comes with a certain courage. In that case, are you scared, Sinclair? Sinclair suddenly turned around and gave me a startled look. Did I say something weird? No, it's just I was reminded of a friend who asked me the same question. Sinclair opened his mouth after a brief pause. His voice cracked. I agree with what Heathcliff said. Prosthetic head or not, you would have been the same person regardless, Dante. I guess the same could be said for my family. This is so good. It's so good. Everything saying here is like, it's deep for him. And he's also betraying a lot about his story. Thanks, Sinclair. It's nothing. I can't have you be too thankful when I'm about to make you suffer by throwing my life away. Are you scared, Sinclair? Don Quixote Kong pops a balloon behind him. Don Quixote. Honestly, I am so surprised we haven't been getting a lot of moments of Don Quixote going like, ah! And like, da 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 da, right? I don't like the implications of that, but I'm not going to dwell on it because there's a lot going on. Just despite the fact that I'm dwelling on every other implication here. Just as I realized I forgot to ask what he said in response to the same question his friend had, Sinclair had already charged into the fray. We like our Angie boy. 'Cause unlike Mersault, he actually does show the signs of becoming better. You'll provide the slapstick imagery. Yay! Yeah, absolute resident. Okay, cool. I like this. Because if you look, this is struggling, right? With absolute resonance, it's neutral. Yay! I like that. I like that a lot. I don't know exactly why that happens, but I love it anyways. We're still probably gonna lose because it's only like 50-50 when it's neutral, but hey. Yeah, it looks like we lost both of the gluttony clashes, but that's fine. We are Wrath. Also, Hong Lu is gonna get hit, but it was kind of a jerk earlier, so I don't feel too bad about it. Sinclair defends. Rodion defends. Oh! If you have shield... Okay, this might be a benefit for Rodion to defend first. As long as she can maintain that shield. Oof! Sorry, Sinclair. Look at that poise! Yay. Let's see, get some resonance in there. Absolute resonance helping? Not at all. Frick. Hang on, do I actually? It's not helpful right now, but it'd be funny if I could show it. Well, let's ride the struggle bus together.
시동 걸어볼까?
Back in a bit, gotta stretch the legs and do some covert shopping. Yay! Good luck on shopping, Wackerly. And good luck on stretchies, too! Stretch. Oh, hey, two of the struggling Wrath actually won.
이런
Nice.
상황인데도
Love it when that happens.
보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
그대로 멈춰라. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
아, 이런.
빨리 해치우고 그냥
아무튼
가죠.
놀라운 상황이에요.
저주 속에
어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이.
Also, yeah,
아, 옛날 버릇.
just
적사살.
oh my gosh, everything here is deep and a lot, and I hope everyone's okay
볼까?
because there's a lot here and it is very heavy. In fact, now that I think about it, I should stop for a second, like after this battle, and just check in with everybody. Make sure you're all okay. Project Moon stuff is good, but it can be heavy.
어떤 사람들은 상처를 통해 성장한다고 하오.
Ooh, absolute resonance, nice.
그러리라 믿소.
너냐?
Thanks for the observe and imagines, Ryan. Oof. Despite the high sanity, you can still flip the tails. Ah, thanks for the observe and imagines, Wayward. Oh, dang it. Sinclair wasn't lying when he said that he would die a bunch. These are not easy fights.
그 잠시나마
But I think I can just go through because we're basically at the end of the fight anyways.
적확한 한압이었소.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
Oh, that 8 paralyzed. Ooh, look at that. And that 10 power down. That's brutal. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's go for damage. But my gosh. Ooh, that's not the kind of thing you want to see. Rodion was riding the struggle bus pretty hard.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠. 빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
Okay. So, let's do a quick just check.
완벽한 임무였어. 다음에도 저희 추바이를 이용해 주세요.
And it's also additionally like I do need to like take a quick myself. Let's see, do I have anything in Happy Playlist that'll be good to play right now? Well, I just check with everyone. Everyone in chat. This is generally just a vibe check. How are you feeling? Is everything alright? Is everyone feeling good? Do I need to go on break for a few people? Ooh, I like this one. Okay, Ryan's doing Let's see. Anyone else in chat? Okay. I'm generally judging by the lack of reaction that everyone else who's watching the stream is not active in chat. So, oh! Wayward is active in chat and saying good. Yay! That is good to know. I do know that stuff that gets this heavy can be really rough for some people. It gets a little rough for me since I do come from a background of being raised in a religion and having a lot of religious trauma as a result. So it's it can hit hard. I love the story. I love how it's handled. It's just... it can hit very hard. But it's great to know that you're alright. And I hope that's everyone who's active in chat and actively listening. Time to continue. Oh, I'm glad we took that break because yeah. Sinclair's home was the largest mansion in the neighborhood, standing at the innermost part of the town. One could see from a distance that a huge flame was engulfing the estate. I took a moment to try and imagine what this town could have looked like during its peaceful times. To bring to mind the times when the trees we saw near the town still had lush, verdant leaves. How Sinclair would have been during those times. Or when everyone around him had died. I couldn't paint a clear picture of either happiness or despair. Nonetheless, I only hope that Sinclair can brace himself for the misfortune he'll soon have to face.
정말 심하네요.
This is awful, to say the least. A courtyard that could have once been a vast, flourishing garden was now full of nails erected tall. A variety of prosthetic bodies were pierced by those towering nails. And the house was enveloped in ferocious flame, ready to consume everything around it. While everyone's attention was drawn to the prosthesis, Sinclair's eyes drifted to a corner of the yard.
무덤들이
The grave.
파헤쳐져 있어?
They're dug up? Following his gaze, I could see 3 graves that were violated. Sinclair's expression alone was enough for me and all the other sinners to guess who they were for.
부관 참수라니.
To execute the dead, this is nothing short of a devil's work. Father, mother, and sister. The family he mentioned, that's where they should be resting.
잠깐. 거수자 한 명.
Halt.
전방.
One uniform. Straight ahead.
휘파람 소리.
That whistling.
아무리 생각해도
I mean, it's just too funny when you think about it. Someone walked out of the burning household. Her laugh was simply sinister in every way imaginable.
썩지도 않는 몸뚱이들을
Why put so much effort into burying bodies that can't even rot? Am I right? I don't need to say that line.
그래도 여기 꼬챙이들 중에
I'm sure you'll find them around somewhere if you look hard enough.
내가
I do remember nailing those 3.
내 말 잘 들으면 위치를
Be a
알려.
good boy, and I might just tell you where they are.
어때, 싱클레어?
Well, Sinclair,
찾아오다니.
you've grown a spine coming all the way here.
시체들을 쳐다볼 용.
Enough of one to look at a few dead bodies too, right? Why? Just... Why all this? Sinclair couldn't even speak properly.
대포팀들은 어디 간 거지?
Where did our Perform team get off to? They've got to turn up at this point. Hi, Function! Hi! If you're just jumping in, check the content warnings. I pinned it in the chat. I got a little ahead of myself and it's a little bit humorous at points, but it's all true.
아, 싱클레어 친구.
Ah, Sinclair's got some buddies.
같이 숨어들어온 다른 쥐새끼들을.
Looking for the other filthy ratlets that snuck in here?
좋아, 좋아.
Okay, watch closely. I'll turn on the lights, so open your eyes wide. Yep. If you didn't read the content warnings, looking at screen right now kind of shows you part of the problem. Effie was barely breathing. His limbs had been cut away, and deformed prosthetics were crudely lodged in their place. He was too mutilated to even speak a single word.
저대로라면
In his current state, it'll take around 2 days for him to completely die,
장대에 서서히 꽂히면서
and the pole piercing through him will only amplify his suffering. Then,
관리자님,
manager,
사람을 최대
I happen to know of a method to end a life with as little pain as possible.
쓰였던 적이 많은 기술이라 말이야.
It's one that saw many uses, in fact. May I ask you to give me the order? I looked to both Gregor and Ishmael. They gazed back at me and, as if in acknowledgement, dropped their heads low and bit their lips. I understood what that meant.
편해지도록.
Rest in peace. The collar of Autis' clothes brushed against the wind. Then, silence. And it's then broken by Cromer's roaring laughter. Yeah, Function, I'm sorry. This is a... Oh my gosh, sorry. At the same time, I could hear something else break.
어차피 다 같은 꼴이.
Really? It's hilarious to watch you all care for each other when you all meet the same fate anyway. Ugh.
싱클레어. 이러니까
Brings you back, doesn't it, Sinclair?
그때 네 표정도.
Your face, your face back then was real priceless.
그러마 너는 죽어야만 해.
You have to die.
그게 맞는 것 같아.
Yeah, I think that's the right way.
너는 내 손에.
You'll die by my... He was interrupted by the sound of a nail dragging across the floor.
귀도라는 작자군.
It's Guido. We thought we had felled him with our best, but not a scratch was on his body now. It was as if all his injuries healed in that short time. Seeing him walk towards us in perfect condition fatigued the sinners. Rendered speechless, all they can muster from their hearts is a deep groan of contempt.
기도. 나머지는 왜
Guido,
그러는 거야?
why couldn't you take out the others?
용서하십시오, 쥐는 자시여.
Forgive my ineptitude, O one who grips. My incompetence allowed them to escape.
항상 경계해야 해.
You have to stay alert.
망할 칠판
You never know what's hidden under those cursed steel craniums. Ah.
명심하겠습니다.
I shall keep your word at heart, O one who grips. I hate Cromer so much.
대회를 끝내고 끝났으니까.
Since the reunion is over, I'll be heading back. Cromer turns around to walk into the burning mansion. That's powerful imagery. And the voice actors are amazing. I don't even know if I can repeat that line. I mean, I have to because it was spoken in Korean, but my gosh. Get back here! I swear I'll grab you with my hand and...
아니지, 싱클레어.
Nope, Sinclair.
항상 그랬지만.
It's always been the other way around. A long smirk dances across Cromer's entire face. It's hard to tell if it's a violent blaze or Cromer's vice that is consuming the other. And then,
쥐는 건 나야.
I am the one who grips. Yeah, everyone wields nails, and she calls herself the one who grips. Anyway, it's time to fight Guido again. I'm gonna make a call. Hong Lu, for all I like to bleed, is not winning clashes.
결투 의뢰로군.
I'm gonna throw the 1 3-star identity we have in this team. We are consistently having people die in battles now.
그대로 멈춰라.
I still love that animation to just throw the glove at their... most of our attacks did not hit.
효과적이네요.
저들이 주품과
이
같이
방식을
행동하면
기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
보다 유리하지 않겠어.
Let's get that absolute resonance in there.
아니야?
반복하겠는가?
Sorry, Sinclair.
기업 대상 제거.
At least we got more stagger. Right. I forgot about that. Is it listed here? No, it's not. Those fiery music notes in the background are the effect of Cromer's passive. Whistles. Which increases all of the enemies' sanity and makes them hit harder. Ah! No, come on. No, you can't do it anymore, frick. Okay, well that was... Can I do this fight with my current team? Oh no. Protection request, so the defense should hopefully be better. Frick.
유쾌한 결투였네.
There. Ah.
어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이
기절했나?
다소 유리하구려.
유쾌한 결투였네.
Wave 2. Starting immediately with the whistles.
뭔가
Which, as you can see, adds 15 sanity, which means they're gonna start out with... Oh! Oh. Frick. We're gonna start throwing egos at the enemies. Because this is not good. Oh my gosh. And we're gonna ego corrupt, Sinclair, and you're gonna see what that looks like. Oh, thank goodness he got enough sanity to not ego corrupt. Ha! Oh, thank goodness. Also, yeah, that's Sinclair's, ego. It's a tree. Because trees are natural. Which just... is so much. Does this page introduce Don Quixote with her boots that she named Rocinante? I just don't pay attention to the name of her,
돌리셔야겠어요, 관리자님.
Le Sangro de Sancho. Don't pay attention to that because, you think about it, you're like, oh no. Speaking of oh no, Rhymeshank references, chapter 2, so I'll just have that, and... hope? This might be the point where we have the first, like, true loss. Cause it's not looking good. We are under-leveled.
언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
기존에
먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Oh thank goodness. Okay, we only have one dead. The one dead is Sinclair. I'm sorry, Sinclair. Oh. You didn't ego corrode, you just died. Huh.
유쾌한 결투였네.
어제 톱날을 열심히
행복하겠는가?
어제 톱날을 열심히 손본 보람이 할만하네.
기절 위협 대상 제거. 기절했나?
I should do something that I haven't done for a while, and that's just check what the level recommendation is.
돈을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
Just to be like, can I feasibly keep going, or am I just not okay? And thank you, Rackley. Oh, okay. Time for a quick song then. In which case, that's happening right now. I just turned off the audio, so you're not gonna hear. I'm gonna hear that audio, but it's fine. You returned to your post. Haha, welcome back. Okay. Let's see. What's the good song? Oh, yeah, I like this song. And besides, which is funny. Let's see. Make sure you're grabbing the right thing. There we go. Make sure you're grabbing the right audio source. There we go. Make sure you can actually hear it. Yeah. I need to update Psych Engine, but it's fine. Had to buy a Secret Santa gift for a coworker who's on shift tonight, and a cashier. Oh my gosh, that sounds hard. This one. I like this one. Ha! I love the crashing. Hi, batter. Bye, batter. Frick. Dang it. Okay, everyone, you're free to make fun of me. Not your fault. Not your fault at all. I was trying not to mash, but sometimes with that song, if I want to win, I have to mash. Okay. Back to the question of who's gonna beat... Oh, yeah, I go this way because neutral. Yeah.
제압 실시.
I failed at that time. Streamer Bane exists. Laughs at clown. Laugh at the cloud. Do all the honks at me. This is not Heathcliff's main ego. That's just like... That's one that I pulled. I'm gonna be 100% honest. My mood has died. It has died! No, I'm pretty sure Wackily hasn't died. It has died many deaths! Plus it closes and reopens itself at will. Why always this one? I don't know! Sounders just love this one. It's been a while since we heard Sandtoad. You want Peekaboo? Okay, hang on. Let's see if I can pull. I'm gonna try pulling now. I'm gonna be like, hey, let's see. I'm gonna be 100% honest. What? My mood has died. It has died. It has died. Sound alerts. Tiny death. It has died many deaths. Plus the close reopens itself at will. It has died so many deaths. Sound alerts. Why? That is remarkably rude. Oh, sound alerts. Sound alerts is
remarkably
being sassy.
I said I
today.
would be done, and then I'm not. That was remarkably rude.
Okay, sound alerts, you be sassy, okay? Sound alerts is being sassy at me. Oh, we had another death. Frick. Oh, and another one bites the dust. Oh my gosh, we're looking at 2 people.
배를 돌리는 편이 나아 보이는데요.
Time for... Oh, wait, no, that's not the okay one. Frick. Time for soup! And lightning! I'm just trying right now. I'm seeing what wins clashes, but honestly, we're not gonna win. I'm at soup! Clearly, Don Quixote is at soup. And it's electrifying! The soup is so good, it's energizing. Oh, frick. Yeah, we're about to lose here. We're close, but... Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, look at that, they're just... Ooh. And that's the first team wipe I've had on stream. They return all but 1 of the energy you spent though, so it's not too punishing. Level 25 recommendation. Oof. Yeah, I just kept everyone at level 20, but yeah, they wrap up the difficulty here. I am so glad that I regularly get training tickets though, because my gosh. Level 3 tickets I've used up most of, so I'm gonna use level 4. Let's just bring up to level 29 so I don't go over the cap. Since I'm just like, I don't want to go over that level because it was the level cap. I'm just eyeballing it at this point. And I'm going for 28 because I realized hitting 29 and 30 and all of them is not going to be possible. Mostly that have you do this in a focused manner on individual members to bring them up to speed, rather than on entire teams to make up for stuff. Plus, I use my level ups on new identities to, like, if I want to use them in my new teams. Or my main team that I use for the story. Oop, there's the limit. Ah! We're gonna have... Actually, I should make certain that Sinclair is up there. Okay, actually, that amount would be about 150, I think. Yeah, about less than 150. There we go. The game gets brutal. Okay, if I do 120 for you. I'm close. I'm... Dang it. Okay. If I can't win, I'm going to use more powerful identities, which I don't want to do, but I might have to. We're able to get everyone but 2. So, hopefully, that's good enough to get through. Okay, it was... Yeah, I think it was Bonfire we were at. Also, can't use Gregor anymore because that's just level 20. Time to bring back Honglu.
임무 시작.
Ah! This chapter pushes you, and I'm like, I'm hoping we can get through it
없는 싸움을 기대하겠어.
with current identities. Oh, come on. You have to get a couple heads. Okay, we got a couple of losses, but it's not bad.
그래, 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Level ups generally, like, increase your defense and attack, so you can take more hits and you can deal more hits. Deal... Ah! Come on! Ah. Oh.
기업 대상 제거.
저것들
Oh, look at that. We're doing... And there's the whistle.
뭔가 기운을 내게 하는
Oh, there's the whistle and there's the effects. Struggling. Ah, we can make it. Oh. Of course, for Midas coins, the whistle's actually kind of antithetical. Since it's just kind of like, yeah, they give more sanity. They're gonna flip the heads and lose attack power.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
Oh, that's... There. A lot better though.
기업 대상
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
기절했나?
유효타 좋아. 계속
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
이리로 와.
Also, if it's not fairly obvious at this point, you're not quite intended to just charge through the entire chapter, but like, as time go by, get some extra like EXP tickets, you know, do some other things. No. We do this. Yeah.
조용해졌군요.
기절했나?
스페셜한 기운이 느껴져. 면밀히 짚어보고 나아가는 게
제압
어떤
실수.
Gotta trust in that resonance.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
Ah! I was hoping that was stagger. Frick. Limbus Company 80% speedrun. Let's go. Oh no. Holy cow. First, the entire game has to be finished, which it's not. Second of all, oh dear.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요.
I would love to see that. That'd be insane.
그래, 얘는 처리했고.
저주 속에 가라앉는군요.
Also, Sinclair is not happy.
사냥을
I'm beginning to suspect those whistles also take away from Sinclair's sanity. Which honestly makes sense given the story.
이리로
Heathcliff putting in the work though, dang. Yay! There we go, look at that. Ah. We're actually surviving. Oh, Sinclair ego corroded. Oh. Please be attacking the enemy and not your allies. Okay, good. That's an enemy. Good, you're attacking enemies only. Okay. I suppose I could talk about this. Ego corrosion. There is a corroded version of the any ego attack that's not their main one. And the main thing about them is that they are indiscriminate. They attack anything on the field, and so it's a random chance about if they decide to turn around and kill an ally. They are horrifying. But there's some merit to if there's like a larger chance of it hitting an enemy than an ally of just trying to go for it.
끌지 말지.
It's a very dumb risk, but you can try for it. Well, and this is based off the Doomsday Clock in Chapter 1.
산재물이 되어라.
You don't want to be on the other end of that.
또한 산재물이 되어라.
기절했나? 위협 대상 제거.
I'm not looking forward to like, oh, I am absolutely looking forward to the boss at the end.
완벽한 임무였어. 다음에도 저희 추바이를 이용해 주세요.
We are getting close to the dungeon. Observe and imagine. Yay, thank you. See, we got the pre-battle on that already. This one has a pre-battle and a post-battle. We beat, yeah. I'm gonna eat a fry. Sinclair's not having a good time.
야, 너!
Hey, wait! Sinclair leapt forth to chase Cromer before anyone could stop him. However, he's blocked by the remaining Angkorp Inquisitors. In response, he swings his weapon with a tremendous force I never thought he could exert. crushing the head of the one who grabbed him. The Inquisitor collapses to the ground before even a gasp could escape their mouth. Sinclair would normally keep to the back of our group. This is the first I saw him charge in unprompted like that. What the hell have you been dawdling in the back for if you could do that? I remember with clarity that I had ended your lives. Yes, you had! I undoubtedly witnessed torn brain tissue spill through the cracks in your skulls. And yet, here you heretics are, before me on your feet. You're not the one to complain about miraculous recoveries. Guido examines me closely with his piercing glare. He then slowly nods as if his observation gave him the knowledge he needed. You there, the one possessing the head of a heretic. You must be the false shepherd enticing this herd into blasphemy. Ah, it's so creepy! Ugh. He proceeds to nudge his chin at the nil corpses in the courtyard. They committed the grave sin of entering the site of hallowed rites with their unclean body. Screw you! Thus, they have been punished with the same penalty as heretics receive. They have also been subjected to the humiliation of bodily mechanical intrusions being installed against— Screw you! But you are different. The sin of worshipping a heretic is less severe than indulging in heresy at oneself. Therefore, as long as you are willing to repent and cleanse your minds of sin, we, the Hammer, are willing to demonstrate forgiveness. Screw you! So I implore you, ye pitiable, foolish sinners, led astray by temptation. Screw you! Shake off the allure of that false miracle and kneel before me. The confrontation came to a standstill. No one seemed willing to speak first. So they've all been under my spell or something all along? Who'd have thought that? I tried cracking a joke to lighten the mood a little, but no one laughed. Dante, that man, he just insulted you. He doesn't even see you as a human being. Exactly. I mean, you guys call me Clockface all the time too. Sadly, yes. Congratulations, we're back in the content warning zone. Yay. That's not the same at all. Besides, how did I use that nickname? Project Moon isn't pulling their punches. I don't think they know how. They are directly calling out the people who just stand there as things happen. Ishmael grunted. So you think throwing some fancy words around will be enough to persuade us, eh? Listen up, faceplate. You're the one who needs a little shaking off. Seems to me your human brain's just as defective. You are given ample opportunity. You are no different from those we hung and nailed after all. I am a hammer. I am a tool for the one who grips, tasked with the great mission of piercing the false flesh of heretics. I shall bind thee to a nail and lay thee down furthest from soil, for he who shan't repent. Oi! When are you gonna finish your stupidly long taunt? Is not granted rest beneath the earth. I like Heathcliff. He's just like, when are you gonna be done? That's, in a lot of ways, how you combat these kind of like religious extremists. You don't give them the room to do their spiel. Because that's what a lot of it is. It's a performance for themselves. They want to feel good about themselves, and all the humming and hawing about, oh yes, is like, it's them hyping themselves up and taking themselves seriously. I am the hammer. Boring! Exactly! It's, yeah. What's the term? It's grandstanding, I think.
기절했나?
스페셜한 기운이
And that whistle. Ah.
보고 나아가는 게 어떤가?
Oh, this is only struggling down here, so I'm gonna go for that. And hope it works.
끌지 말지.
Also the music! The frick! Ah! In the words of the 12th Doctor, can you get to the point please or I hit you with my shoe? Exactly! You don't... I mean, I know it doesn't, you know, convince them of anything. They get annoyed. But there's a small part of it that helps them hear how absurd it sounds and helps make it seem more horrifying. And at least people around realize it is absurd. It's absurdity. Except it's not the special kind of clown absurdity we all love. It's just... It's absurdity that's dangerous when you can't recognize it as absurdity. I guess that's the way I'd put it.
저것들 상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가 기운을 내서
Yeah, absolute resonance. Yeah.
얘는 처리했고.
Also, I've been debating about whether or not to try to hunt down and like watch Doctor Who again. Because Doctor Who, like, it has a lot of good points in it.
위협 대상
좋다. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Also, it has some bad episodes. Like, yeah.
쉬고 그냥 가죠.
탱고더. 아, 옛날 버릇이. 적사살. 좋아.
Okay, let's see.
제압
Yeah. Getting all of that lust resonance in there. I think orange is lust.
그대로. 그대로. 방금은 좋지 않았어.
Doctor Who is great, except when it's weird and icky. Looking at you, Thomas Child. I was thinking about, like, Hatching the Moon. But, yeah, that works too. I don't remember Thomas Child, though.
귀찮게 끌지 말지.
I think the general idea is that just Doctor Who is fantastic when it's written by good authors. When its writers are good.
흔들리는 놈이 제1 사냥감이겠네요. 가서 끝장내죠.
It's probably the best way to put it. Patching the mood was also not great. Yeah. That's one where I think, like, over and over and over again, anyone talking about the show is like, trust me, it is not an abortion allegory. It's not. And then everyone was like, no, this clearly is. And you're being really stupid about it.
저것들 상당히 즐거워 보이는데요. 뭔가 기운을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
제압 실시.
Also, we won within 10 turns without losing a sinner. Yay!
얘는 처리했고.
Thank goodness. My go-to episode to show people to get people into it is The Runaway Bride. Oh yeah, that was so good. Like, I mean, I guess it depends on what the people are into.
그대들도 뛰어났네만. 내가
If they're into horror, then I go through and I say like, hey, Empty Child, and the doctor dances. Like, that one's so good. But The Runaway Bride, it's such a good one as well. That's a good general one, I think. A lot of David Tennant's run was really good. Donna, you have to jump. In my wedding dress? Yes, you look lovely. Come on. Yeah. Okay, back to serious mode. The ground shook as Guido finally fell. I couldn't help but wonder if we really did him in, yet we were too exhausted to bother and take his helmet off to check his breathing. Sinclair was repeatedly jabbing his spear into a dead Inquisitor. And the child was like, yeah! The corpse was mangled beyond recognition, its blood and organs spilling all over the floor. Christopher Eccleston was a brilliant doctor, and I'm really sad that, like, apparently I learned that a lot of the, like, writers and showrunners did him dirty. Because he's just like, no, I'm not coming back unless you fire them. And I'm just like, oh, that's sad.
싱클레어. 진정해.
Sinclair, calm down. He didn't seem to care about anything other than the body he was set out to destroy. Oh. He let his anger get out of control? Not good. Occasional pants of rage and tearful gasps were all that came out of his mouth. How the frick do I, like, repeat the English lines after hearing the Korean voice actor? Okay, I still try because it's a different language. Ow. Kill them all. Okay. A lot of respect for Eccleston because during all the inner conflict, he refused to give anything but his best on camera. 100%. Eccleston pretty much set the bar for, like, hey, the Doctor Who can be silly and funny and terrifying and everything, and it's great. He's relatable on a personal level and yet stands so far above and yet comes down and makes a funny joke. I love how Eccleston completely shaped how everyone sees the Doctor in Doctor Who. I knew stopping him was the right thing to do, but no one dared to step in. It was evidence that he was too blinded by ire to listen to us.
정신 차리게 하는 방법은 생각보다 참 간단하네.
I know a way to most simple to bring him back to his senses. At that, Don Quixote suddenly jumped Sinclair and pinned him to the ground. And then, she started laying into his face. Whew. One fist thrown after the other. And you could tell by these sound effects, this is not, these are not soft.
이거 말려야 하는
Oh,
거야?
shouldn't we do something?
냅둬. 분내 나는 싸움.
Leave him be. A couple calves tussling isn't worth intervening. A cloud of dust rose from a ruthless beating. After a while, Don Quixote cut her onslaught.
어떤가?
Pray tell, how does that feel now? Yeah.
미안하네.
Pardon my rash action.
흥분이 못
Oft I would find myself overcome by fervor, rampaging much the same as a riderless horse.
그럴 때는
At such moments, mine
차릴 때까지
old...
나를 두들겨 패곤했다네.
I can't do her voice at this line. At such moments, my old friends helped me come to myself by beating me senseless. That nobody in this company is a good person or okay. They are not okay people.
그렇게 해야만 정신이 드는.
'Twas, at times, the only remedy to the fever that had overtaken me.
아하. 그러니까 베르기를
아하.
무시하고도
So in that
상관이
sense,
없는 거죠?
Forgive.
그게
Tears plinked down from Sinclair's bruised eyes.
가만두지 않겠어.
I'll get her for this!
우리 집으로 가서 그 개새끼한테 말뚝을 쑤셔 넣을 거예요. 그런 다음은
Violence beginning further violence, yeah. I'll go to my home and skewer the bitch! I'll skewer her with a stake and then... Oh, Sinclair. The rest of his sentence was overrun with pained sobbing. After a while of sniffling, Sinclair finally seemed to calm down as he put a hand to his face and started muttering.
하루아침에 모든 걸 잃었어요.
I lost everything overnight.
그때는 저들이 못과 망치라는 이름을 내세우지도 않았고 저렇게 많은 인원으로 공격을 다니지도 않았어요.
Who's ready for big, massive commentary? Back then, they didn't parade their Nagel und Hammer name around. You didn't see large groups like that in the open.
하지만 언제부터인지
But at some point,
자기들을 망치라고 하는 자들이 하나둘씩 마을에 들어서더니
people calling themselves hammers started showing up in town, one by one, and... Yeah, this is very, very heavy once again. If any of you are not doing alright, tell me and we'll take a break.
됐어, 꼬맹이. 거기까지면 됐어.
It's okay, kiddo. No need to push yourself. Rhodia gently pat him on the back.
아직도 생각하곤 해요.
I still think that
나쁜
sometimes.
꿈속에서 아직 깨지 못하고 있는 건 아니야.
This is all just a bad dream, and I'm having trouble waking up.
매일 아침마다 잠에서 깨서 눈을 뜨기 전에
It always comes.
항상
Every morning, before I open my eyes.
이번만큼은
Maybe this time,
천장이
I'll wake up and see my familiar ceiling. Just maybe. After he said that, he broke into tears. It only made sense to wait for him to settle down. Yeah. resting a bit because that is insane. Thanks for the head pats, Wayward. Eccleston was really good. He could be both fierce and funny. Tennant was legendary at both. Matt had silly down to a science, but he couldn't manage fierce. Capaldi was by far the fiercest, but he could be quite funny as well. Whitaker was given a load of crap and did her very best. Silly, yes, but fierce, no. Haven't yet seen Tennant round 2. I haven't seen Whitaker yet. Also, thank you for the head pat, Sparkly. In my opinion, I think Capaldi was the most, worst done. Because for the beginning of Capaldi's run, the writers kept on writing him as if he was Matt Smith. And once he was able to be himself, we got Doctor wearing sunglasses riding a tank. And I'm like, I wish we had more of that the entire run. Here, thank you, Wackerly. So, yeah. Sinclair is solidly religious trauma. A lot of it. Holy cow. But for my fish. Thank goodness we have a chapter without story. It's just battling and taking down the baddies. It breaks my heart how on point Project Moon is when they wrote the line of at first people didn't wave the name around, and then one day they did. It's so good, and it's terrifying, and I think the terrifying part of it is the points. It is something terrifying. Because legit, when that happens, yeah. You know, it's just how visceral the cars stacked up in massive towers outside the casino was. Yeah. Love the lead up to that so much, Clara. How do we find the doctor? Missy. Anachronisms, tiny little screeching electric guitar versus anachronisms. Yeah! I freaking love it when they finally let Capaldi be Capaldi. Because it was so good. I just wish that had been his entire run rather than trying to force him down the Matt Smith hole. The doctor goes in the square hole.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
And now this is the screen we have, because of course it is.
이것까지가 내 직감이었어. 이번에도 틀리진 않았지?
And now more story. And now the difficulty is level 26. Ah! We entered the charred mansion, and Sinclair led us to the basement. When he opened the door, a long underpass leading to an unknown destination was revealed to us. To think there'd be a tunnel down here. So, if my guess is right, then this passage should lead to the branch facility. Sinclair was living on top of a secret passage to a lobotomy corp branch. Oh!
호텔에 대체 왜 이런 수상한
Why are you keeping this shifty shaft in your basement?
원래는 없었어요.
It wasn't here before.
뭐?
What?
그럼 우리 어떻게 알고 지하실로
Then how do you know we ought to go to the basement?
시간이 북쪽 방향에 이끌리기
It's like how magnetic fields draw a
그냥
compass
느낌으로
needle
알수 있었을
northward.
뿐이에요.
I was brought here by intuition.
그거 아니었나요?
Isn't that what it is?
저희를 가지를 향한
You're bringing
나침반으로
us along to
데리고
use as sensors for the bows. Sinclair quietly looked at Faust. Instead of answering him, she strode past him and stood before the door.
구조를 보아하니 비교적
Judging from the
최근
material,
같군요.
this tunnel seems to have been made relatively recently.
아마 엔사의 파견원
It was likely dug by N-Corp's expeditionary forces when they had occupied the town.
짧은 길은 아닐 거예요.
It won't be a short trip.
그들
Given that this passage was excavated for their use, we will surely run into foes on the way.
준비되었으면 출발하죠.
Heaven Sent and Hell Bent showed how good Capaldi could be. Yes! Personally, if we're talking about like the best for each doctor, I think the best for Matt Smith was Demon's Run When Good Men Go to War. Because it was, and this is gonna sound weird, it showed the worst of Matt Smith, the part that infuriated people, where Matt Smith was written to mock people mercilessly, and showed legit he could get angry, and legit he could be tricked, and the visceral reaction to him being all pompous and like assured of himself and making fun of someone, and then it being a trick on him, and his acting in that, it was good. It was good. The reveals about like freaking, yeah, just wasn't that well done afterwards, because like later on I heard an interview with the writers who were like, oh, you didn't see that coming, we read it so nobody could see it coming. And I'm like, that's a horrible attitude to have while writing twists. But whatever. We should move once we are ready.
그렇게 쳐다보지 마세요, 단.
Don't give me that look, Dante.
저는
I am simply not in the position to comment on it. Also, the David Tennant specials were fantastic. The freaking... My favorite of the David Tennant specials were, Water on Mars.
오늘은 얼마나 찢을까?
I already shared what I loved about Christopher Eccleston.
자, 맞서보죠. 우리들에게 이깟 파도 별것도 아니잖아요.
자, 그대로.
저 시시게.
Wait, I suppose Christopher Eccleston. Empty Child and Doctor Dances.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Now everyone's gonna be thinking about Doctor Who and like, here's my favorite episode.
반복하겠는가? 위협 대상
I haven't seen Whittaker yet, so I should eventually get on that.
우세, 서둘러 끝내보자고.
I had a lot of things happen in life right at that moment, and I never got back to Doctor Who.
유쾌한 결투였네.
저주 속에 가라앉는
위협 대상 제거.
Wave 2. It's kind of nice when, like, the battles don't feel edge of your seat. Pressure! We're gonna be hit at that point later, but for now we're good. I think.
먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
너냐?
Like, the Waters of Mars was so good because it showed why the Doctor needs a companion to keep him grounded. Exactly.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지. 우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
When left to his own devices, he'll try to save everybody. And like a companion would help him see that he wants to save everybody sooner. I would also help him, like, you know,
완벽한 임무였어.
not drop emotions off a cliff once, like, if it fails. Right. Oh, Zach, Navit, we're just short before we enter the the energy doesn't matter after the dungeon, but we're just short. Oh, that's unfortunate. No. Okay, well, there we go. We are just short. Oh.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
Glove slap. I like that move. Also, I feel like having a couple of battles and fights where, like, just like story isn't really discussed shows that Project Moon knows. Yeah, it was really heavy. Everything's in an absolute resonance. Yay! After I get through this chapter, I am gonna show something that Duck was actually talking about and alluded to earlier, but yeah, gotta save that for after the chapter.
조금만 더 해보자.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
Gotta chat, enjoy the rest of the stream. Okay. Thank you for dropping by, Rackley.
기절했나? 위협 대상 제거.
I have no idea how long it'll take us to get through the dungeon,
위협 대상 제거.
but we are at the end of the chapter at least. Right after wave 2. I thought I was being clever with timing that, but no, I wasn't.
이런 동료들 상태에 신경 좀 쓰셔야 할 것 같아요.
We have a stagger.
관리자님.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
그대로 멈춰라. 귀찮게 끌지
오케이.
말지. 귀찮게 끌지 말지.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
둔해졌군요.
Look at that. They're all staggered. Time for damage.
유쾌한 결투였네.
빨리 해치우고 그냥 가죠.
저주 속에
Yeah.
오랜만에 발 뻗고 눕네요. 계속 이대로 돈 모아서 더 좋은 장비를 달아야겠어요.
Branch K-2. This isn't the only branch in K-Corp, but... Let's hope this is a good layout. Oh, just gotta make sure. Yeah, that's the good. Add you. Make sure I have the ego. Right, we finished for Sunday one day, so I'm gonna go to the mass attack one. I think should be good. I think.
얼마나 찢을까?
I hope I can get through the dungeon because it's kind of hard. And if I don't make it through, I'm just gonna say we're good for the stream. The branch facility you entered was not as well preserved as the one we had visited in District 4. It seems N-Corp's Inquisitors have been using this place as a base for a while. Various torture devices and bits of flesh and machinery like those we saw in town came into my sight. Please stop. It hurts. It hurts so much. This one speaks of suffering. Oh, okay, just gotta skip some lines. Oh, the pain. It's real, I swear.
그만. 이자가 참회를 하기에 보아라. 눈물도 흘리지 않지 않는가? 아니야. 눈물 흘릴 수 있어.
확인하지 않을 필요까지는 없지 않다.
We can afford to verify, can we not?
물론
For genuine effusion of sorrow suggests humanity.
감사합니다. 정말
Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Now, we shall lift your eye. Their heretical depravity knows no bounds. They've gone so far as to make vile devices that mimic terror clans. We must see with our own true eyes that this... If you confirm that your eyes suck. Yeah, this is so... a lot. Huzzah! You heretics, truly are like pests. Never alone with the habit of constantly obstructing our great task. Rhodia shrugged when I looked back. What? I wanted to take charge for once. Yep. Yay! And I need to remember, you don't need to go into the story in dungeons because they will play automatically. Yay! I'm gonna keep Faust. Because Faust has some ego that is extremely useful. She is so good to keep around.
응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
And generally, you just really want to make sure she's like good sanity.
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
Which is also at this point, I am watching the ego count so I can actually build up all the ego and, you know, activate them.
참, 이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보죠.
유쾌한 결투였네.
My mood and my energy is beginning to go down because this is so heavy. We can make it through.
그새 제법 싸우는 폼이 발전했는데요.
Well, B, you've all gotten better at fighting, haven't you? A faint voice calls to us from the corner. Sod? Sod was resting against the wall, exhausted. She was covered in bites and gnawings left by the picatula, which is the, low-level abnormalities.
괜찮으세요? 일어설 수
Are you alright? Can you get up easily? Sod could barely talk, let alone stand on her feet. She slowly began to speak, each word filled with pain.
에피는 어떻게
Effie, how is he?
살아있죠?
Alive? Yeah?
밖에서
You
만났죠?
must have met outside. Everyone is hesitant to answer Sod's desperate question. How could any of us inform her of the morbid state Effie was in and how we had to put him out of his misery?
네, 살아있어요.
Yes, he's doing fine now. Honglu answered quietly. No sinner came forward to elaborate.
잡담은 그만하지.
That's enough chatter.
그 이상한 것들이 기어오는 듯.
It seems more of those oddities are crawling our way. A swarm of picatula approached us. It was as though our guilt about lying to her had gained physical form. Let's see, event. Or I can't do event. Oh, whoops. I have to go this way.
보고 요청 수신.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Let's see. Can I win with you? Yes, I can. There we go. Yep. It looks like it's working out pretty well, actually. Yay! Luckily, the low-level abnormalities are pretty easily to dispatch. I think I staggered them all. Yeah, it looks like they're all staggered. Yay! And I could take them all out this turn. Nice.
너냐?
유쾌한 결투였네.
적대 해제했습니다.
저주 속에
There we go. Event time! Yeah, gonna go mostly for events here. There's a machine in this dilapidated room. A long, bulky lever is at the center of the machine adorned with springs. The urge to pull it is growing stronger and stronger. What will you do? 50% chance for positive effects, 50% chance for negative effects. Let's use the machine! Ah! When you pull down the lever, a clack follows soon after. The springs begin to turn, some slow, some quick, some clockwise, others counterclockwise. Watching the machine's rumble grow wilder, you feel anxious. 50% chance to gain an ego gift. Failure results in HP damage. Ah! The machine stopped at last. What's happening? In the machine's stead, the room now began to tremble and crack. A moment later, the ceiling split open, giving way for thousands of those diving. I got them wrong. Oh no. Outside now. I told you it was a bad idea to mess with it. The officers quickly evacuated the room, but not without harm. Not a lot of HP damage, but dang, SP damage sucks. You see a large gate in the distance. There's something eerie about the pointed fences and stone walls. It looks to be the only way through this area, but it's guarded by a large number of Inquisitors. Is there anything we can do about them? This is where this dungeon does something very important. On a prior check, then begin a combat encounter, pass the buffalo eyes, and reduce the number of waves by 1. Run a last check, then begin a combat encounter, pass to reduce the number of waves by 2. Confront them directly. Begin a combat encounter with all three waves. If I remember correctly. Let me think. Do you have pride? You have plus, don't you? Hear ye, for I have a plan. Might as well hear her out. You're not sure if it's best idea exactly, might not hurt either. I don't remember if this is the case. Sinclair made their move. Wait, is that? Hey, we should check it out. The Inquisitors guarding the gate left supposed to investigate source noise. So doth the diversion return. Just exactly as I spake, a plan without flaw from consecutively the mastermind proactively claims. The mastermind, yeah, because they keep it vague, but we all know it's Don Quixote. Honestly, you'd expect it to work this well. We'll be able to pass once we've dealt with the remaining Inquisitors. Ah, there it is. Win the next battle to gain Eagle Gift, a sign. There are multiple of that kind of gifts in this dungeon. You want as many of them as possible because it is dreadfully important. It makes the ending so much easier. It is important to grab all of the signs you can. Freaking stop signs? Nope, nobody's gonna be stopping anytime soon. Ow! At least I think that's the right one. Let's see if I can win. Let's see if it's the right one. I feel like this particular chapter gets like lighter once you enter the dungeon because it's like, okay, now you're just fighting. We're just fighting through it. Okay, cool. It gets heavier near the end, but for now we're just getting through. I just have one. Dang it. You lived with. I could have been done one wave sooner, but you had to live with one health point. The only one that matters. Okay. I heard that familiar ominous sound of a nail being dragged across the floor from not too far away. Manager, if I may be forward, I would suggest soon including steps in your combat protocol to confirm that our foes are dead. The thought of his return makes what hair I have stand on him. Ye heretics must be exterminated. How long have you been... Guido approaches at a slower gait than before, but his gaze is firmly fixed on me. And the rest shall be purified. I need to rewind the clock. Most of the sinners were either dead or gravely injured. No, they're not. We're fine at the moment. There was no way an effectively non-combatant manager and someone barely holding on to her life could take him. Please stop. Just then, Saad pulled out a gun. She pointed the barrel at me. I need you to keep still. It's not as heavy. It's still heavy. The moment you try to turn that clock, my gun will blow off your head. Saad? Don't look at me like that. I can't hear you, but I can tell you this. They promised to let Effie go
살려서 보내준다고 했어.
if I help to get rid of you. Oh, Effie's dead. I let too much time pass. Guido comes to me and grabs me by the neck. Then he grips my head tightly with his other hand as if to crush it. Creaks, cracks, and rattles ring inside my head. His fingers being inches away from shattering my head terrifies me. Is this it? Is this how I die? Could this have turned out differently if I was a better manager? I remember Heathcliff menacingly asking if there was a way to open up my head so he could see what's inside. Tough luck, Heathcliff. You'll be missing out on a good show. I heard a sound. It was the sound of something breaking. Fortunately for me, it didn't come from my head. Hi, Sinclair. Guido staggers. A nail was lodged in his back, and Sinclair was gasping for air behind him. He was nearly unconscious, lying still until moments ago. It's a miracle that he managed to get up and do this. I could escape Guido's grasp thanks to him. But Guido stood firm despite Sinclair's desperate attack. He collected his breath and slowly turned around. I see. You, too, are a filthy heretic. You're all insane! Out of your minds! The one who grips had once said that you could have become the one as well. What a shame. You grip with the wrong direction. Sinclair, run away. I can't help you. No. I'm not running anymore. This is a good character moment since it's like, yep. A lot of stuff that the sinners do don't have a lot of impact because they could be revived easily. But here's the case where it's like, yeah, you might not be revived after this, and he's still doing it. I like that answer, Sinclair. Gunfire filled my ears, but the bullet struck Guido's head. You who bring ruination upon yourselves, the hammer shall continue to pursue you. With those words, Guido fell to the floor motionless. And in that hush, I heard her handgun drop to the floor. Sod. Effie, he's dead, isn't he? You're all terrible liars. At least try to make it somewhat believable. Come on, Sod. Let's get out of here. You'll be okay. Just gotta stop the bleeding and get you patched up. Right, I'll get a tourniquet. Don't be stupid. I can hardly lift a finger. Besides, those Inquisitors will keep on coming, won't they? You guys need to keep moving down. I'll hold them off here. You should go. You can't do that! You said yourself that you can hardly lift a finger. I can't let you watch our backs when you're in such a mess, please. You know, in moments like this, ooh, hydrate. In moments like this, hydrate. Ah! You're supposed to just nod at me and be on your way. Why do you care so much about the one who volunteered to stay behind? We travel with people who are not good. But they can become better. You can't just... You're making this pretty awkward. You know that? Here I thought I could have a cool farewell. Faust,
멍청이들 데리고
please take these absolute dorks out of here.
베르길리우스 씨한테는
I'll make sure to give Vergilius your regards.
남부는 무슨
No need.
인사나 한번 와달라고 했.
Just tell him to come visit and say hello someday.
무슨 뜻인지 알죠?
You know what I mean?
네.
Of course. We headed for the next area, leaving Sod to die. We all stayed silent for a long while. Yep. That happened. A sign. Sinclair's determination to stand up to Cromer. After 3 strokes have been drawn. This is the most important ego gift to get in this dungeon because it makes the end significantly easier to get through. Another event! A steel door rests on one side of the room. It looks too thick to be easily broken or breached with force. There's gotta be something totally valuable through here if it's guarded this tight. The sinner might be right. Treasure might be waiting behind the door. What should you do? Open it with force! Wrath check! Who could open this door? Wait. Try to open it with pride! Ah! Or lust. Oh, dang. This identity doesn't have wrath? Or it does have wrath, but its wrath has less of a chance to succeed. My general rule of thumb in this dungeon is make Sinclair do everything. Yay! Sinclair pushed out the door with all their might. The door shook little by little but refused to give way. Alright, you've done enough. I tried to get the sinner to stop, but Sinclair kept on pushing, fully focused on the door. After some time, there! The doors opened, a path was hidden behind it. The selected identity healed for 20 SP! Yay! There's a new path on the map. That only gained 2 SP though, because freaking... Yeah. So we have Forgotten Passage going to Old Warehouse. I look at my VT bot going like blink blink, like one after another, and I'm like, dang. I wonder if that's what my eyes actually do. Also, new enemies. Everything there of an Inquisitor. Not fond of writing, but I can't disobey orders. Just don't come complaining at me. I can't write anything fancy pleasing to read. First off, those buggers look disgusting. Weird clay-like things are all over their arms and legs, and they've got sodding eyes on them too. There's also a sharp blade thing. Couldn't tell if it's a protruding bone or a dried slab of the clay. I guess that's what it uses to prod around, eh? Oh, right, we've got a bug guy on our side, don't we? Looks kind of like his arm. Maybe he's got more to tell you. I don't know where to start. I don't necessarily love my arm, but don't you think comparing it to the clay monster is going too far? Got a problem? Say it to my face. Heathcliff, please refrain from causing trouble. Also, profanities have no place in observation logs. You're forcing me to write all this rubbish and I can't even write however I like? Get someone else then. The white-haired lass keeps bugging me, but I'm writing this my way. These buggers spat on me mood enough in the fight today. Those goggling eyeballs, right. Those things weren't actually clay. Muscles, that's gotta be it. Muscles. Ripping one of those gave me the same feeling as tearing up an unlucky sod. Seems like those bundles of muscles sticking to the limbs were what's moving the body, acting like the whole thing belongs to him. The eyes on the face never flinched, only the ones on the arms. Made it a bit tricky to fight him. I'm supposed to guess where it'll go next based on where it's looking, but that eye thing kept throwing me off. Well, I don't mind taking a hit too much if I can scalp him 3 times in return. Another thing, those things looked like they had feelings. Their muscles quivered each time I hit them. Squinted their eyes too, like it was getting mad. Some claddy fruitcake they are. What does a CF taste like? Is it artistic? You piqued my interest. A claddy fruitcake. That's just common Backstreet's face, meaning something absurd. I know, JK. Normally, things like these grow back right as you break them, but those muscle lumps don't seem to be good at that. I doggedly bashed the big chunk of muscle stuck to an arm and managed to crush it fine. That didn't stop it from trying and hitting me, though. It didn't threaten me as much, but that didn't mean not much at all. Right, I think it no longer did the thing where it gets right fuming and grabs one of us to tear him off. Yeah, it only makes sense. Can't do the stabbing if that big knife's broken. Yay! More logs! I like reading the logs, they're fun. Who are you? Oh, you're targeting. Okay. Okay. So what these things do is they gain instincts based off of how much they hurt people, and they get more power up based on those instincts. They lose the instincts based off of how much they get hit. At least, if I remember correctly, that's how it works. Relatively simple to take care of. As long as the instincts aren't too high.
내가 응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나?
Yeah, they lost their instincts cause hit them a bunch. Hey. Also, imperfect imitation. I gotta check that and just say, yeah, it's gonna hit someone. Not fun. Or what if... offset. Does that work? I forget if that's a mechanic that actually works or if it's not.
그럴 수도 있지. 포기하지만 말자고.
Nope. Ah, dang it. Didn't build up an instinct from that though, so that's pretty good. Make sure to clash with you. Then hit this guy a bunch. Yeah, I got his dagger. Yay!
좋아. 보입하게 성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자고.
So close.
꾸려.
I think one more clash with you should do it. And then just hit this one a bunch. Also, I got a stagger. Dang it. Boink! There we go. Yeah.
유효타. 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
And then we should be good here. Yay! And done. Not the hardest. That's for later parts of this dungeon. Old warehouse is key. Using certain events expires on use. Yep. And this should be the event. Dozens of old broken crates litter the floor. Yuck. Cobwebs. Clearing things away, you found 3 particularly large crates underneath. These are all locked. Looks like the keyholes have the same shape. Alas, the key is of a soft constitution. It won't be feasible to use again once it has been inserted into a lock. Sounds like you get only one try. Which one should you open? Let's see. Defense, tremor attacks, bleed. I kind of want the bleed because Hong Lu is using the bleed, but at the same time, Hong Lu has negative SP. I just gotta go with defense. This is... Oh, just the proper equipment of a knight, is it not? One sinner, we know who it is, excitably rubs the helm clean. Not a bad haul, things considered. We carried the helm and our sinner, infatuated by it, and left the room. Defense skill power +1. So if we need to defend or dodge, we have a little bit more power there.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
자, 맞서보죠.
딴딴따라라라따따라.
아니잖아요.
분해졌군요.
따라따따. It's kind of calming, I will admit, to be like, okay, we're just dungeon. We're not in the realm of like, we're just dungeoning. We are dungeoning. We are not panicking. We are not struggling. We are just dungeoning. More events! The Ancorp Inquisitors were busy torturing someone. Yeah! A filtered scream fills the cramped room. Their victims are people with prosthetic bodies. Sinclair didn't utter a word, but his eyes are full of wrath. When fighting to the death is the easy, relaxing part, fair! But at the same time, we could revive from death. That's, yeah. And fear were fixed on the torturers. He breathed heavily at regular intervals, his body shaking. He looks like he might charge forth any second. Do you stop him or wait for the torture and certain identities? Lose SP. Stop the torture. Run a wrath check, then begin a combat encounter. Use Sinclair for the check to gain a sign. Pass to weaken all enemies. We may not be violent knights, yet even casting morals aside, we will have to fight them to move on. Do you really mean it? When you explain your plan to Sinclair, he looks back at you with surprise. I thought you would stop me. He spoke anxiously, but he seemed nevertheless happy with the decision. Got it, I'll do it. Sinclair sprinted to where the Inquisitors were alongside the other sinners. Sinclair healed. Don Quixote's healed. Of course Don Quixote healed. As the sinners approached, the Inquisitors cast their victims aside to charge at us. You bastards! Sinclair stood against them at the forefront, but that hammer might be too big for Sinclair's weapon to stop. Should Sinclair really do it? Yes. Look at that very high check, even if it's not a wrath check. Yeah. After all, this is his fight, first and foremost. Ah! Sinclair locked his halberd against the handle of the hammer and parried it to the side. With the leader's attack thwarted, the Inquisitors were thrown into disarray. We'll be able to keep the flow of battle in our favor by taking the lead now. We got another sign! Yeah, we did. I think it's like 3 of those. It's either 3 or 4. All enemies have 5 attack power down. Yeah! Generally, this dungeon is... Sinclair's been having a hard time. Make sure he has a better time, please. I also find it kind of funny how the identity we're using for Sinclair right now, I just saw the Wrath move it has, and yet the Wrath moves it is too weak to be more powerful in checks than like a non-Wrath move. It's kind of funny to me. Theoretically, it's supposed to be easier. Except that the moves themselves are kind of weaker. Ah. Oh, wait, I'm wrong. He doesn't have a wrath move. Huh, I thought he did. I have chosen not the best identity to bring into this dungeon. But it's working out.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이네요. 조금만 더 해보자.
유쾌한 결투였네. 유쾌한 결투였네.
Yeah. Do it. Yes! Sinclair finished the fight. Ah! That doesn't mean anything. I'm just happy it happened because I'm like, it's thematic. It's thematic. Sinclair's determination to stand up to Cromer after 3 strokes have been drawn. Now there are 2. Okay. I forget if there are any other signs on this floor, but there are no other events, so I'm hoping it's fine. Yeah, checkpoint! Yeah! I can hear the sound of something scuttling along the floor. I wonder what it might be, but part of me doesn't want to find out.
보고 요청 수신.
어디서 짐승이 기어다니는 소리?
Hear a beast crawling around somewhere? There certainly is the sound of something moving along the floor. Are those abnormalities? No, unfortunately. Take a closer look. They aren't abnormalities. See that emblem? Ishmael whispered softly to us. Upon closer inspection, I could spot the emblems she mentioned. They are the ones worn by the Inquisitors. Ego corrosion has rested them. Yeah, ego corrosion isn't just a mechanic for our sinners to deal with occasionally. It's, here, too. You mean that nauseating state? I think it happened to me in battle once when I was on the verge of a breakdown. It was like I was being devoured. We saw Sinclair getting corroded by ego, but it wasn't this bad. Although it's not quite like consumption in the conventional sense, I do suppose that is a serviceable analogy, seeing as it eats away at your essence. Okay, now I'm getting distracted again by my model because I love that bad And an observation, unlike the last floor, this place does not seem to be exclusively for torturing prosthesis users. It would be fair to say that its purpose is to induce corrosion unto oneself. Willingly. No. Staring at those beings something about invoked complex feelings that made me sigh. Is my artificial head really worth raging over, so much so that they would transform themselves into something far more hideous than having a clock for a head? Choosing to lose themselves, being possessed. What about when they claim the Golden Bough after going to these lengths? Will it even be used for their benefit? Then it occurred to me. Am I really so different from those unsightly zealots? When I'm searching for the golden bows without even knowing what they'll be used for? General, like, just important questions. Ask yourself, like, is it important? New creatures! 4-legged beasts. There are far more appalling and fearsome things out there, but I need to make this clear. That looks horrifying. It may look like a wild animal from a distance, but as you get closer, the curiosity turns into disgust. Like the feeling you get from beings roaming around the outskirts. More world building! Bundles of muscle fibers protruded from its skin, covering its body like a coat of fur. and its ribs seemed to have flipped upside down and ripped through the back. Its arms, or should I say legs, definitely had the appearance of human limbs, but their movement wasn't. That's right, it was a beast. Dost thou speak the truth when you say creatures like that inhabit the outskirts? No, you won't find things like that. Well, why never? Then for what reason didst thou use such a description? There were worse things. That's so... I love it. Those things are too quick. Their reaction speed is clearly above average human level. They've got wits, too. Rather than jumping in recklessly, they use the tactics of striking at the weakest target in the back lines before quickly running away. It happened in our last encounter with them, too. When you ordered a badly injured sinner to fall back, those things jumped at them to scratch open an artery and ran off like the wind as if they understood what your command meant. I'm not sure how they reacted like that to some ticking noises. Oh, I guess it's possible that the distorted hear it differently. Even if they charge at us in large numbers, we should stay level-headed. A sinner or two might die in the process, but it's a necessary sacrifice. At least we can revive. I remember you going through a lot of trouble last time when you tried dealing with all of them at the same time and got us all killed. It's as if they grow stronger the more they're attacked. Ah, speaking of my death, it brings me back to the moment when those things chewed up my intestines. I think I died before I could feel the pain, but somehow I felt as though I was falling into an endless pit of fire. Oh dear. Was it hot or searing? Just being with a fire felt oddly natural. I guess it's a good thing I was brought back before I experienced more of that. My thanks go to the manager. Do I know if hell exists in this, setting? I don't. Okay, if I remember correctly, they get stronger is a passive. When hit by an attack, gain instincts. If a unit has 4 instincts at the end of turn, enter a state of frenzy. It'll get way more powerful, but does not gain instincts past that point. So either you are confident enough in taking it down, or you juggle with, the frenzy. Anyway, everyone got reset to their SP when we get to the checkpoint, so I'm gonna fix that with one of my favorite ego that exists on Faust, which is so incredibly useful. It's great. Dang it, evaded. Ah, didn't invade that, huh? Fluid sac. It has a lot of attack weight, so it hits multiple enemies. That it heals all sinners and recovers their SP by a lot, to the point where she ended that with positive SP despite spending 20. It's so good. Ah! It's so freaking good. Okay. I'm hearing noises. This is gonna be a longer stream, so I hope that's fine with everyone I'm with at the moment, because dang. Oh, come on, please win. Give you extra SP. Should help. Got a stagger. Yay! It doesn't matter how much your instincts are. You're in a state of frenzy too, but you're staggered so you can't do anything. Annihilate. Take it down before it can get back up, because it'll be a lot more dangerous once it gets back up. There we go. Quick, take down the next one! Before it can enter frenzy, hopefully, maybe.
제압 실시.
Ah, dang it.
유리하구려.
Oh, it's in frenzy mode. But I'm not. Oh gosh, I'm not fine. Let's pretend I am fine. Well, Don Quixote gets a bit not okay. Didn't even stagger. Wait. No stagger. Dang it. There it is. And now easy peasy, just damage. There we go. A quick check. Is anyone actively here? Or is it like, they're not?
임무 시작.
Yeah, I think that answered my question. No response for a while. Oh, you are here. Oh, you're actively here. Okay. I was thinking that absolutely, and Ryan is too. I was thinking that people were actively lurking, and I was like, okay. Well, thank you for being here. I apologize for being needy streamer.
그럼 이번 전투도 쉽게 갈 수 있을 거야.
Stagger. Yes! Aha! Okay, let's see.
제압 실시.
I think we should get the third sign soon, and then after that, it's just a straight shot to the end of the dungeon. Well, you still have like the big story moment to go through, but yeah, I'll be close. Yuck! What's this old yuck? The sinners frown at the olfactory assault. Following their eyes, you find an inquisitor collapsed on the floor, definitely dead. The smell mist coming from the rotting corpse. While everyone was hesitant to approach, you see something sparkle. Seems to be something amidst the writhing manes. What will you do? Run and gluttony check. Let's see. Not going with Sinclair on this one. I don't think this is a sign check, though. Yes! Woo! Good job, Ryoshu. Ryoshu found the bent sigil of Encore between the mains. Might not have been worth reaching into a corpse for, but it has to prove useful somewhere down the line. You took the sigil and left the room, comforting the sinners who were retching at the sight. And corpse sealed, and you heal for SP, which... Yep. Use consider events, expires on use. I think I should go into a battle first, because then I can actually work on increasing Sinclair's SP and use Sinclair for the moment when they're like, aha, you need another sign, and then we'll be good. Specifically for this dungeon, there are 4 sign checks, and you need 3 of them. Like, if I remember correctly, there are 4 sign checks, you need 3 of them. Let's see. Gain the SP. Dang! Make the checks easier to do. And then gain more SP through the use of fluid sac.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
이런 상황인데도 어떻게 끝이 보이는
Is it just me, or is the audio beginning to sound a little bit scratchy? Hopefully it's just me, because if it's not... Okay, room of echoing screams. You hear snappy mechanical noises through the closed door. Sounds like a cry for help. As you focus your attention, you begin to hear footsteps. Steel. Those are clangs of steel. Sinclair froze. It looks like an Inquisitor is coming for them. What will we do? Free the prosthetic. Win to gain an ego gift. Yay! I knew I could count on you. Sinclair jumped in as soon as you told him what to do. As he expected, a number of prosthetic people were bound by ropes. Get out of here, quickly! As soon as they untied them, they hurriedly ran out of the room. Bastards. Not even a simple thank you. Some of the sinners complained, but Sinclair looked satisfied with the deed. Calming them down, we left the room. Yeah, we got the sign! Woo! And we have the 45 on Sinclair. Now we're at the Bridge of Separation. The passage was red hot. Yeesh, that'd melt my shoes. The sinners carefully approached the road, only to retreat from the overwhelming heat. Something was written on the sign in front of the passage. Prove your humanity, and through weakness and separation, sear a path with mobilization. Everything sounds fine. Yeah, okay, that's cool. Then it's just on my end that's a little scratchy and weird. It took no time at all to figure out what that meant. What will you do? I can present N-Corp seal. I could tread the heated path, run a wrath check. Yeah, I want to run the wrath check and try to gain another ego gift. I could just use N-Corp seal and that would be useful, but eh. We had a sinner scout the perimeter, and it looks like this is a path of least resistance. Someone with a burning will might be able to bear this pain. Yeah, woo! Go Sinclair! Sinclair ran across the heated road on bare feet. The others frowned at the rancid stench of burning flesh. Groaning with agony, Sinclair made it to the other side. An altar with a red seal and a lever rose before them. When Sinclair pulled the lever, the road quickly cooled. The rest of us were able to tread the path safely. Take damage. And lose SP frick. Token of innocence. Sorry, Sinclair. For the identity that undertook the rite. Boost the power of wrath. Dang it. I messed that up badly. Oh! I messed that up badly. Okay, but anyway, this area is full of ego gifts, and they're hard to get. You see a pedestal adorned with engravings of a nail and hammer. Must have something to do with N-Corp. A sinner mutters and you agree. Should you try to get some info on N-Corp, or... I don't even remember if this, ego gift is good to have. Upon the pedestal was a tome N-Corp Inquisitors were often seen carrying. He takes the chance to take a peek at a few pages. Ugh. The indecipherable content only gave you a headache. You decide to hold on to it now for reading later. When using a prize skill, lose 5 SP, but boost its damage 5%. Ooh. Maybe not the best. Now it's time to worry, because, I don't usually go for this, what we're going for right now when I go through this dungeon, because dang, it's hard. But I want to try anyway. Background? Background looked a little weird. If the game crashes. There we go. Yay! Done. Yeah, the background looked like it went kind of funky for a second there. Time to see if I could do this. That is sounding weird. Okay, now it's sounding weird. Nothing in the settings. Yeah, I can hear crackling. Is that coming from the game audio? Oh, that's so crackly. Oh. Oh. Okay. We hit a checkpoint, so if it crashes, we should be good. If it's still crackly by the time we get to where I want, I will legit close out of this game and reopen it because we need it to be good. I want it to be good. Oh, it's getting worse. Okay. Okay, so this particular encounter is difficult. 4 instincts, 2 instincts, 2 instincts. And the passive is that, yeah, they all get attack up based off of that. It's nuts. But be a 2 hot. Mass attack. Yay! I love mass attacks, they're great. Okay, game, just hang on until we can get you, until we can escape with you intact. Oh, it's getting worse. Oh my gosh. We can make it though. Just get to a checkpoint and then we're like, escape. Like, get to the next checkpoint. It's so crunchy. Oh, yeah, that's like... That screams to me of like, hey, it's going downhill, we're gonna crash. If we don't do something, we're gonna crash. Oh, you're still... Yeah, it's fine. I would have had a better team layout than when I went through my first time because I'm doing a little better on this particular... Yeah. Oh! The crunchiness. Hang in there, game. We'll get you out and be safe. Oh! You can do it, game. Like Gummy's encouragement for the game, I guess. We're hoping it doesn't crash. Ah! That's so crunchy. A thought just occurred to me. Hang on, I gotta check something. Okay, it updated yesterday. It's not updating today. Thank you, Ryan. The game needs all that encouragement. Ideally, I would not have started this fight, and I would have just, like, beelined it for, like, you know... Ah! Stop when... Oh! Did you see that? It's breaking! It's breaking right in front of our eyes! That model! That was not proper movement. That went all over the place. The game is holding on. Oh, the love is important to the game, I guess, because my gosh. It is struggle busting so hard right now. You know, I should... Oh my gosh, yeah, I just gotta see if it saves after this fight. Because even if I reach a checkpoint, it's like, I don't think yeah, I don't think I can make it to another checkpoint. Who am I kidding? Finishing this fight and hoping it works. Stop being so gosh darn hard to kill. We got one of them. Yep, I'm hitting the one that's gonna hit me back. It's fine. Ah. Yeah. That wasn't that bad anyways. Ah! Come on, come on. You sound so crunchy. There. You're taking out two of them. Huh? Are we taking out three of them? Okay, there's one left. Damage tax, go! There. Ah, it's so crunchy. Okay. Oh, it sounds so bad. Okay. Save your progress. Yep, save your progress. Return to main menu. Are we good to go? Please tell me we're good.
95% 마무리가 되었습니다.
Oh, it still sounds crunchy, but quit. Oh, and then it opens. Of course it does, because that's... OBS is not... No, VTube Studio... VTube Studio is not there for you. OBS. Except for the little feed I have in the bottom right, but that's directly... Okay, what? That is not Limbus Company. That is Limbus Company. Okay. Hopefully it sounds okay now. Dang. Hopefully it's saved.
금일 작업은 95.
Back into the dungeon. Resume. So far so good. Ah! I think we're good. It seems good. Okay, altar of tears, though. An inscription above the closed gate reads, "Prove your terror and fears, fill this vessel with tears. When you find the supposed vessel next to an unpleasant-looking chair, what will you? Run a gloom check. Select that entity loses SP, pass again an eagle gift." Okay. What sinner will be made to sit? Is there any question? Sinclair, we're gonna drop your SP, but hey. Or maybe not. Oh yeah, Don Quixote has a lot. Okay. Go, Don Quixote, cry! Ah! Dreadful screams filled the room. A constant stream of tears ran down Don Quixote's face. The little bowls were full of tears when it was placed upon the altar. Sit down. Don Quixote's eyes were shaking. It's probably best not ask what they saw. Sigil beyond the door. Taking the blue sigil, we left the room. Token of tears. Boost power with gloom skills by 2. Yeah, that's actually useful. Okay. I think I remember the specific the rub of this place. Like, you go to each of the altars, you go to the Pure Factory, and then at the judging block, if you did everything, you get something special? Who did I pick? Oh, I could probably judge based off, like... Yeah, I picked you. Picked you. There you go. I think I just have, like, if you want to get something special, you go to each of the altars. You're like, haha, prove there's whatever, and then it's like, cool. I can also tell that, like, a lot of my, like, some of my friends have started streaming as well, because, like, my viewer count plummeted, and I'm like, yeah, that happens. A lot of my viewers come from other people. So, I don't blame them for wanting to watch someone else too, because I like those people as well. They're great. Ah. Still, I kind of like being able to tell when that happens, because it's like, haha. My community is built up of such, like, specific people that I can tell when others go live.
다소 유리하구려.
유쾌한 결투였네. 위협 대상 제거.
Kind of makes me happy, actually, to think about it. Like, you know. I like that a lot of my friends are getting support. Ah! Altar of Penance. Have passage above large gate. Only those who repent may feign whatever. It's a wrath check. Identity loses HP. Who will be sent to the spikes? It'll be... I'll send Heathcliff. Yay! Terrible scream echoed through the hall, soon enough the door opened over inside an orange sigil. Token of atonement. Boost the power of lust skills. Oh, it wasn't wrath, it was lust skills. Nice. I like that. Okay, and now, if I go through the center to the Pure Factory... Or wait a second. It might be more efficient to go here, and from there go to the Pure Factory, and then go to the Judge. Yeah. That seems to be the best way to do it. Hi! I like to be able to take a look and be like, yeah, no, they're not going to pose a threat at this point. I have too much sanity. I'm too sane! Oh, I just lost a clash. Not hard at all. And then we have Pure Factory. Find a row of glass containers in a corner of the main area. Inside them are dried organs. Try to display the kidneys. You take... What do I do? Healing at low health. Power up to low health. Benefits after winning clash. Healing at low health seems great. Sparkling Skull. At the start of the turn, if the character took 10 plus damage last turn, heal 5 to 15 HP. Nice! And now, I think I did it correctly. So if I go to Judging Block now, they should just let me pass without anything. Hideously transformed N-Corp Inquisitors stood guard at the gate. You move to attack, but they don't appear to be hostile in any capacity. Only exceptional ones are allowed in this place. To pass, you will prove yourself worthy. We're not exactly sure what they mean. What should you do? Ah, here we go. Present proof of passing the rites only available if the Ego Gift, N-Corp Seal, or all 3 tokens of Innocence, Tears, and Atonement are in possession. Or I don't do any of that and I gain a sign, begin a difficult combat. Technically I have all the sign, but this is the 4th. This is the 4th check if you haven't gotten all of the sign you need so far. This is the 4th check. Just in case. What do I want? I think I'm gonna use violence. Haha! Seems violence will be a more shit for heretic. The voice big out is that shaking jaw must be one of pure hostility. Allow me to help manager. Sinclair grip, tighten the grip on his weapon, determination burning quietly in his eyes. Yay! Technically we have 4 signs now and only 3 is necessary. Which I kind of like. I'm just like, I got all the sign checks. I could have gone through and been like, haha, I just passed normally. I didn't use the Encrypt seal, I got all the tokens, but
방금 벌레 말은 듣지 않다는 사람 누구야?
scare it! Red mark go burr! Plus it doesn't look like this will be too much of an issue here.
보고합니다.
유효 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Oh yeah, you are in frenzy mode. Okay. Oh, it's dominating anyway. I didn't, I was gonna use my little, like, making fun where I just target one attack with one person and then target the same attack with one person and target the same attack with someone else, and it would just be like, haha! Try to hit me now, sucker! I will hit you enough that, you know, you're gonna just... You're gonna get staggered before you have a chance to, like, actually clash with anybody. I love doing that to enemies sometimes. It's kind of funny. Plus, it's a good strategy to use in some tougher fights.
이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어.
Like when you know you're gonna lose a clash, so you just try to throw all the attacks you can before to stagger it. Certainly a gamble, though. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. Whoops. See, dominating, dominating. Neutral. Dominating, and then... No, you're already targeting that, so I can't redirect it to someone else.
그대로 멈춰라.
Yay! Also, lots of coins, so if these things hit you, it's brutal. You get annihilated pretty fast.
적대 세력을 배제했습니다.
근방의 싸움은 우수했어.
Speaking of that strategy, I just gotta show it right now because, oh, you're gonna clash with that? No, you're gonna clash with you. No, you're gonna clash with them. No, you're gonna clash with them. I don't have enough speed on Rodion to do it all the way through, but hey. You wanna clash? Get through all my friends. And now you clash. And you lose. I win. I also have too much sign. I have 4, not 3. It's fine though. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's 4 after 3 strokes. Yeah, we're gonna...
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
Get ready. Because we're coming up to the point where it's like... It's gonna be the final bit. Oh, right, this one. Slithering Inquisitor. But you gotta be kidding. Why do I have to observe this thing and write a log about it? I hate this kind of stuff. Reptiles, bugs, and all that kind of critters. Can't stand them. Not you though, Greg, sweetie. Anyway, we still gotta fight this thing and all, so I did my share of looking. First off, there's a whole lot of snakes. It's got these huge serpents instead of arms, and blech. They kept like flicking their tongues. Those are fingers. That's not all. Smaller snakes were poking their heads out of the armor too. This is the whole suit filled with snakes? Yipes, I want to unsee that mental image. This can't be real. It's gotta be some kind of joke. Can't I believe it? That serpent for an arm grabs me. But I just can't cool down. That arm, I mean, the huge snake stretched all of a sudden, coiled around me. When that cold and slimy thing touched me, I didn't even care that I was about to die. I was so grossed out to even think that. I was gasping for breath, strangled by those things, and then, blech, all the small snakes hanging from the body started rushing at me. All those bites and stings and tears. Ugh, what a mess that was. I don't remember when I died or when I got back, but I'm never getting that image out of my head for the rest of my life. Dante, darling, could you please let me stay behind next time we fight these? Well, I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Dante. You should be selective about approving requests from sinners. Are you understanding our executive manager? If they ask you to reposition yourself, you will do so, front or back. Do you understand? Those snakes, they won't even die. I could have sworn I finished it, but it was still standing, flicking his tongue. Is it some kind of last stand or what? Like, don't you have to be alive to show endurance like that? How do dead things even stand on the ground and fight to their last? They creep me out so much I can't even. Maybe they'd be tolerable if they weren't snakes. I think snakes are fine. Like, as long as you're not, like, approaching wild snakes, they're perfectly fine and they're kind of cute. But if you have a wild snake in the wild, that's a different story. They're dangerous. Snakes freak me out in the wild because they can do damage and they can bite. Oh! Thank you for following! Princess Lydia! Haha! Welcome to the stream! I am this clown. Welcome! Today is just a dedicated show on Limbus Company, but usually we switch out a lot. Anyways, I hope you enjoy your time here. And usually streams are not as dark and as this, but this is Limbus Company. It's my favorite. It's such a cute clown. Ah, thank you. Ah, thank you. Also, thank you. I hope you have a lovely holiday too. Okay, now I'm really happy. Ah, thank you. I hope you have a lovely holiday too. Head pats. Aww. Thank you. I know I can't actually physically feel the head pats, but I still love, like, Oh, that's a hopeless. So let's see. You found me by searching for streams with the tag clown on them, especially since you're working on a clown OC of your own. Ah! Oh, that sounds amazing. Can you tell me about your clown OC? I love hearing about stuff that people are working on and exciting about. Ah. Oh, I feel like I should apologize because this is darker material than I usually go with streams.
응원하는 게 도움이 되긴 하려나? 힘내긴 해보자고.
Yeah, I think that's good. Also, I don't think Nightbot has dropped the Discord link in a while, so I suppose I just do that manly now. gotta recenter myself too. Oh, whoops, I paused it. Ah.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
제압 실시.
Still very early in the creative process, but yours is going to be more along the lines of Lunette. Ah! Lunette is amazing. Instead of Pennywise, I'm thinking of her being a lovely and cute character with mostly natural features. Ah! That sounds amazing. I do love it. Oh my gosh. Ah. Yeah. Personally, I'm not the biggest fan of like clown makeup, although I do have a couple friends who are just like, haha! Like a lot of their OCs and like their VTube models have clown makeup on them. I love the face paint aspect though. That sounds amazing though. As far as skills or backstory go, you have to work on a few tricks of your own, especially since your dad is a juggler. Oh, that sounds amazing! Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I commissioned my model from my artist, who helped me make a lot of the aspects of her. Of course, I'm the one who said, like, you know, star theme, based off of, well, Lunette, as well as Lola Pop from ARMS. Oh, that's not good. Guess you just joined your Discord server. Yay! Welcome to my Discord server. Fantastic to have you there. Oh, also, if you find any other clowns, like any other clown streamers that you want to go and share, put them in the flyer box. Haha! I like having the flyer box on my Discord server. Like, people just share people they like. If an ally takes a lethal attack, they heal 50% of the max HP once per dungeon. Okay. Do the stretchies. Okay. Doing the stretchies. Standing up. And sitting down. Yeah. I will say, I love Limbus Company a lot. That's why I'm playing it right now. It is one of the darkest games I play usually. I usually play things a lot lighter in tone. This particular area, it gets a little gruesome. Yeah. I see endless mounds of dead bodies. I'm so sorry. We have a new follower here, and I'm just like, another thing about your clown OC is that you made her nose from an old plastic ball. Ha! That's amazing. I have a couple of regulars here who like to call my nose made of gum. Oh gosh, if I had to explain everything about my particular clown OC, that would take a while. I can summarize it by now for saying she is star themed and kind of like uses the power of imagination to make things. the lore right now is that this entire circus was made by like getting imagination from viewers. Anyways, down to the dark stuff, which I can have it. I like this game. I see endless mounds of dead bodies. The Inquisitors were raising their arms in unison as if to worship something. And there Cromer stood at the highest peak. She held out her hands in a prayer-like gesture towards the golden bow atop an altar. The fathoms of the ego are already open. I see someone has resonated with the bow before us. The hell are they up to? What are they raising their hands for? Prayer.
이건 무슨 소리죠?
What is this sound? This is, oddly enough, semi-Christmas themed chapter that takes place in summer. This feels awfully familiar, somehow annoyingly tingly and unpleasant. It's a school bell. Our boy hated school that much, eh? Let's see, you recently took a few pictures of yourself in a clown-only Facebook group and getting a lot of good feedback on what hairstyle works best with your condos. Overall face, braids, pigtails, or loose and down. Ha! That's fantastic to hear. Personally for me, I don't have the materials to go through and have an IRL clown costume yet. Although I do have pink clown noses, and I have tried practicing getting my hair into a hair bun a couple times. A star bun. Which is a little bit hard. But yeah, that sounds amazing. Presumably in the far future, after I do like fundraise stream to help get me to Canada, I might be able to get the rest of the supplies to make my like clown costume IRL. The playful conversation seemed to lighten the mood of the sinners, save for one. The one who should have been the owner of the fathom still showed unease. No, I don't want to show my memories. They're... Unfortunately, his plea held no power over the realm. Alright, everyone, listen up. The one who grips so declares. The one who decrypts so declares. Not only are those heretics disturbing our sacred rite, they're now after the offering that is rightfully ours to consecrate. Disgraceful and defiled are they. Same. Go forth and die! Do not fear your end! As long as the offering of gold is with us, you shall be brought back to life again and again. We shall fear not, for the one who grips is with us. Same. And Sinclair. Hurry over. You belong in my hands. No greater joy exists than to be wielded by the one who grips. Same. I don't need to read that one out. Did you bring the coin? And diving into memories. Ha! The breaks between classes are always lively since everyone gathers around to talk. So, this whole section is going to be familiar to anyone who's read the book Damien. Part of the reason I love Limbus Company a lot is that each of the characters are based off of literature. Sinclair here is based off a book called Damien, which I have not read for myself. The adults would often watch us from afar and take this as a heartwarming sight. We've already been through chapter 1 was Metamorphosis and chapter 2 was Crime and Punishment. But there's something they don't realize. When you take a closer look, these merry interactions are brimming with envy, vainglory, pride, and guile. By the way, Princess Lydia, what hairstyle do you like the most?
그만큼
Children are crafty creatures. I had Rahul from the next class over is getting surgery on both arms by his father. Gotta be with some new tech that's never been shown before. How cool is that? You know this actor on all the magazine covers? Did I ever mention they're getting an eye transplant at my mom's clinic? The waitlist was so long they personally begged to be moved up. I grow more anxious with each boastful story my classmates tell. What can I share? Their expecting eyes pointed at me felt like they could turn into scoffing leers at any moment. This is a secret, but I swallowed nervously. Maybe they weren't asking me for a story after all. But I had to keep their curious eyes on me. I knew for sure that I'd become an outcast the moment they looked away. My dad signed a contract with P Corp. They saw the technology I was working on and agreed to give their full support. My goodness. Just what was I thinking when I spilled that? Out of the fear that I'd be isolated from my peers, I carelessly spelled my own ruin. Maybe I was compelled by some childish urge, or an inherent desire to be recognized by the other students. Now, Emil, this is a confidential agreement for our business. You mustn't tell another soul. His insistent reminder echoed in my head. I could see his face. Whoa, is that for real, Sinclair? P Corp? Like that wing? Wow, I'm jealous. I became the center of conversation in a split second. I can feel the stimulated eyes of the other kids in class drawn to me. Superiority was pretty damn sweet. I guess I was driven by a depraved craving for attention. Oh, right, Sinclair. Your procedure's soon, isn't it? You know, the prosthetics. Yeah, of course. They told me I'll get the newest model. If they paid just a bit of attention to my face, they'd have noticed the reluctance in my expression. Fortunately, no one ever pointed it out. A massive wave of guilt eventually washed over me after our break was over, and I was finally left alone. I was supposed to keep that a secret. What if father finds out? Blood was leaking from my fingertip. The bad habit of biting my nails whenever I felt anxious ended up hurting me. I tried clipping them as short as I could to work on breaking it, but I never considered that I might bite into my skin instead. Watching blood droplets fall on the desk, I thought of something. Once I graduate, I'll get a prosthetic replacement. And then I'll never get hurt or see my blood ever again. But is that really... You're bleeding. Someone cast a shadow over my desk with a whimsical whistle. She was a classmate I rarely talked to, so I could barely remember her name. Flustered, I started out my response awkwardly. What was that? Listen, what you said earlier, is it legit? Yeah, it's legit. I see. Your father must be a real big deal, isn't he? Yeah, I guess.
예상치 못한 찬사에
Her unexpected flattery has me embarrassed,
아버지의 훌륭함이
as if my father's greatness were somehow my own.
그런데
Though,
왜 그런 표정을 지었어?
why did he make that face?
뭘?
Huh?
너 말이야.
You know,
속으로 그렇게 생각했잖아.
you were thinking it to yourself.
그러더니 고개를 숙이고선
Then she lowers her head and whispers for only me to hear.
속삭인다.
더럽다고.
That it's filthy. This is the unfortunate truth of a lot of radicalization and extremists. This entire chapter up to this point has been like, look at these extremists and oh my gosh and all this stuff, and this is the unfortunate center of it. It's letting that, like, some small thought like this just control you. Building, like, justification and justification on top of it over and over and over again until it... Yeah. In reality, a lot of people who build those justifications just want a reason hurt. And a lot of others just follow along and justify what they do.
눈동자가 커진다.
My eyes widen.
속마음을 들켰다는 당황스러움도
Not just because I was surprised by how she knew what I was thinking,
애써 숨겼다고 생각한 의중을
but the fact that a total stranger like her had been able to figure out exactly what had been hiding.
알 길이 없었다. 어떻게 알았어?
How did you know?
뻔뻔하게 부정하면 될 일을.
I could have gotten away with it if I just denied her accusations, but tactlessly, I asked her that with a dumbfounded look on my face.
왜냐하면
Because I agree with you on that.
나랑?
Do you... this is so sad to see.
통하는 사람끼리
You can say a lot from those who are on the same wavelength as you.
반가워. 난 크로모야.
Nice to meet you. I'm
그
Cromer.
이후로
Ever since then, Chrome and I became friends who talk
이야기를
often.
나누는 사이가 되었다.
And then on to the battles. Ha ha ha! Just no need to focus on. It's just like, yay!
제압 실시.
We're walking through and we're fighting things. Ha ha! Oh, I almost forgot. Hang on. In the welcome gate, I'm gonna wave hi. Hi! Oh, whoops. I misorganized some things, and there we go.
보고합니다. 움직이지 못하겠죠.
항복하겠는가?
다소 유리하구려.
Let's see, get the absolute resonance because I absolutely love it.
너냐?
Bonk!
유쾌한 결투였네.
And you're done.
유쾌한
And you're done.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 중요해요.
And you're done.
가라앉는군요.
I guess they could pull some symbolism out of the fact that, like, we're talking about this while actively fighting the end result. Fighting the end result of the extreme radicalization.
좋은 것이 좋겠어.
Seeing the very, very beginnings of it
가족은 매일 아침마다 같이
Yeah.
식사를 해야 하는 규칙이 있었다.
as a household rule. My family used to have breakfast at the same table every morning.
온 가족이 식탁에 둘러앉아
It was a
이야기를
pleasant time
공유하고
when our whole family would share
격려나
stories
농담이
and
오가는
encouraging words.
따뜻한 시간. 나는 그 시간이 좋았다.
I liked those mornings.
그리고 그 규칙은
That rule was ever so
내게
kind
한없이
and gentle
부드럽고
to my heart.
온화하기만 했다. 내게는 너무 당연한
A natural and unchanging world that belonged to
나의
me.
세계.
My world. This line also sits at the center of a lot of radicalization. A natural and unchanging world that belonged to me. The nature of the world is to change.
그 세계가 슬쩍
That world
위화감을
began to
가지기
feel
시작했다.
alienating one day. Of course, Project Moon doesn't pull their punches, and they go extreme in showing, like,
나의 누나까지 의체 시술을
Yeah.
받고 식탁에 자리했던
the day when my sister sat at that table after her prosthetic transformation was complete.
아버지의 머리가
My
양쪽과
world had begun to
각종
change when my
회로로
father's
이루어진
head was
컴퓨터로
replaced with an
바뀌었을
unfamiliar
때부터
contraption of steel, circuits, and
세계는
wires.
점점
Also, the world belongs to everyone.
달라지기
Yes.
시작했다.
The world belongs to everyone. And I still have my thoughts. I'm not sure how my thoughts are on this part because Project Moon is like showing what it looks like from someone else's perspective of like if you hang on to the idea of the unchanging world and then the world change, it could look like it could seem like this and the feeling this inspires in you. There's no problem because you're still human. Sure, you gotta make sure your mental health stays intact and take care, but yeah. Alienating, but there's nothing wrong. I guess that's kind of the feeling they have. I don't know, I'm still trying to figure out my feelings on this like all the time after.
가족들 간의 식사는 더 이상
Our family breakfast no longer provided warmth and connection. It became an occasion of detachment,
오히려
where I talked less and less.
말수가 줄어드는
See,
불편한 경험이 되어 있었다.
I blame Sinclair on this part. Because the key word here is I talked less and less. It's not we, it's I. He stopped engaging with everyone.
나는 의체로부터 태생적인 불결함을 느끼기
I had started to
시작한
feel an inherent abhorrence for prosthesis.
어려워.
That's filthy.
신체를 뼈와 살이
My
아닌
heart couldn't
다른
accept
무언가로
the idea
대체해야 하는
of
것이
replacing
보통
one's flesh
마음으로
and
받아들여지지
bones with
않았다.
something else, let alone the need for it. A lot of people need prosthetics. And in this world, there are some people who want it. My personal opinion is that there's nothing wrong with not wanting it. But heart can accept the idea of replacing one's flesh and bones with something else, let alone the need for it. Seemingly innocuous, but in there's a
왜
lot.
우리는 의체를 사용하는 걸까?
Why do you use prosthetic bodies? A lot of people need it.
조심스럽게
Legit.
이유를 물어보니 돌아오는
I carefully
그날이
asked for an
언제였다.
explanation, and the reply was simple.
인간의 몸은 고리타분하다는 것이
The human body in its unmodified state is too old-fashioned. I don't like that I don't like that mindset. That anything is too old-fashioned and you can't like something in her. But the extreme
먹지 않으면 배고파하고
the
자지 않으면
radicalization
피곤해하고 다치기라도 하면 회복을
needs to be
기다려야
sustained with food, revitalized with sleep, lest it should fail from a fatigue, and injuries take a long time to heal. I did say when I streamed chapter 2 that in this world there are some people who don't get prosthetic bodies because they need it. Well, don't get prosthetic bodies because they want it, but because they literally can't afford to eat, and it's what their jobs will let them have in order to like work more.
이 모든 것들은 한없이 비효율적.
All this makes the human body incredibly inefficient. I don't care.
그러니 시간이 지날수록
He concluded that prosthesis will grow more commonplace as time goes on and ultimately become a regular part of our daily lives. Yeah, that's all right. Just have people with prosthetics just going around having a regular life.
나는 속으로
I thought to myself,
그럴 거라면 차라리 도태되어 버리는 게 낫지 않을까?
why don't I just fall behind the times then, if that's what the mainstream will be? Project Moon does not pull their punches. Also, this is... I don't know how much of this is in the book Damien, but at the same time, I'm just like... I can see, step by step, the like radicalization that happens, the extremist, the feelings that you let just grow and you justify them and it goes bigger and bigger, and you need to be aware of where your feelings are coming from. And you need to be willing to change.
논리정연하게.
So that wasn't an argument rooted in logic. And you also need to be comfortable with just being yourself, you know? It's okay to like not want prosthetics. That is perfectly fine. It is not okay to not want to be in a world where people have prosthetics. Yo, Sinclair, you don't actually want to take the replacement procedure, do you?
조용히 끄덕였다.
I nodded without a word. But your parents sure wouldn't like it if you confessed that. Isn't it frustrating that there's nothing you can do about it? I nod again. What if I helped you out? You could live a free life, no worries about any of that junk.
어떻게?
But how? That you'll find out next time. In exchange, in return for helping you with your problem, you'll help me deal with the grudge of my own too.
걱정 마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은 어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
It's hard to contextualize all the feelings going into this because I guess analyzing it becomes hard.
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
It's important. It's a lot of important topics.
적확한 한압이었어. 고래졌군요.
Yay! Win! Victory! We're going around the long way. Around the hill, up the side. One day, a new transfer student named Damien was placed in the class next to mine. He was surrounded by a crowd every time I saw him. But I got the sensation that he didn't feel attached to anyone around him. To me, he seemed as if he were almost floating in the air. He was aloof like that. Likewise, he didn't seem too interested in me either. That's how it was at first, at least. It happened during a boring engineering class. My eyes kept drifting away from the board, and before I knew it, they were looking out the window instead. Through that window, I saw him taking a walk. Like usual, I skipped that. Sorry. He was surrounded by his fellow students. wearing a faint smile.
그 웃음마저도 또래들과는
Even his expression felt different from the kind someone his age should make. That smile carried a mature yet solitary aura.
그러다가 그가
Basking in the sunlight,
조용히
he stroked his hair.
눈을 넘겼다.
Huh?
순간 그의
I
이마에
thought I
무언가
caught a glimpse of some weird red thing on his
붉은 것이
forehead.
반짝이는 것 같았다. 잘못 보았던 걸까?
Was I mistaken?
순간적으로
Maybe it was the
햇빛이 너무
blinding
강렬하게
sunlight
비쳤던
reflecting
것인지
off his skin.
그러다가
And then
그와
I had the feeling I made eye contact with him.
여전히 창밖에서
Some
아이들의
students
소리가
were still
들려오고
chatting outside.
나는 그의 시선을 느끼자마자
As soon as I felt his gaze,
책상 아래로
I
눈을
quickly
돌렸다.
averted my eyes and looked down at my desk.
그 기묘한 사건 이후로
Ever since that strange
데미안은
incident,
곧잘 친근하게
Damien started to
내게
talk to me in a
말을
friendly
걸기
manner.
시작했다. 신기하게도 데미안이 내게
Oddly
오는
enough, on the days when
크로머는
Damien
아는
approached
척을
me,
해주지 않았다.
Cromer didn't come to greet me.
다만 기회가 있을
Nevertheless,
때마다 내게 다가와서
whenever she had a chance to,
약속에 대해 잊지
she'd
않았는지
come and make sure that I remembered our promise.
난 종종 꿈을 꿔, 싱클레어.
I often have this dream, Sinclair.
그 꿈속에서 나는
In it,
아주 기다란
I climb an
시간을
endlessly
타고
long
있는
ladder.
거야.
Then
그러면
everything down
다른
below comes
존재가
into view.
한눈에 들어와.
The nest,
둥지와
the back
뒷골,
streets,
외곽까지
the outskirts, all of it.
그런 다음에 내려다보면
And when I look beneath my
이번엔
feet,
온 도시에 불이
all the
꺼졌어.
lights are out in the city,
모든 것의
as if the
종말이
end of all
가까이
things had come,
어떤 움직임도 보이지 않는
fallen into silent
영원한
death,
죽음.
empty of any emotion.
맞아. 그건
Indeed,
죽음
It's
그
the state
자체인
of death itself.
데미안, 넌
Damien, have you been to the
가본 적이 있는
outskirts?
거야? 나는 두려움해.
I whispered to him, frightened.
외곽은 누구도 가선 안 되는
He was
곳이다.
talking about a forbidden place where no one could or should go.
싱클레어.
Sinclair,
사람들이 정한
the world as
곳이지만
people want to
다양한
define it
곳과
can't be
거짓말하는
divided into
곳으로
places
나눠지는
of where you
것이야.
should and shouldn't go.
너는 이 둥지에
Do you think
자유와
love
사랑을
and
존재하는
freedom can be
것을
found within the confines
외곽은
of this
오히려
nest?
이것보다 풍요로워.
Compared to here, life is much richer in the outskirts.
나는 오래전부터 생각해오던
There's
것이
something
있었어.
I've been pondering for a long time, and I thought that
그 답을
maybe
찾을
that's
수
where I
있을지
could find the
오래전부터
answer.
생각했거든.
데미안과 이야기할 때면
Whenever I spoke with
나의
Damien,
영혼이
I could feel my soul
조금 더
mature a little.
성숙해지는 것이 느껴졌다. 하지만
But
의치 시술에 대한
I never
나의
mentioned my
불안이라든가
fears about the upcoming prosthetic procedure or my peculiar relationship with Cromer.
그는 나에게
Even though he wanted to know more about me, I was hesitant to share my
부러 말하지
secrets.
않았다. 내 안에 은밀한 두려움까지
I was too
끌어안고
ashamed to bear my deeply hidden fears before him.
부끄러워. 그리고 마침내
Oh frick, I skipped the voice lines. Ah! And finally,
크로머와의 약속의
the
날
promised day had come.
싱클레어.
Yo, Sinclair, can you show me your basement?
그녀의 말은 너무나도
Her
갑작스레
words struck me out of nowhere, yet they were as light as a feather.
가볍게 들려와서 떨어진 지우개를 주워달라고
She
하는
asked me that as though it were something as simple as picking up an eraser,
긍정하려는 것을
and I almost caught
간신히
myself
바라는
agreeing to it.
우리 집 지하실은
Why our basement exactly?
내가 우연히 들은 이야기가
If the rumor I just so happened to hear is right, your house is connected to a scandalous place. There's something I've got to check.
하지만 부모님이
But my parents
좋아하지 않으실 텐데
won't like it.
그런 말
I couldn't even bring myself to finish this humiliating sentence.
차마 입 밖으론 꺼내지 못했다.
내가 확인만 제대로 할 수 있다면
If you let me check it out, Sinclair,
저번에 했던 약속.
I swear I'll keep that promise with you. Cross my heart.
지하실 열쇠를 몰래
Just sneak me the basement key and I can navigate just fine.
그녀의 말에 숨어 있는 기시감을
Unable to detect the faint, familiar feeling hidden in her words,
고개를
I slowly nodded. Thank you for the honks.
그렇게 악의 세계가
Thus, the world of evil began
우리 집
there,
한가운데에서
right in the middle of our house.
시작되었다.
Dun, 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 dun. And now we're at abnormalities. Yay!
보고합니다.
Boink.
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
효과적이네요.
Generally not hard to deal with because the really hard part is going to be at the end. Oh dear.
더 해보죠.
탱고다. 아 옛날 버릇이. 적사살 좋아.
Oh, plus we got all the eagle gifts during this trip, so it's like, yeah.
그대로 멈춰라.
반복하겠는가?
Got the stagger. Dun, 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 dun.
위협 대상 제거.
그대로
Boink.
멈춰라.
유쾌한 결투였네.
Yeah, Lydia, a lot of my redeems play loud noises. My fear is like startling me.
보고 요청 수신.
부모님의 눈을 피해 지하실 열쇠를
After stealing the key without my parents noticing,
크로머와 만나.
I took Cromer to the basement of my estate, as I had promised.
크로머가 안내한 곳은
From there,
지하실
she led me to a dirty
좁은
air
한
vent.
풍구였다. 한 풍구를 한참 기어가자
Crawling in the unlit vent for a while,
냄새가 가까워지고
a dank, grimy odor, and the sounds of small critters scuttling about assaulted my senses.
점점 더러워지고 있었고
My clothes were stained with filth. My throat was parched, and I was overcome with a desire to go back.
그때
That's when I noticed that the smell my nose picked up had just changed from the stench so far.
너도 느껴지지?
Can you feel it?
크로머가 속삭이는 소리가 들려왔다.
Cromer whispered to me.
앞에 뭔가 있는 거야.
There's something up ahead.
만약 돌아가야 할 마지막 기회가 남았다면
This might have been the last chance I had to
지금일지도 몰라.
turn words. Ah!
지금이라도 그녀를 만류하고
It might have been better to dissuade her with all kinds of sweet placations to leave and come back later,
그녀에게
even if I knew that empty flattery wouldn't work on her.
하지만 나는
But before I could try, a vile curiosity came over me.
처음으로
I was entertaining a world where villains belonged for the first time. Ah! All the steps that...
왜
And for some reason,
나는 돌아가는 것을
I gave up turning back.
그게 마지막 기회라는 것을
All while knowing in my heart that I was squandering my last chance.
그 광경은
Oh,
정말이지.
the loathsome sight I had to witness.
끔찍한 장면이었다.
It was something I couldn't think to behold twice.
이걸 단순히
Could monstrosity be an apt description for what I saw?
그러기에는 지성이 있는 것처럼 보였고
It seemed too sentient for that, yet it also seemed decidedly wrong to say that it was even remotely human.
두려움에 몸부림치며
Shuddering in fear,
발을 들인
I
것을
started to regret stepping into this world.
왜 기회를 걷어차고 나서야
Sinclair, you idiot, look at yourself, hoping by some miracle to get another chance right after you've wasted it.
그런 후회와 함께
Along with my regret, I had the feeling that I'd never forget what I saw that day until the moment I die.
뇌리를 파고 들어왔다.
Yeah, that's an abnormality.
그러면 나는 돌아가.
Cromer, I've gotta go back.
하지만 크로머는 달랐다.
On the other hand, Cromer was enraptured.
그녀는 아주 황홀한
She was memorized by the scene, watching intently, as though she had made a discovery of a lifetime.
어떤 말도 들리지 않는 것처럼
Leaving Cromer all enamored to herself, I crawled backward for the exit.
왜 우리 집 근처에
Why is my basement connected to such a horrid place?
왜 크로머는 이 사실을
How did Cromer know this?
왜 크로머는
Why isn't she scared either?
뒤에서 바람을 타고
I could almost hear Cromer's spine-chilling whistles with the wind blowing from behind.
다음날 크로머는 아무렇지
The very next day, Cromer came to school as if nothing had happened.
싱클레어, 내게 귀중한 것을
Sinclair,
보여줘서 정말
thank you so much for showing me precious things.
이건 내
Take this as my thanks.
그러더니 그녀는
She handed 2 mysterious coins to me.
내 손에
항상 가지고 있도록 해.
Always keep them at your side. Got it?
고개를 끄덕이지 않을 수는 없었다.
All I could do was nod.
그 후 매일 밤
Since then, the things I saw in that vent constantly haunted my mind,
나는 자연스레
and I began to consciously avoid Cromer.
그녀를 바라보는 것만으로도
I could picture myself involuntarily trembling in terror just by looking at her.
그러나 아직 크로머에게는
But there was something I needed to take back from her.
지하실 열쇠.
The basement key.
만약 부모님이
My parents could find out at any moment. 1 minute of sorting the keys is all it would take.
나는 따뜻한 세계에 계시는
For the first time, I betrayed my parents living in a world of warmth.
더 이상
I was afraid that my deviation from their world would end up becoming an irrefutable fact.
두려움에 떨었다. 크로머,
Cromer,
이제
won't you give it
돌려주지
back
않을래?
now?
뭘 말이야?
Give back what?
지하실
The
열쇠.
basement key.
용기를 쥐어짜낸 어느 날
I mustered the courage to ask one day.
크로머는 예상치 못한 말을 들었다는 웃음을 터뜨려댔고
Cromer burst into laughter,
겁에 질린
as though she didn't expect this from me.
천천히 물
Intimidated, I slightly stepped back.
무슨 말을 하려고 쩔쩔매.
Oh, and here I was wondering what you were struggling so hard to say.
좋아. 돌려.
Fine, you can have it, Sinclair.
싱클레어,
We don't need the
열쇠는
key
필요
anymore.
없거든.
That's...
그리고
Yeah.
말이야.
And besides,
네 원망은 틀림없이
your crutch will most certainly bear fruit, Sinclair. You didn't want to get your procedure, right?
약속 기억하지?
You remember our
내
promise?
원망을
You
이뤄줬어.
fulfilled my grudge, so it's only fair that I pay you back.
열쇠를 받았다는 안도가
I was too absorbed in the relief of getting my key back to realize what Cromer was really talking about, and I cursed my ignorance for it.
저 크로머가 말하는
About what Cromer's we really meant.
왜 이제는 필요 없다고 한 건지
About why she said it's not needed anymore,
어떤 식으로 이뤄주겠다는 소리
and how she was going to fulfill my grudge.
단 한마디도 묻지 않았다.
I didn't think to question a single thing,
어리석음을
and for that,
후회하고
I regret my inaction.
주었다.
I curse my foolishness. And slowly the battles we're fighting right after seem less and less absurd to come right after that.
어떻게라도 보존될 테니.
The tone is starting to not shift as drastically.
기절했나?
한 방 먹였네. 이 기세를 모아서 뚫어보자고.
그대로
멈춰.
적확한 한압이었어.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요. 보고입니다.
So we are approaching the part of the stream that I will not re-upload, and the part that has me like asking myself whether I will at all, because it's amazing music that might possibly get copyrighted. Haha! I might be muted wherever I try to re-upload it, so yeah. We're approaching it quickly. Like, once we're at the top here, we are approaching the beginning of like intense music time. That sounds Christmassy in a terrifying fashion. So you ended up giving Cromer the key. How do you know that? Damien had this ability to get a grip on things I'd never mentioned to him. When I asked him about it, he just said it's something you learn by carefully observing others, and didn't elaborate further. Sinclair, a series of much more painful events may await you in the future. But you mustn't give up. That pain will foster your growth into a beautiful being. No matter how complicated and perplexing those statements seemed, Damien's mystic charm made them all sound convincing. Listening to his speech gave me the hope that I could really grow. I was hopeful that I could become a worthy being. Yeah, but I don't really get it though, Damien. It's up to you to find out. Make sure to tell me your answer when you do. Sorry. Misspoke. His voice was soft, and his eyes imparted pleasantness, but I still felt compelled to do as he said. His eyes must have held some kind of power, disarming those who make eye contact with him, sapping them of mental strength. But if that's the case, why didn't he warn me? It's something I still ask myself to this day. Fighting slightly more difficult enemies now. And when I say slightly, I mean they just kind of threw powerful ones. Okay, taking out the smaller one first. Or at least trying to. Ah! There! I've actually hit you despite you dodging one. You are in instinct mode, but as long as I can win one, I should be good to go. Or I could just literally just pile on and have them all hit. As long as I can stagger. Oh, frick. No! Ah! Dang it. Stagger! There we go. And done. Okay. And now it's time to be like, haha! Taking this one down. Like guitar solo in the background being like, haha! Kind of love it personally. Okay, you have instinct, but I have a lot of sanity. My people are very sane. Neutral, neutral. Okay, let's hope I can stagger before that becomes a problem. There we go. I'm done. And we are almost at the boss fight now. Let me think. It's... right. It's after these two is the boss fight, I think. I'm not the biggest fan of this particular way of organizing dungeons. It's like long as you get. And now for why I'm playing it right before Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, and the whole town was filled with jingles and joy. Under the blessing of the holy night, I was planning to confess my sin to my family. I wanted to tell them that I made the foolish mistake of stealing the basement key, and that I'd go back to being a good son. That the short time I spent away from the right path was agonizing. That I learned how peaceful and fulfilling the world I'd been living in truly was. My personal opinion is this. Sinclair should have realized that the surroundings he was in is not for him. He was being pressured into a procedure that he didn't want. And he should have said so. And like, this resolve here is him wanting to just be like, oh no, I just gotta accept it. And it's like, no. You need to be okay with not. Because, like, that's your body. You don't get to pass judgment on others for what they do to their bodies, but by the same token, don't pass judgment on yourself for not wanting stuff. Yeah. My family might be surprised at first, but I was sure they'd welcome me back into their paradise. That was how it should have been. However, I was supposed to hear a robot dog greet me when I stood at the gate, but my home was covered in silence as darkness. I'll remind everyone there are content warnings for a reason. Cool? Waiting a little bit for people to be like, okay. Okay. When I walked inside, I was confronted with a fallen paradise. Sinclair, run. Someone smashes my father's head. It's a disturbing individual wearing rusty silver armor. How unsightly of these non-humans to still admire humanity and display false emotion. Let those impure things be, Guido. It's their survival instincts kicking in. Or should I say, they're scared of shutting down? This scene, I think, shows what a lot of the end result is. here we have two people blatantly hurting others. And when those others cry out to someone in an effort to save them and protect them, right? They cry out to Sinclair to run, to be safe. Cromer and Guido, they've lost so much of their viewpoint of these people being human that they can't see it as like the father and the sister wanting to protect like Sinclair. It can't exist in the world to you anymore. They don't show emotion, so they justify it, and the justification makes no sense whatsoever. They justify it as like a survival instinct or like self-preservation when it wasn't. It was trying to save Sinclair. Pieces of metal, flesh, and blood fly into the air before hitting the floor. Sinclair, you're here! Cromer approaches me, carrying a hammer stained with blood and flesh. Oh, this thing? Ever since I was little, I couldn't stand being involved with filthy affronts to humanity like these. Because I'm a humanitarian who loves all things human. Ugh. Shut up. Now imagine how it feels to face the son of a pack of those affronts to... Ugh. Just what should I do with you, Sinclair? Hydrate. Okay, hydrating. My legs have long given up. My mouth couldn't move. It was as if my whole body refused to cooperate. I saw Cromer standing right before me. I couldn't dare look up. Terror kicked in with the realization that she was so close to me, and my eyes shut themselves tight. The thought that the same hammer that crushed my father, mother, and sister would now come for me was unbearable. But nothing happened. Confused, I carefully opened my eyes and lifted my head. Cromer was watching me, making a perfect smile, just like the one she'd made when she first came to my desk and told me her name. Well, you are my hero, Sinclair. She then reaches into the pocket on my school shirt and takes out a coin. It's one of the two she handed me the other day. From now on, you'll doubt everything, be anxious of everything, and live in ever-constant terror as your memories of me haunt you. And when the time comes, I will call for you. Hey! Someone take this kid to safety! Lay a finger on him and I'll make you regret it! Amidst the piercing noise, storms of heavy footsteps, and disorientation, I lost consciousness. I know this interpretation is going to sound a little weird, but I interpret that moment as the moment when Sinclair would never listen to Cromer. Cromer couldn't hear, like, his father and his sister crying out for, like, him to run as anything but them trying to preserve themselves, while Sinclair saw it as legit human emotion. Like, that's how I choose to see it. That's the moment when it went from like, I want to be in their paradise to they never lost their humanity. It's an extreme and painful way to humanize people, but that's a huge part of de-radicalizing, is seeing them as human. Recognizing people, you know? Not some monster, not some unfeeling machine, but just people. Oh, sorry, Sinclair. Oh, frick. You're taking too much damage. That's not good. I hope I remember correctly and there's a checkpoint before the boss, because it can be hard. No, come on, I want that resonance. Thank you. Bye. I think in the future when I do Limbus Company, it's like I'm not gonna go through the entire chapter in one stream. Because it's been 8 hours of streaming and I'm like, okay, I'm... Yeah. Oh, there's another one before the... Okay. I'm beginning to feel a little bit of the... I misjudged the length. I'm so close to the end, though. When I came to my senses, I found myself in an alleyway at midday, heated by the sun. I stayed there, on the ground, dazed and confused. I could see a haze rise from the surface. Sinclair, a crack has been made in your world. I felt like I was trying to understand what the strange feeling I often got from Damien was. I always found it weird how I never heard his footsteps. Why does everything arrive in desolate silence, as if it belongs to no world at all? The loss of my family, the world of evil, all this despair, and you, too. Are you scared, Sinclair? He spoke to me. He had the eyes of a person who saw through everything, and the attitude of someone who predicted this series of events. He didn't even wait for me to reply, like he knew what I was going to say. One day, it'll break it all together and soar. And I wish to see you completely bare. He responded as if he already knew the answer I was hesitating on. Yes, I am female. Also, thank you. I've voice trained a little bit, and thank you. Although his words seemed to radiate warmth,
제대로 익지 않은 칠면조.
I felt a certain chill, like biting into the cold insides of a half-cooked turkey.
나는 다시 한번
I couldn't help
정신을 잃을 수
but fall unconscious again. Yay! So glad you can make me happy just like clowns. I make you. Ah! Nice. I'm glad to help make you happy. And thank you for making me happy.
유감없는 싸움을
And now for enemies. Sinclair is not looking good on damage. Ah! Try focus on having him, like, not strike enemies. He's gonna die too.
보고합니다.
Yay.
저주 속에
아, 이런. 아무튼 놀라운 한방이네요.
There we go. Got 2 staggers. Ah! I failed that one. Yeah. Ah, you've got the imitation going on. Do I have it? Nope, that would be Sinclair who would die. You. My little noises are so adorable. Ah, thank you.
그럼 이번 전투도
Thank you for saying that.
너냐?
Going to do this. My brain is happy juices right now, and I'm just like.
기절했나?
다소 유리하구려.
Oh, yep, should be able to win right here.
멈춰라.
시시게.
부위 파괴. 돛대를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한방이었어요.
Doink, 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 doink.
걔는 처리했고
유효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
There we go. We are so close to the. Oh, yep.
사건을 끝내러 가볼까?
Ah, these splash screens are so horrifying. No story, it's just a fight. Because we are right at the end and they're like, haha, something difficult.
제압 실시.
There we go. I love how Don Quixote is like, haha, I'm doing you. I love this identity of hers. It fits her personality so much. Yeah, I got more staggers. Yay!
좋아. 보위 파괴 성공했어. 계속 몰아붙이자고.
There we go.
보고합니다.
행복하겠는가?
There we go. Yeah. Yeah, I got the stagger. Yeah.
기절했나?
부위 하나가 박살났건 근사한 한 방이었어.
see. Yeah, there we go. And boom.
제압 실시.
부위 파괴. 이때를 부러뜨리는 것만큼 중요한 한 방이었어요.
무효타 좋아. 계속 집중하지.
Let's see if I play my. Can I finish on this one? I can finish you off on this one.
그대로 멈춰라. 그대로.
And there we go.
움직이지 못하겠죠.
Yeah. Ah, so close to finishing out. And then it's on to the boss time.
보고합니다.
항복하겠는가?
Goddess dagger. Love that. And you're done. Okay. Yes! Woo! Okay. And now we're on to the boss of chapter 3, and then we're done. Ah, this stream has gone on for a while. I'm gonna warn everyone now. Like, I will not be re-uploading this boss fight because song is copyright.
죽은 것이 좋겠어.
But I love it a lot. So yeah.
싱클레어? 네 마음속엔
Well,
어떤
Sinclair,
있어?
were you able to find an answer in your heart's path? I don't need to read that one out.
그렇게 뜨지 마.
Don't give me that look.
아직 때가 되지도
It's
않았는데
not even time yet.
널 죽여보고 싶잖아.
You're making me want to kill you.
아니야,
No, I should abstain.
당장에
I can't let immediate entertainment distract me from the more important things.
싱클레어, 공명하기 시작한 황금
Sinclair, the only way to retrieve a golden bell that's begun to resonate is...
알아요.
I know,
황금 가지가 아니었어.
even if it weren't for a mission. Hi, Cortez. How are you doing?
저 개새끼는
I still tear that.
제가 찢어 맞을 거예요.
I still tear that bitch to pieces and drink up her remains. And I don't need to read that one out. Oh, Sinclair. When did you learn to act so tough? That's not like you at all. What a riot. Pfft.
그래도 뭐
Still,
친구들도
well,
많이 생긴.
I guess we've made some friends since then.
이번에는 도망치지 않을 거지?
So, Cortez, how have you been doing? I hope you've been having a good day. You won't run away this time, will you? It's time for the Millie fight. The song that Project Moon puts a Millie song onto.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Also,
집중하세요.
we finished out the sign ego gift. Sinclair's determination to stand up to Cromer once 3 strokes have been drawn. Courage to triumph fear. Turn start gave 1 attack power up and 2 protection. Sinclair's one of our best fighters against this boss because of that ego gift. So this is so creepy. The entire yes, holy music, you're good. Yay! Well, what is this game that warrants all these content warnings? Well, wait until we we get to phase 2 of this boss fight, and then you'll see. You'll see very well. Like, we've gotten past a lot of the really heavy stuff in this chapter, but we still have one thing that, yeah, you'll see. Also, some of it is a joke, because in the reveal trailer for Limbus Company, they have, like, before the trailer begins, the 2 sides filled with content warnings. Some of them are funny, kind of like use of sharp objects and like reference to clown, but a lot of them are serious. Oh, that's a struggling. That's a struggling too. Wait, which one is this one? This one's gonna be. Oh, that's the one that makes you staggered. Oh dear, of course that's a struggling. How do you feel about axe to your face? There we go, got past your dodge. Yay. Yeah, how do you feel about axe? I want to ask you a question. Okay, let's see. Yep. And because the gays petrified one of my people. No, it's just neutral. Ah, that's neutral too, frick. How do you feel about staff? I'm using too many ego at the beginning of the fight, but it's just the struggle bus. The struggle bus is real. Frick. Ah! There we go. How do you feel about staff? Faust knows all outcomes. Boink! And everyone gets SP back. Yay! I like that outcome. And the struggling one wins. Yay! Oh, no. Sinclair. No! Oh, thank goodness you didn't get staggered, though. I needed to not be staggered. Okay, let's see here. The last one's gonna be... Oh, not the gazing. Okay, great. The gripping. Not the gazing, the gripping. Frick. Ah, you evaded the glove, but not the sword. Okay. I forget how hard phase 1 is when you're like obeying the level 30 level cap. The level 30 cap. Oh, frick. Wait. Oh, no. Oh, that's not good. I hope it's fine. Frick. Ah! Frick. Ow. Ow. There we go, get your sanity higher, Sinclair. Okay, he's fine. Ah, that stagger though. Frick. Okay, I need to give everyone a quick boost of the sanity and health. That'd be nice.
보호합니다.
Frick. No. Yeah, I need people's sanities to go up. They're losing too many clashes. No! Just barely off from the stagger. Come on. Okay. Try to evade that, you get a +0. Everyone gets their more sanity. Frick. Oh, there we go. Stagger. Woo! Okay. What is this? Deal and take 100% more damage. Yeah, okay, take it. We can finish out this phase now. And then get on to... There we go. Phase 2. The sinners were fatigued and damaged, some already dead. As opposed to us, Cromer still stands triumphantly. She reaches for the inside of Sinclair's coat in what seems like a declaration of his fate. Now then, it's time, Sinclair. I'll be taking the second coin. Your last chance. Why are you doing this to me? Why? Me. Sinclair, do you want to know why I gave you back the basement key when you asked? Listen close. It's not because I'd made my discovery or baked a copy of it. It's because you were my key. You see, I happen to know of a way to take a peek at the futures that might come true. I saw one among them, where you and I travel from nest to nest, slaughtering heretics together all around the city. Even though you were raised by heretics bearing revolting metal bodies, part of you still felt disgusted by them. Funny, isn't it? Sinclair could have gone down that path. You would stab them in the head with your halberd. Don't you lie to me. Well, I smashed their heads with a hammer. Stop it. In that world, you looked like the freest person in the universe, transcending everything. I have something to show everybody after this. No. You're lying! Whether I'm lying or not. Cromer suddenly cracked a wry laugh and stopped moving. The golden bow! The golden bow on the altar resonated with her cackle and began to glow brighter. Then... It's behind! At last my final grudge will be fulfilled! A mass of flesh engulfs her lower half. From the hideous organic growth, bundles of ambiguous appendages stretch outward in countless numbers. Yeah, Cortez, you're about to see what the content warnings are for. As if desire and madness were made manifest. Yeah. Rip me up and chew me down. If you can, that is. Phase 2. Yep. Cromer, the dreamer of human wholeness. When I think about it, Cromer always had an obsession with flesh, and that obsession accumulated into what we're seeing now, a gruesome creature. At first, I agreed with her. The idea of replacing the flesh with something else was unpleasant to me. But now I see. What's really unpleasant is believing that your thought is the only correct one, and letting that thought consume your mind whole. Exactly. And it's not like a guess who said this. This is Sinclair fully recognizing everything. He's like, now I see. What's really unpleasant is believing that your thought is the only correct one, and letting that thought consume your mind whole. Also, the song is intense and amazing. I gotta turn it up for a bit since, you know, it's by copyright. I'm not re-uploading this part.
너냐?
I hope I can win this. But I think we're doing good enough that we can win pretty well.
그대로
좋아. 방금은 전략의 승리야. 계속 밀어붙이자.
Look at all the buffs Sinclair has. Holy cow. Sinclair gets so many buffs for this fight. As long as you get the sign, of course.
마시오. 최후의 혈구 하나만 남아 있다면 생명은
I still don't know why my ceiling is concrete and not fabric. So that made you hurt your noggin. It's fine. My noggin is like half exists. It half exists anyway. It's fine. Or it wholly exists actually. Now that I think about it. I'm just upset I don't get to hit fabric.
저들이 추풍과 같이 흔들려 보다 유리하지 않겠어.
I think that works.
멈춰라.
Oh, frick, it doesn't work. It really doesn't work. The grossness. Yeah. And yes, if you're thinking the one who grips and she has that design, yes. Yes. It's horrifying. Break it, break it. Control, please.
멈춰라.
Let's Oh, come on, please. No, please. Frick. Frick! Thank you.
좋다. 좋아.
Got a stagger. That's good.
아군들이
Okay.
무너졌다. 재정비를 해보는 게 좋아.
I'm close to winning, but my team is beginning to struggle.
그대로 멈춰라.
가지 않.
Yeah! Well, we broke one of the parts. Oh, we're about to win. Oh, frick. Cromer is breathing heavily. Perhaps it's a side effect of the transformation. Her posture is unstable, and her eyes are looking elsewhere. With her focus disrupted, we might be able to land a critical strike. Who will be able to seize the opportunity? Oh, please tell me Sinclair is good enough. Sinclair, good enough! Let's go! Sinclair, do it! Sinclair circled around Cromer's fleshy mass to disorient her. Soon enough, she let her guard down. Sinclair didn't miss his chance to deliver a devastating blow. That seemed pretty effective. A deep, indelible wound was left on Cromer's body. Could this be it? Cromer, the dreamer of human wholeness, got staggered!
우리가 우세. 서둘러 끝내보자고.
and Sinclair is freaking glowing like a glow stick right now. Ah! Do it. Do a flipping game. Wait, do it. Hang on. Let me see. Fleshy, Remus, Intuition. None of these are jumping, frick! Oh, I know. Hang on. I'm not you. Wait, yes, you? No, not you. One of these does it. Which one does it? I gotta guess. No, game. Okay, we're gonna abandon all chances of finishing the round now for the possible flip. I don't remember if this is the actual flip, but it's gonna be the closest thing if so. Ah, no, she's just in the air. Okay, she failed the flip. Do the run. I won anyway, it's fine. Okay, well, winning is a relative term. The fleshy hill exuded potent acid, melting Sinclair's legs. All the other sinners were being dissolved by the caustic secretion too. We won anyway, it's fine. Also, hydrate. He trips and hits the ground. No, perhaps I should say he was thrown off his feet. In spite of that, he still crawls towards Cromer. Yes, that's it! It hurts, doesn't it? You're filled with rage, aren't you? Accept it all! Welcome with open arms. And watch me! Watch my glorious body! Closer to the purest form of humanity than ever before! This flesh here, the sheer unmatched strength of purity. Okay. Ah, Sinclair, look at how human you are. You can become like me too. No. Oh. You're Sinclair. You were scared all along, weren't you? You lost your family and you had to ride a bus with these strangers, forced to do things you didn't want. You knew in your heart that you didn't belong there, right? Didn't you want to run? Didn't you want to quit it all? Am I wrong? I swear, Join me, Sinclair. Don't avoid this. Embrace it. Complete my grudge. No. The arm Sinclair was using to hold his weapon was growing limp by the second. He nevertheless continues in Cromer's direction. You must accept the pain. Only when we have transcended suffering itself can we be reborn. Bloat the flesh, spill the blood, adding on the most human things each second. To the purest world where the impurities plaguing the city of all folks have been filtered out. I don't need to read that one out. That one's obvious. Sinclair faintly mutters, looking at the faces of his now dead fellow sinners. I couldn't leave him like this. Sinclair, listen to me. I'm embarrassed that it took me so long to take action, but it was better late than never. Acts like the manager I am. I know you think a lot. I know there's a lot going on in your head that you can't share with others. That's how he was. Worried that he might be a burden, he constantly put his mind through doubts and ruminations, most of which he never let on about. He's chewed up many a thought in the form of guilt. My family died because of me. I said stuff I really shouldn't have. Exactly! It's all your fault, so embrace it! That's the way to become wholly reborn. No. Follow me and rest in my grave. If you were a lesbian, maybe. Don't listen to her. You have to see, look at her, observe her carefully. Alas, my voice didn't seem to reach him. Sinclair's weapon leaves his hand and lands on the ground. That goes. His advance for Cromer has stopped. Yep, looks like this is the end for us. I can feel my body melting into the mound. I knew I'd die trying to play the proper manager sooner or later. But Sinclair, I have to tell him more. I have to tell him that Cromer's spewing a heap of lies, threats, hypocrisy, and exaggeration. Every nerve in my body is screaming that I shouldn't give up on him. I can feel the burning pain of my melting body. Look closely, Sinclair. Not with your eyes, but with your heart. I screech at Sinclair. Only then will you see what matters most. Only then will you see what matters most. In that moment, someone quietly appeared. And when you can see the things that matter most, you won't have to stifle yourself with shallow threats or cheap tricks. Isn't that right, Sinclair? He moved with grace and airiness as he floated in the air. He seemed lighter than anyone else, unbound by anything. Hey, look, it's the sign. It was on Damien the whole time. Contrary to his impression of freedom from all worldly longings, an oppressive air seemed to accompany every step he took. And with just a wave of his right arm, and we're done. Cromer's upper body vanished in a clean cut.
데미안.
네가 스스로 운명을
You've changed your own
바꾸었구나,
fate,
싱클레어.
Sinclair.
너는 아직 겁쟁이도
Right
아니고
now, you're neither a
영웅도 아니야.
coward nor a
두려움
hero,
역시
but you've
완전히
still
잊지
yet to let go of your fears completely.
그때도 말했지?
I've said it
누군가를
before,
두려워하는
haven't
건
I? When you fear someone,
그 누군가에게
that's because
자신을
you gave them the power to have control over you.
내줬기 때문이라고.
맞아. 그리고 나는
That's right.
다른
And I
사람이 너를 길들이는 게
Don't
싫어.
want anyone else to dominate over you.
그래서 저 크로머를
Which is why I got
사라지게
rid of that Cromer. The man referred to as Damien then started to walk. He took airy steps as though he were embarking on a light trip.
세상은
The
곧 새로운
world
탄생을
is about to
향해 갈
head
거야.
for a new birth,
그리고 그곳에는
and only a
아주
few
소수의 사람만이
individuals
갈수
can
있어.
get there.
싱클레어,
Sinclair,
너도 그 중 하나야.
you're one of them. The sign is important. Let's say that. Sinclair fainted before he could answer. Damien slowly made his way over to me.
크로머는 옛날
Cromer
옛적의 사람들이
attempted to
믿었다던
become a god,
신님이 되려고 했어.
like those which people in the past were said to believe
그
in.
걸음이 될 뻔했고.
Sinclair almost became her stepping stone.
하지만 알은
In the
혼자서
end,
깨야 하는 거야.
though, one has to break an egg on their own.
크로머는 꽤 노력했어.
Cromer put in quite a bit of
싱클레어가 첫
effort
번째 동전을
doing
잃을
this
때와
and that
똑같은
to create a
상황을
throwback to the
만들려고
time when
이런저런
Sinclair
수도 쓰고
lost
말이야.
his first coin. And that's why all the Christmas theming, haha! Despite the fact that this chapter released in summer.
크리스마스까지는
And regardless of the
시간이
fact that
많이
Christmas is still a while away.
결국 자기들이 그렇게
It's
싫어하던
ironic that they
갑질을
resorted
꾸미고
to creating
있었다는
false imagery,
아이러니.
something they loathed
그치?
so deeply. Don't you think so? What are you talking about? Who are you?
반가워, 단테.
A pleasure to meet you, Dante.
당신이 잠깐
So,
동안
you're the
싱클레어를
adult who will condition
길들여주는
Sinclair at the moment. I don't like how you put that.
내가 누구인지
As for who I am,
그리고 무슨 말을 하고 있었는지
and for what I was talking
때가
about,
되면 알 수 있을 거야.
you'll see in due time.
싱클레어가
When Sinclair
마음의
takes
힘을
flight
굳게
with
믿고
unshakable
날아올라서
faith in the power of the heart,
아름다운
Right.
별과
when he becomes
하나가 될 날이
one
올
with
때.
beautiful stars. Hi! I know it's not referring to me, but I find it funny anyways.
그때 나는 다시 돌아올
That
거야.
is when I'll return.
그날까지
Take good care of
Sinclair를
Sinclair
잘 부탁해.
until then, Dante. You can hear me?
나는
I can hear
모든
all
지저분을 들을 수
sorts of
있어,
chirps
단테.
and trills, Dante.
당연히
It's
당신의
only
목소리도
natural
들릴 수
that I
있어.
hear your voice.
언제나
As
그렇듯이.
always.
가장 중요한 건
What matters
눈에
most
보이지도
is something you can't
귀에
see
들리지도
or hear.
않으니까 말이야.
The boy with the blue scarf vanished without notice. After that, the mounds began to melt away. They dissolve into mixtures of flesh and mud. With them gone, a single golden bow appeared before me, spreading its warm light. Sinclair's world was gradually melting with the hills. I excruciatingly dragged what's left of my upper body across the floor to reach Sinclair. He was still breathing. And so was I. I figured I should still be able to turn the clock. Thus, that means I'm still their manager, and I should act like one. Plus, as I learned in my dying moments, I have to strive to become a more sensible manager. With all that, I need to tell him. It might have been your fault, Sinclair. But that's okay, really. It's one small mistake, one anyone could make. Don't beat yourself up so much about it. I pat him on the back with my half-melted right arm. Kind of defeating the purpose of comfort when it's like, hello, I gotta slap you with my, like, half-melted arm. Sinclair doesn't reply. To be truthful, trying to identify someone to blame all this on would be a never-ending endeavor. From each of us going and carrying our sins onto the bus. To my loss of head and memory, accompanied by an involuntary appointment as the executive manager. At the root of all this, I might find no one but myself to blame. Staying bound by that fact, though, will only keep us from taking our next steps.
발견했습니다.
We found him! And everyone, say hello to the LCCA, the Limbus Company Clearance After Team. I can hear multiple footsteps approaching our horribly incapacitated team. Vergilius must have figured we get into a mess and called the After Team to scoop us off the ground.
이자인 것 같습니다. 지금
This looks like the individual we seek. Do I inject it now? The others can be revived as long as this one lives. Focus all resources on restoring their body. Ha! I felt a jab at my shoulder, and then a strange sensation enveloped the parts of my body that had melted off.
그분이 지원해 주신 HP 앰플은
We were provided 3 HP ampoules. Do I use all 3 on them? Keep an eye on the regeneration progress and use them at your discretion. Lucky strap hangers. They're rolling in luxury thanks to having a color on their team. One with a friend in K-Corp at that too.
을 확인했습니다.
Check confirmed. The voices around me start to fade. Sinclair's bawling lamentation dimly rings through the emptiness. Our third mission marked its sober end in dismal defeat. Except not really. Even though we covered the Golden Bow, we lost. On the other hand, the bus was more vibrant than usual, possibly out of everyone's attempts to disregard the depressing outcome. I bought enough chicken kebabs for all of you to have one. So if anyone didn't get theirs, go and put your detective caps on by yourselves. Oh, Vergilius got them all food. How nice. Such curious cuisine. What is the intention of skewering chicken meat with a stick? Get out of here, rich boy. I may be familiar with this kind of dish. A kochi of the dock variety. A sweet smell, the kind Mephi likes. Stimulated, Charon revved the engine. Charon was humming another familiar tune. I could recognize the song this time. Yep. Charon, isn't Christmas still a long ways off? Don't put a damper on Charon's fun, bug guy. If Charon feels like it's Christmas, then that's that. Despite this chapter releasing in summer, I played this at the perfect time for it to be actually right. But, come on, I called you by your name for once. Well, why don't you settle the score by giving her a bus girly, then, you know, tit for tat and all that? Vergilius was watching the scene unfold, leaving his food to cool and hardly taking a bite even though he was the one who bought it all. Perhaps he's gone quiet because of Charon's song. It does come to mind that he said she was going through a tunnel. And then, I turned my gaze to Sinclair, who was awkwardly laughing amongst the other sinners. If we're going through a long tunnel, then what we do is wait for the morning to arrive, right? What was that about, Dante? Drop the goofy poetry and have a kebab. Come on, say oh. Does Dante have a mouth? Our manager has no mouth. The executive manager has no need for a mouth, as they're perfectly capable of commanding us without a word. Do keep that in mind. Do they need to eat?
그렇게
Golly,
입고 딸랑거리면 안
don't you ever get
되지.
tired of looking their boots so clean, Aldous?
야,
Oi,
더 없냐?
get more of the scran? It's peak.
이봐, 벌 유황. 라이터.
Ayo, BG, give me a light.
줄여 말하면 내가 모를 것 같았어.
Thought I wouldn't know what that's short for. But guy! I thought about giving a speech to the sinners about how this fruitful yet unsuccessful mission changed my mindset. But I soon shelved the idea. I told Sinclair to not let a failure of the moment bind him, after all. Instead, I resolved to make up for this less than ideal outcome on our next mission. May I have thine attention, I mean, Sir Vigilius? What? I do believe I have acted with sufficient caution as you so hath warned. Yeah, there's a reason Dawn has been less than attacking everything in sight when faced with Ancorp, and that's because Vigilius was like, no. And she got terrified. Thusly, if I may, would you allow me to lay claim upon a skewer? Go right ahead. As Don Quixote's excited jubilation adds a layer of vigor to the already lively buzz, the message I couldn't speak, but one I'm sure has been conveyed in one way or another, spreads between us. And so the morning came. Ah! That chapter is so good. But future chapters are just as long, and I'm thinking like, I'm not gonna do a dedicated Limbus Company stream in the future unless if it's like, hey, where I'm probably gonna show Solar Hawk 77 Limbus Company, or when I'm at the end of a chapter after having played through the rest of it in bits and pieces. It's great, but I've been streaming for 9 hours. Okay, anyway, it's time to skip. And I get to show you what I was going to show you the entire time. Wayward. Hi, Wayward! Yay! Yeah, Dawn did the most damage. Okay. So, Blunt Wrath Bleed Story Team is what I've called the Ancorp Squad. Where, shortly after the beginning of the game, they released these identities. Is this a new stream length record? Possible. Well, no, I think that one goes to like a collab with Cosmin. But, let's see. My Ancorp Squad! Result is horrifying. He has Ancorp Gorob Hammer. And then you have, let's see. Rodion has Ancorp Mittelhammer. Dawn has the same. Heathcliff has Ancorp Kleinhammer. Faust has the one who grips. And Sinclair has the one who shall grip. Each identity comes with little story bits. And I think I need to show, in particular, Sinclair's and Faust's, because they are important. The child had remained seated in the same spot for 3 days now. It is as if the screen has absorbed her attention completely, bearing even the desire to eat or sleep beneath sensory stimulation. The child seems as if she can't feel a thing. Yes, this is it. It keeps going. The room's air is still, only stirred on occasion by creepy cackles, murmured monologues, and the clicks and taps of the keyboard and mouse. You gotta go to bed, especially since you'll be on pre-Christmas day trip. Yay! Good night, Princess Lydia. I'm about to end soon. I gotta fit it. I gotta end then. Words. But anyway, thank you for dropping by. It's great to have a new follower. Have a great night. Just look at how many infidels are printing out prosthetics. How appalling. How disgusting. A storage device was plugged into the child's computer. The version of Faust, who is the one who grips, is a freaking computer geek. Its tiny glowing letters read Emil, following the name that must be the key she got from Sinclair. Sinclair, oh Sinclair, my how grateful I am for you, truly. Yeah, the whole village is a den of heresy. It must have been quite unpleasant to live in such a place, Sinclair. The child's mind is busied with thoughts. Now, how will I purify those impure things? No, let's think for a second. Those heretics still keep the purest peace in their bodies, don't they? The brain. Even those who have replaced their entire bodies with prosthetics still have a brain. The likes of the heart and lungs can all be augmented and swapped out, but the brain is the one pure, irreplaceable thing in the city. Ha! That won't do. Think of the poor thing, all surrounded by impurity. Irony churns my guts just thinking about it. I'll have to rip their heads apart, that way the impure will stay impure. Yes, yes! With her mind finally made up, the child rose from her seat and gripped a huge nail. You are my hero, Sinclair. With her other hand, she unfolded a map, stained with blood and grease. It's exactly as I saw through the glass window in that company's lab. The glass window in that company's lab is a reference to Leviathan, talking about the precursor to Limbus Company's tech that lets them pull identities from across the universe. That glimpse of the righteous fury you showed for such filth, a little prod got you to hand this treasure over to me. She appeared as though she were possessed by something as she bit off the lid of a red pen. I shall purge the heresy encircling you. I shall wipe clean the disgust. You will see it in no time. The future where we judge heretics together has been set in stone. We will meet soon, Sinclair. There was a burst of frivolous laughter and compulsive gestures. The child cackled like a maniac, all as she kept on drawing circles over where the town of Cull was indicated on the map. We will purify the filth together, shoulder to shoulder. So here's the insinuation. In fact, each version of Cromer sees the mirror, sees the glass window, sees all the possibilities, and sees Sinclair, and goes after. The town on the map was now covered in red, as if she hinted at what would become of the town. So now let's look at that Sinclair in particular, the one they all see. Sinclair. A soft and gentle voice enveloped the area. Look this way, Sinclair. The voice is rapping, perhaps coiling even. Alas. Isn't this a magnificent sight? This Sinclair has a sign. The laughter of the one standing next to the child completely twisted the air, like a hair-raising shriek made by two sharp pieces of metal scraping against each other, then flicking away. Examining the area closely, one could see that it was surrounded by raging knife-like flames. How does it feel, Sinclair? How does it feel to witness this sight ablaze? Her voice could even be described as manic, her wry smirk more twisted than the fire around her. Ah. That is when the child opened his mouth. His lips trembled, his lungs brought up gasps and huffs. Could this be a response of fear? Indeed, it may seem that way. The child most certainly had something that one could call a chance. He could have hatched out of the shell that is fate with his own strength and gripped control over the path his life should take. And yet... It's beautiful, Faust. Beautiful to look at those vile and repulsive things being purged. It's not so easy to reject the ease of letting another crack the egg from the outside. Even if they aren't your mother bird. Even if they wrest hold of your path and jostle it. That disquieting flame, almost mistakable for warmth, lures you into giving up your strength before it, like a comforting bonfire. Why didn't I let go earlier, Faust? I didn't need to bother trying to think or ponder so much when there was a clear answer laid right before me. This is basically the bad end Sinclair, where he... Yeah. The child spoke with a trembling voice, whimpering on the verge of tears. Pushed out of his nest all too soon, feigning the confidence he sorely lacks. He's justifying it all. A baby bird who hasn't even broken his shell fully. That would be the description most befitting this child. Not just anyone can be like Faust, Sinclair. However, it's all right. The child with silver hair spoke, pointing to the sky. Up above, something muttering indistinct mechanical noises was skewered to a knell. Ah! The child's pupils further shrink while his tremble grows yet more intense. It was painfully evident that he did not wish for what he was witnessing. Despite him knowing this as well, he has decided that he'll be ignorant of it. Despite still thinking that what he is doing isn't right, he cannot resist the convenience of letting this mysterious mother bird bring him food. A pink chick who does nothing but gape and swallow. Having dived into a pot of boiling oil, the child had no choice but to flutter with his melting arms. Though, by the time the fire dies down, he'll have been reduced to ash. Ha ha! The child laughed. Congratulations, Sinclair. Now you become someone who can laugh at that sight. The one standing next to the child celebrated him with sincerity. In truth, she was lauding her own achievements more than anything. If there really were possibilities diverging in the numerous worlds, she had managed to mold the child into a form one of those worlds must envy. Faust knows about the worlds because she saw the tech that would become like Limbus Company's main pull. And she deliberately molded her Sinclair into one that's like, ha! Guess what? This is what you're all envying. And the truth is, he's miserable. It may even be that someone from another world has already been infatuated by a glimpse of the changing and charring child. Yep. Yep. Soon enough, that world too will face a storm of fire, oil, and sparks. The child there will face a similar yet distinct trial. Now let us begin, Sinclair, the cleansing of this world. Yep. It was never Cromer by Sinclair's side, it was Faust. The child weeps amidst the fire. He shall ultimately be snuffed out in flame, unceasingly swinging the steel in his two arms and filling to grip anything in his hands, unable to tread the path he chose. Although I don't think this is the exact same Sinclair that our Cromer saw, it's basically what happens. Whether he will break the shell from inside or instead heal himself to the ease of being ripped open. What happens in that world will stay there. Though, if you ask us which world will be the first to reach that point, who could ever know? So, a final bit, because this keeps going. Holy cow. Let's look at the identity. So, this is Encorp Sinclair, the one who shall grip, the one with a sign. Let's look at his skills, shall we? Negative coins. All across the board. He is best served by dropping his sanity and making him miserable. And in fact, each move on use lose 7 sanity, on use lose 10 sanity, on use lose 15 sanity. Each move makes him more miserable. And then you have his passive. Mad Flame. Heal 50% less sanity from winning a clash or defeating an enemy. And then you have defense. Still a minus coin, but the defense is called enough. Heal sanity. The lesson here is pretty clear. Every single Cromer sees a Sinclair. Sees a same or similar Sinclair. One that in their eyes is free. Is raising the world, is like... Yeah, it's interesting when the mechanics match the story so well like that. Project Moon did an amazing job with his character. Because it's like... the only time when this Sinclair gets any happiness is when he defends. He's not attacking. That's when he regains sanity. Everything else makes him miserable. And also notably, a lot of Encorp identities inflict bleed. Only one of his skills actually deals with bleed, and that's if the target has bleed. In reality, it's all burn. Well, plus one that does bleed at the very end, but I mean, it's burn, burn, and burn. It's so interesting, so cool. And also, one of the worst things is that, this is the best identity for Sinclair? Like, from a purely gameplay perspective, if you can juggle, like, doing, like, attacks and defense, his damage output is insane. But, my gosh, I don't like using it because he's miserable the entire time. That doesn't stop me from putting him in my main team, though. My gosh. I didn't review, Bersalt's Encorp identity because that's just... he's just the Guido equivalent. It doesn't really matter. Although looking at his story does impart like what's going on with Guido. It's that... it's actually kind of interesting. Most powerful versus best for the character themselves. Exactly. The entire deal with Guido and why he kept coming back was because Guido is modified. Guido is basically a heretic inside of N-Corp. He's the biggest hypocrite. The reason why he keeps on getting back up is because he has a lot of the K-Corp HP solution running through, like, actually I think I better show it if I just bring up the picture here. You can kind of see it there. He's basically got a life support system keeping him alive that he needs. Guido is the perfect example of why N-Corp's ideology doesn't stand up to reality. And yet he's a fanatic in N-Corp. Kind of the perfect example of someone who's like, oh, what's the term? I don't remember, but it's like, there's no doubt in my mind that once he served his purpose, Cromer would take out Guido. And also it's really interesting how Mersault's is the one who gets this identity. Mersault, who doesn't have an answer and is frankly very terrifying in this regard. Anyway, let's see. That's all I really wanted to show at the very end. Oh, right, I should probably, like, grab some of the dailies because I accidentally got them while playing. It's time to close the game. Okay, so let's see. It's all so good. It's amazing. I love it all to death. Let's see, but who's streaming right now? We have Solar, which I did mention will be doing a collab on this later. There's Farah. There's Blessed Heretic, who's doing a birthday stream. And there's also Thunder, who dropped by earlier. And there's Kaneko, who also dropped by earlier. But I think we needed to go wish the birthday boy happy birthday. Let me think. Raid message. You know what? Because I want to do it like this. Let's go raid. And the raid message isn't going to have to do with the stream. It's going to have to do with birthday! Yay! Raid message today is happy birthday. Happy birthday. Put whatever emotes you have on the end, even the beginning of the message. I'm personally going to put the gummy, the fruit gummy on the end. And that's going to be the raid message. So anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep observing. Something silly may happen. Haha! I do plan on streaming on Sunday and also on Tuesday. Just doing regular stream stuff since I don't really have a lot of Christmas plans. Like to imagine your legs are just like that. Ah! Sometimes I like to think that too, but I just work out my glutes a lot. I don't think I'm actually this thick IRL, all cheeked up. Ah! I might. Okay. Thank you for watching.